It begins not with marble columns or grand palaces, but with ditches, long, straight, gravel-bottomed trenches carved into dry, cracked earth. If you stood in the Iranian plateau over 2,000 years ago, far from the glittering courts of Persepolis, you'd see something unexpected: shallow channels gently curving through an otherwise barren terrain. They carried no water yet, but they would. And with that water would come life, shade, and most curiously, silence. This was the beginning of what we now call the Persian garden, a feat not of color or scent, but of precision, calculation, and deliberate calm. Before the grandeur, before the bloom, there was geometry. Each garden was carved according to ancient patterns handed down from engineers more than artists. To understand why these gardens were designed to whisper, not shout, you must understand how they were made to live. The Persian word kaharbag, meaning four gardens, describes the typical layout, a rectangle divided into four equal parts by two intersecting water channels. But this structure was not merely aesthetic, it was a cosmic diagram. The layout represented paradise as seen in Zoroastrian and early Islamic traditions, a sacred enclosure watered by four rivers, symbolizing not only fertility but divine order. Water was not just a necessity, it was a message, a whisper from heaven in a desert world. The heart of the Persian garden system was the qanat, a marvel of ancient engineering. A qanat is an underground tunnel that brings water from mountain aquifers to lower-lying settlements. Unlike canals, qanats are hidden from the sun, which reduces evaporation. They are as silent as the gardens themselves. Constructing a qanat required generations of knowledge. Digging had to begin far from the garden, in the foothills, and the gradient had to be precise, slightly downward, but never steep enough to erode. Surveyors used simple tools, plumb bobs, strings, and a sixth sense for soil moisture. Every few meters, a vertical shaft was sunk to the surface, both to remove earth and to ventilate workers. Some of these shafts were reused centuries later as wells or chimneys. The landscape, in time, became dotted with symmetrical holes, each one a silent portal to the aquifer below. Without the qanat, there was no garden. And without the garden, there was no statement of power. The lush rectangles in places like Pasargadae or Yazd were not merely for leisure. They were instruments of persuasion. A king who could command water to flow and trees to grow in the desert, he could command anything. Once the water arrived, it had to be used wisely. Every stone in the garden was placed to optimize moisture and temperature. Wide paths were bordered by channels of running water, and the air was cooled as it passed over. The streams, the trees planted alongside mostly cypresses, pomegranates, and fig created dappled shadows that shifted slowly with the sun. Even the elevation of the garden beds was calculated to assist with drainage and retention. The result was a space that felt cooler, quieter, and older than the desert just outside its walls. And it did have walls. High, thick ones, often of mud brick or stone. These served both to protect the garden and to frame the view inward. From inside the garden, the outside world vanished: heat, dust, noise replaced by stillness. A person walking through a Persian garden would hear little but their own footsteps, the trickle of water, and the occasional rustle of leaves. It wasn't empty, it was intentional. Water in these gardens was designed to speak softly. It flowed in thin streams, was caught in shallow basins, and was rarely allowed to crash or roar. A careful visitor might notice the garden had its own acoustics. The gentle sound of water was amplified by curved walls and echoing tiles. Whispering was easier here and thus more common. This was not accidental. In royal gardens, voices were meant to be low. Politics, religion, and family business were discussed in soft tones, under mulberry trees and beside still pools. The very layout of the garden encouraged calm. No sudden turns, no blind alleys. Everything in view. Everything balanced. By the time of the Achaemenid Empire in the 6th century BCE, these gardens had become more than places to relax, they were diplomatic spaces. Ambassadors were received here, treaties were read here, people were judged here, and perhaps most importantly, people were observed here. If a man grew anxious in the garden, he was not ready for power. While the most famous Persian gardens were royal, the design principles were eventually adopted by landowners, scholars, and religious institutions. In places like Kashon and Kerman, smaller domestic gardens followed the same structure: quadrants, channels, enclosed spaces, but on a more modest scale. These were not public parks. They were private sanctuaries. Even the poorest version of A Persian garden had one thing in common with the richest: it was built to endure, not impress. Old gardening manuals from the Safavid period speak of quiet cultivation. Gardeners were advised not to crowd plants, not to overwater, and never to let fruit trees grow too close to the walls. Silence was not just a sound, but a way of working. It was expected that a garden would speak for itself, and they did. Travelers from the Arab world, India, and even Europe commented on the stillness. The Mughal gardens of India, including those at the Taj Mahal, were directly inspired by Persian designs. So were many of the gardens in Al-Andalus, including the famed General Life of Granada. In every case, it was not the color of the flowers or the size of the palace that lingered in the memory. It was the sound or lack thereof. Still, even as these gardens spread across continents, their origins in the arid landscapes of Persia remained deeply tied to questions of survival. Without exacting control, without knowledge of stone, shade, and silence, a garden would not survive a single summer. Every whisper of water was the result of labor beneath the ground and planning above it. So why did they choose whispering over grandeur? Why not fountains that shouted their wealth, or grand terraces to echo the noise of court? Could it be that silence itself was the ultimate expression of control? Could it be that the whisper was more powerful than the roar? It begins not with marble columns or grand palaces, but with ditches, long, straight, gravel-bottomed trenches carved into dry, cracked earth. If you stood in the Iranian plateau over 2,000 years ago, far from the glittering courts of Persepolis, you'd see something unexpected: shallow channels gently curving through an otherwise barren terrain. They carried no water yet, but they would. And with that water would come life, shade, and most curiously, silence. This was the beginning of what we now call the Persian garden, a feat not of color or scent, but of precision, calculation, and deliberate calm. Before the grandeur, before the bloom, there was geometry. Each garden was carved according to ancient patterns handed down from engineers more than artists. To understand why these gardens were designed to whisper, not shout, you must understand how they were made to live. The Persian word kaharbag, meaning four gardens, describes the typical layout: a rectangle divided into four equal parts by two intersecting water channels. But this structure was not merely aesthetic, it was a cosmic diagram. The layout represented paradise as seen in Zoroastrian and early Islamic traditions, a sacred enclosure watered by four rivers, symbolizing not only fertility but divine order. Water was not just a necessity, it was a message, a whisper from heaven in a desert world. The role of the Qanat:*T, the heart of the Persian garden system, was the Qanat, a marvel of ancient engineering. A Qanat is an underground tunnel that brings water from mountain aquifers to lower-lying settlements. Unlike canals, Qanats are hidden from the sun, which reduces evaporation. They are as silent as the gardens themselves. Constructing a Qanat required generations of knowledge. Digging had to begin far from the garden, in the foothills, and the gradient had to be precise slightly downward, but never steep enough to erode. Surveyors used simple tools, plumb bobs, strings, and a sixth sense for soil moisture. Every few meters, a vertical shaft was sunk to the surface, both to remove earth and to ventilate workers. Some of these shafts were reused centuries later as wells or chimneys. The landscape, in time, became dotted with symmetrical holes, each one a silent portal to the aquifer below. Without the Qanat, there was no garden. And without the garden, there was no statement of power. The lush rectangles in places like Pasargadae or Yazd were not merely for leisure. They were instruments of persuasion. A king who could command water to flow and trees to grow in the desert, he could command anything. Stone and shade, the geometry of comfort. Once the water arrived, it had to be used wisely. Every stone in the garden was placed to optimize moisture and temperature. Wide paths were bordered by channels of running water, and the air was cooled as it passed over the streams. The trees planted alongside mostly cypresses, pomegranates, and fig created dappled shadows that shifted slowly with the sun. Even the elevation of the garden beds was calculated to assist with drainage and retention. The result was a space that felt cooler, quieter, and older than the desert just outside. Its walls. And it did have walls. High, thick ones, often of mud brick or stone. These served both to protect the garden and to frame the view inward. From inside the garden, the outside world vanished: heat, dust, noise replaced by stillness. A person Walking through a Persian garden would hear little but their own footsteps, the trickle of water, and the occasional rustle of leaves. It wasn't empty, it was intentional. Whispering water and the sound of authority. Water in these gardens was designed to speak softly. It flowed in thin streams, was caught in shallow basins, and was rarely allowed to crash or roar. A careful visitor might notice the garden had its own acoustics. The gentle sound of water was amplified by curved walls and echoing tiles. Whispering was easier here and thus more common. This was not accidental. In royal gardens, voices were meant to be low. Politics, religion, and family business were discussed in soft tones under mulberry trees and beside still pools. The very layout of the garden encouraged calm. No sudden turns, no blind alleys. Everything in view. Everything balanced. By the time of the Achaemenid Empire in the 6th century BCE, these gardens had become more than places to relax, they were diplomatic spaces. Ambassadors were received here, treaties were read here, people were judged here, and perhaps most importantly, people were observed here. If a man grew anxious in the garden, he was not ready for power. Gardens beyond the court. While the most famous Persian gardens were royal, the design principles were eventually adopted by landowners, scholars, and religious institutions. In places like Kashan and Kerman, smaller domestic gardens followed the same structure: quadrants, channels, enclosed spaces, but on a more modest scale. These were not public parks, they were private sanctuaries. Even the poorest version of a Persian garden had one thing in common with the richest: it was built to endure, not impress. Old gardening manuals from the Safavid period speak of quiet cultivation. Gardeners were advised not to crowd plants, not to overwater, and never to let fruit trees grow too close to the walls. Silence was not just a sound, but a way of working. It was expected that a garden would speak for itself, and they did. Travelers from the Arab world, India, and even Europe commented on the stillness. The Mughal gardens of India, including those at the Taj Mahal, were directly inspired by Persian designs. So were many of the gardens in Al-Andalus, including the famed General Life of Granada. In every case, it was not the color of the flowers or the size of the palace that lingered in the memory. It was the sound or lack thereof. Still, even as these gardens spread across continents, their origins in the arid landscapes of Persia remained deeply tied to questions of survival. Without exacting control, without knowledge of stone, shade, and silence, a garden would not survive a single summer. Every whisper of water was the result of labor beneath the ground and planning above it. So why did they choose whispering over grandeur? Why not fountains that shouted their wealth, or grand terraces to echo the noise of court? Could it be that silence itself was the ultimate expression of control? Could it be that the whisper was more powerful than the roar? If Section 1 gave us the shape of Persian gardens, their geometry, engineering, and whispered intention, then Section 2 must explore something deeper: how these gardens became tools of politics, prestige, and philosophical vision. It is one thing to walk through a garden and marvel at its peace. It is another to realize that every droplet of water, every corridor of shade, was part of a conscious performance. This section does not rush to color. It lingers on pathways. It follows the footsteps of envoys, scholars, kings, and servants as they moved slowly, always slowly through spaces designed to still the heart and train the mind. For these gardens were not passive spaces. They were messages carved in irrigation and silence. The garden is a mirror of the Stateto-ruler desert. You must conquer more than its terrain. You must organize it. This was the brilliance of the Achaemenid emperors like Cyrus the Great, Darius, and Xerxes. They inherited a harsh landscape and transformed it, not with endless military campaigns, but with infrastructure and order. And in this strategy, the Persian garden was not decoration, it was demonstration. To create a garden meant you had mastered the hidden Qanat system. You had the labor to dig, measure, build, and maintain. You had access to trees that took years, sometimes decades, to grow. You had the patience and discipline to wait for beauty that came slowly, silently, and at great cost. This patience was political. When foreign diplomats entered one of these spaces, be it in Pasargadae, Susa, or Ecbatana, they were entering not just a garden but a metaphor for the empire itself. The Persian Empire was vast, diverse, and difficult to govern. Yet here, inside the walls, was order. Trees in perfect rows, water flowing evenly, no floods, no chaos. The outside world, the clamour of horses, merchants, and rival powers was silenced. In a sense, the garden whispered, "This is what we do with deserts. Imagine what we do with nations." Still pools, shut minds within these gardens. Another kind of cultivation occurred: mental discipline. Persian rulers and administrators understood that governing required more than laws and weapons. It required clarity, and clarity required reflection. Thus, pools were designed to be still, not just to conserve water, but to reflect perfectly, not only for beauty. Reflection was a metaphor used again and again in Persian thought and poetry. A still pool reflects truth. A disturbed one reflects distortion. Advisors were said to walk in the garden before giving counsel. Disputes were resolved beside water channels, and monarchs often retreated into these gardens not only for leisure, but for judgment. If a decision could not be made with a calm mind in a calm place, it was believed the decision should not be made at all. This is why the whisper mattered. The less noise, the clearer the mind. You might wonder, did the gardens truly enforce this calm, or did they merely pretend to? Consider this: even the pathways were designed to slow you down. The gravel was carefully laid to produce soft sound. The branches overhead hung just low enough to require gentle movement. You could not run in a Persian garden. You could not even speak loudly. The environment reshaped the behavior of the individual. If a king needed obedience in court, he first trained it in the garden. Philosophy in the soil. Zoroastrianism, the religion of the early Persian empires, played a subtle but essential role in shaping the garden's meaning. Zoroastrians believed in duality: light and darkness, order and chaos. Their sacred texts described Escher, truth and order, and Druj, deceit and disorder, as cosmic forces locked in eternal opposition. A garden was the earthly embodiment of Asher. It turned barren land into a balanced space. It aligned with the sun, the stars, and the cardinal directions. Some even believed that tending a garden was a form of spiritual discipline. Each weed removed was an act against chaos. Each drop of water directed with care was a small affirmation of truth. Later, as Islam spread across Persia in the 7th century, these beliefs merged with Islamic aesthetics and theology. Paradise was described in the Quran as a garden, with rivers of milk and honey, shade eternal, and peace without end. Persian architects did not forget their old symbols, they absorbed the new ones. The result? Gardens that were cosmological, theological, and political all at once. They were designed to imitate heaven, reflect the soul, and impress foreign guests, all with the same trickle of silent water. Hidden labor, the workers beneath the garden, but who made all this possible. Behind the elegance were thousands of workers, Qanat diggers, who sometimes labored in darkness for months, breathing dust and silence until water finally broke through. Gardeners who rose before the sun to prune trees, clean channels, and whisper to each other as they worked. Builders who laid bricks from dawn to dusk, smoothing every corner, every ledge, so the garden could remain visually uninterrupted. Their lives were not silent. They knew the garden's quiet came at a cost. Records from the Achaemenid period and later the Sasanian and Islamic dynasties show that maintaining a royal garden could employ hundreds. Everything had to be done manually, pruning with knives, hauling water by clay pots when the Qanat ran low, scraping moss from stone. Many of these laborers lived just outside the garden walls. Their homes were made of mud brick, their lives dictated by the rhythm of shade and dryness. They did not walk in the garden for reflection or philosophy. They walked to work, and they understood, perhaps more than the kings, how fragile this paradise really was. One mistake in a channel, one collapse of a tunnel, and the garden could go dry within hours. So while the upper classes heard whispers of power, the working classes heard something else, the murmur of effort, of balance barely maintained. Whispers that travel by the 11th and 12th centuries. Persian gardens had inspired courtly landscapes from India to Spain, yet each version retained the original philosophy. In Delhi, the early Mughal emperors built Chaba gardens in the tradition of Timur, who had taken Persian gardeners with him when he conquered parts of Central Asia. In Granada, the Alhambra's general life was structured to calm, to organize, to slow. In these places too, the whisper endured. The sounds of fountains, if they existed, were subdued. The pathways still encouraged contemplation. The walls still framed sky and tree like a painting. This was not the grandeur of Versailles, or the exuberance of Italian Baroque gardens. Persian-inspired gardens remained reserved, almost humble in their beauty. Why? because in Persian culture, power expressed quietly was considered more enduring. A flowerbed did not shout. It endured. A pool did not demand attention. It invited it. In court etiquette, loud voices were considered a form of loss of control, loss of clarity. And so the gardens taught rulers again and again to wait, to sit, to listen. But what happens when a whisper is ignored? What happens when the garden becomes a stage rather than a sanctuary? If the first two sections of this story have carried you through the layout and meaning of ancient Persian gardens, their geometry, engineering, and the quiet symbolism behind their design, then this final chapter must walk with you through their slow decline. Not a fall with fire and ruin, but something quieter. The kind of erosion that comes from politics, fashion, and forgetting. The whisper, once cultivated with such care, began to fade. But why? And what replaced it? To understand the garden's disappearance, we must step back into the corridors of empire, not during its rise, but during its long, slow breath out, decline through splendor. The sound grows louder during the Safavid dynasty 1501-1736. Persian gardens reached a peak of refinement. Cities like Isfahan bloomed with public gardens, vast promenades, and open squares bordered by fountains and orchards. Under Shah Abbasi, Isfahan was redesigned into a city of order, beauty, and planned greenery. Travelers from Europe marveled at the symmetry, the waterworks, the silence, but something had changed. The old, intimate philosophy of whispering gardens hidden away behind walls, entered in private, gave way to performance. Public avenues opened gardens to crowds. New constructions emphasized grandeur over introspection. The trees were still there and the water still flowed, but now the whispers were drowned out by markets, by festivals, by courtly pageants. Gardens became less about cosmic reflection and more about imperial display. One could argue this was inevitable. As Persia interacted more with the Ottoman Empire, Mughal India, and European visitors, it adopted new architectural languages. Influence moved both ways. The restrained garden of Cyrus and Darius now had to compete with the ornamental displays of Versailles and the structured gardens of Istanbul. Even the Mughals, once deeply Persianate in taste, shifted towards spectacle in their later constructions. What had once been a coded message of control, soft water, shadowed paths, silence was slowly drowned in louder forms of power. The whisper was no longer needed, or no longer heard. The forgotten gardeners' dynasties weakened, so did the systems that maintained the qanats. These ancient underground tunnels required constant attention. If neglected for even a season, the shafts collapsed, silt gathered, flow slowed. In places like Yazd, where the survival of whole towns depended on qanats, this was a death sentence, and so, as the imperial centers expanded and decayed, smaller communities were left behind. Gardens in provincial cities withered, the canals dried, trees fell without replanting. Sometimes the land was reclaimed for agriculture. Other times, it was simply left alone, a dry courtyard where birds now nested in the place of philosophers. The records when they exist show the transformation in detail. A 19th century inventory from a garden in Kerman lists only 2 remaining trees out of the original 40. The water allotment had been cut in half. The gardener's stipend unpaid. For 6 years, this was not destruction. It was neglect. And neglect for a garden is enough. Colonial eyes, changing aesthetics be the 19th century, with Persia caught in the political vice between British and Russian empires. Even the idea of what a garden should be was shifting. Western styles were imported. European botanists brought new species. Foreign architects proposed designs that had more color, more symmetry, more spectacle. Travelers described Persian gardens now as quaint or melancholic. Their stillness, once a source of pride, was reinterpreted as decay. Some gardens were restructured to please foreign visitors. Others were paved over for palaces or military installations. Few realized they were dismantling a philosophy, not just a planting scheme. The old meanings, cosmic harmony, the garden as paradise, the whisper as power, were lost in translation, and yet some of the silence remained, hidden between the tiles of forgotten courtyards. Gardens as memory, not space. By the 20th century, much of the Persian garden's physical infrastructure had disappeared or fallen into disrepair. But its idea persisted. In literature, in folklore, and even in refugee memory, the garden remained a symbol of peace, order, and survival. In the poetry of Hafez, Sadi, and Rumi, gardens became metaphors for the soul. To prune the self, to water one's thoughts, to walk beneath the branches of wisdom. These were mental acts, spiritual duties. Even when the gardens themselves dried, the metaphors did not. In rural homes, people still designed their small courtyards in the same four-part plan: a single tree, a shallow basin, a wall to keep out the sun. The idea was not grandeur, it was balance. For families who had once worked as canal diggers, memories of the tunnels were passed down. A father might tell his son how to listen for the water, how to detect soil that was alive beneath. A mother might show her daughter how to sweep a stone path so quietly that the birds wouldn't fly away. And so, while the physical gardens may have whispered less, the cultural memory continued to murmur. The return of the whisper in recent decades. A quiet revival has taken place. UNESCO now lists several Persian gardens as World Heritage Sites, including the Fin Garden in Kashan, Eram Garden in Shiraz, and Shada Garden in Mahan. Restoration efforts have aimed not only to save the architecture but to revive the atmosphere, the controlled flow of water, the ordered planting, the silence between footsteps. Modern architects and landscape designers are rediscovering the values embedded in the ancient kahar bag. In a world of constant noise, the whisper has new value. More than ever, cities are turning to the logic of Persian gardens to design cooling spaces in arid environments. The passive air conditioning, the shaded corridors, the slow water channels, these are being studied again, not as relics, but as solutions, and perhaps more quietly. There is a renewed appreciation for stillness, a recognition that power does not need to shout, a garden does not need to dazzle, and that true survival often depends not on grand designs, but on slow, deliberate ones. So the next time you see a garden with a quiet path and a trickling channel, stop, listen. It may not be loud, but it speaks, and what it says is old. You stand on a narrow stone bridge just wide enough for a donkey cart, watching the water ripple beneath you. A gentle current moves through the river yon, shaded by poplars and flanked by mud track roads that turn into sleet-slick trouble. By autumn, ahead is a low stone structure, part house, part office. There's a wooden arm fixed to a post lowered across the road like a question mark. You've reached a toll station, and behind the half-closed shutter, someone waits to collect. There, not a soldier, not a priest, not even a merchant. They are a piège or a toll collector, and this is medieval France, between the 12th and 14th centuries, a time when every crossing and corner of the kingdom could cost you a coin. This is not the story of kings and crusades. It is the story of mud, measures, and murmured complaints. A story not told in monuments, but in receipts. Let's open the ledger. The birth of the toll booth toll collection in medieval France began as an informal affair. In theory, tolls were an ancient right banalitas paid to the local seigneur or ecclesiastical landlord in exchange for passage through their lands or over their bridges. But by the High Middle Ages, the system had expanded beyond necessity into a dense web of petty fees and local privileges. Need to cross a bridge? Pay. Want to use the river for shipping? Pay. Passing through a town gate after sundown? That's extra. By the 13th century, toll booths were not merely checkpoints. They were economic instruments, sometimes even investments. Lords sold the right to collect tolls to individuals, often for a fixed annual payment, creating an early form of tax farming. The result was a class of semi-official, semi-despised figures, the toll collectors. These men and occasionally women became permanent fixtures of roadsides, bridge ends, and market squares. They lived with their ledgers, their weights, and their suspicions. A day in the life of a piège or toll collector's life was not glamorous. It began before dawn. The shutters were opened, the barrier lowered, and the booth warmed with a small fire of wood gathered by family or bought with precious sous. Travellers arrived in a steady trickle, peasants taking chickens to market, merchants with mules laden with salt, clerics on borrowed horses, sometimes nobles in gilded carriages, with no intention of stopping. The toll collector had to judge weight, contents, destination, and worth, often by sight alone. Written toll tables did exist in some places listing standard fees for grain, wool, cheese, and wine, but they varied wildly from region to region and from week to week. A cart of apples in May might cost half what it would in November. Everything depended on local scarcity, politics, and negotiation. Then there were exemptions. Clergy often claimed immunity. Nobles waived their rings. Monks quoted obscure privileges. And soldiers, well, they simply passed through. If the toll collector pressed too hard, they might be threatened, assaulted, or worse, accused of abusing the king's peace. But if they didn't press at all, they might be out of a job. It was a position that required tact, memory, and a talent for appearing less educated than you actually were, and always, there was record keeping. Transactions were noted on parchment or in wax tablets, though many toll collectors were semi-literate. Symbols often stood in for words: a goose for poultry, a wheel for wagons, 3 dots for 3 sous. Errors weren't just frustrating, they were criminal. A mistake in a royal toll report could mean dismissal, imprisonment, or worse, a lawsuit from a lord who expected his share. So much for boring, right? Yet for the peager, each day was an exercise in quiet survival. The toll booth. As Theodoto the common traveller, the toll booth was more than an inconvenience. It was a place of tension. Some tried to bribe their way through. Others pretended not to understand the local dialect. A clever merchant might hide goods beneath hay or misreport a weight. Toll collectors responded with tricks of their own unannounced. Inspections, lifted cloths, tested barrels. Some booths employed measurers who used iron rods or primitive balancers to weigh carts. Others simply watched the road with practiced eyes. A man who had spent 30 years measuring loads of grain could spot a short sack from 50 paces. Still, disputes were common. A minor disagreement over toll classification could delay a traveller for hours. In towns like Clamecy or Sens, petitions were sometimes filed in local courts over a single coin. In larger towns, toll collectors worked under official oversight, but in rural areas, they ruled their stretch of road like petty kings. With ledgers and suspicions, and what of corruption? It existed, of course. Toll collectors were accused of underreporting income, pocketing coins, favouring friends, or inflating weights. But many lived modestly, even poorly. The truth was, the booth was not a path to riches. It was a survival post, and the peager's biggest enemy was not the dishonest traveller, it was boredom. Hours passed with no visitors. Rain ruined ink. Livestock escaped. Fires burned low. The only distraction sometimes was a page from a travelling monk's manuscript, or gossip from the last wagon to pass. It said that one toll collector near Ozer spent his free hours composing poems on bark. Another carved tally marks into the wooden lintel above his booth, not to count money but years. The toll web, fragmentation and redundance. If toll collection had been a centralized system, it might have streamlined trade. But this was medieval. France, a mosaic of seigneuries, bishoprics, duchies, and urban communes. Each entity claimed toll rights, often within a few miles of each other. A merchant traveling from Lyon to Paris could pass through dozens of toll stations. Each bridge, each river ferry, each city gate had its own fee. The result was a tangle of overlapping claims, each defended by custom, precedent, or force. Documents from the 14th century describe entire convoys of wine or wool grinding to a halt, as toll officers argued over jurisdiction. In some cases, toll stations collected fees multiple times, once when entering a town, again for using the road, and a third time for crossing a bridge built a century earlier. Travelers began to develop strategies. They used lesser-known roads, paid guides to lead them around toll stations, used night crossings, paid forgeries. In some areas, toll maps circulated crude but effective diagrams showing where to expect a fee and where to slip through unchallenged. And yet, despite the confusion and cost, the system persisted. Why? Because tolls didn't just fund lords, they funded infrastructure. The maintenance of bridges, roads, and ferries relied on those coins. Without tolls, passage became dangerous. Unmaintained roads turned to mud. Flooded bridges collapsed. Ferries stopped running. In a sense, tolls were irritating but essential, like a tooth that ached but still chewed. When silence spoke loud. Perhaps the most telling part of the toll collector's world was not the shouting of angry travelers or the rustling of coin purses. It was the quiet. In winter, the road might lie bare for hours. The collector would listen for hoofbeats, the grind of wooden wheels, or the echo of voices from far off. In those silent hours, many peagers embroidered, carved spoons, counted coins again and again, not out of greed, but to feel time passing. Some toll booths became places of folklore. One was said to be haunted by a drowned merchant. Another, rumoured to be the hiding place of a knight's treasure. But most were just cold outposts on the long, weary web of medieval travel. They were not places of drama. They were places of waiting. And yet, by the 15th century, something had begun to change. New roads were built, trade patterns shifted, towns consolidated their toll rights, royal oversight expanded. The humble toll collector began to fade from the edge of the road, but why now? What changed? What finally made the kings of France question whether this fragmented, whispering system of tolls was more trouble than it was worth? The toll collector's booth still stood at the edge of the bridge, but by the early 15th century, the world was moving on. Wheels turned faster, traders took new routes. Kings, once content to let local lords and bishops bicker over tolls, began to look at the system with a wider lens and found it wanting dot in this section. We'll examine how the once deeply entrenched toll system fragmented, frustrating yet fundamental began to unravel. Slowly, as always in history, and quietly. There were no revolts, no bonfires of booths, just paperwork, royal decrees, economic necessity, and the whisper of centralization. What had been a patchwork of petty rights became a question of national efficiency. And in the heart of that shift, toll collectors, once semi-autonomous roadside arbiters, became clerks, then caretakers, and finally, footnotes. From fief to crown, centralization begins. Decline of toll collection as a local institution cannot be separated from the larger story of state formation. By the 14th century, the French monarchy, battered by war, rebellion, and plague, began an ambitious project: consolidation of power. Kings like Philip IV the Fair and Charles V realized that if France were to survive against enemies like England and Burgundy, it could not remain a scattered realm of semi-independent toll zones. Armies could not march freely if they had to pay at every gate. Trade could not flourish under the weight of redundant charges. And the crown itself, deeply in debt from war and court expenses, needed control over revenue. Thus began a quiet, persistent campaign, the repurchasing or confiscation of toll rights. In some cases, the king negotiated with nobles or monasteries, offering pensions or lands in exchange for their toll claims. In others, tolls were absorbed through legal maneuvering declared null due to outdated charters, poor record keeping, or abuses reported by travellers. One by one, the toll posts that had once lined the countryside came under royal jurisdiction. But this was not efficiency for efficiency's sake. It was about reliability. The king wanted to know what money would come in and where it would go. Local toll systems were often opaque, poorly documented, and vulnerable to corruption. Royal inspectors were dispatched to investigate abuses. Reports from the 1370s describe collectors in Normandy skimming as much as 40% off the top. Some were arrested, others simply vanished before the law could reach them. With the rise of centralized oversight, toll collection began to professionalize, and with it came a kind of dullness. No more carved tally marks above the door. No more haggling over pigs and wheels, just forms and silence. The cost of fragmentation. The system's inefficiencies were glaring, even in its heyday. A merchant traveling from Avignon to Paris, a journey of roughly 600 kilometers, might encounter 30 to 50 toll stations, depending on the route. Each stop meant delays in inspection, uncertainty in pricing, additional guards or bribes to speed. Things up. In the 14th century, the Paris Merchants Guild and other urban economic organizations began to lobby against these excessive tolls, arguing they discouraged long-distance commerce. Letters preserved in city archives contain carefully detailed complaints. At Bourgogne, the piager demanded triple the posted rate for salt. At Troyes, the grain was weighed again and the sack opened, though sealed, all for 2 sous, and the delay of half a day. The economic pressure began to mount. France's internal markets depended on smoother passage. Towns demanded standardized tariffs. Merchants proposed fixed routes with predetermined fees. And in some cases, tolls were even prepaid in bulk, proof that what had once been a local, face-to-face transaction was becoming abstract, ledger-based, and distant. The toll collector's personal judgment was no longer valuable. The state preferred numbers. The silent zone experiments in the early 15th century. Several zones franches or free trade zones were established in France not for ideological reasons, but as a kind of economic experiment. In regions like Champagne and parts of Languedoc, certain tolls were temporarily suspended to see whether trade would increase, revenue would rise elsewhere. For example, through increased market activity, the burden of enforcement would be reduced. These zones became known among traders as les couloirs muettes, the silent corridors. No arguments at the bridge. No leaning collectors squinting at oxen hooves. Just open passage. And the results? Mixed at first. But over time, it became clear where tolls were reduced or eliminated, trade flourished. More goods flowed. Markets expanded. Taxable activity increased. The whisper of profit grew louder than the complaint of toll collectors. The silent corridors began to spread. This was not done without resistance. Local lords protested the loss of income. Collectors begged to keep their posts. But the writing was on the wall, sometimes literally, as decrees were nailed to gates. Henceforth, no toll shall be levied on goods of market bound for royal cities. Where once there had been dozens of booths per province, now there were only a handful. Some were moved, some abandoned. The river crossings, once lined with barriers and booths, became still. The changing role of the collector by the 16th century, many toll collectors were no longer independent contractors, but salaried agents of the state. Their job was to apply fixed tariffs, issue receipts, and submit reports to central offices. The work was less dangerous, less profitable, and far less personal. Gone were the days of shouting matches with mule drivers. Now, collectors worked inside more formal structures, some even wore uniforms. Instead of carved symbols or shorthand ledgers, they used official stamped forms. For many, the job became a kind of bureaucratic purgatory. Predictable, repetitive, safe, a description from a 1532 inventory of a toll office near all ANS notes. 1 desk, 3 ink pots, 1 table of tariffs, and 4 wooden stools. The collector is in good standing, though complains of numbness in winter and dullness in trade. It was the toll collector's quiet lament, not that the work was hard, but that it was boring. The peasant may have hated the old piager. The merchant may have avoided him. But the booth had once been alive with voices, gestures, conflict, and calculation. Now it was paper. When the booths were forgotten, some toll stations simply fell into disuse. Others were absorbed into nearby towns and became storage sheds, small dwellings, or were repurposed entirely. One former toll house near Tours became a wine merchant's cellar. Another was converted into a shrine, and some just crumbled abandoned as roads changed course and bridges collapsed. Yet the memory of the piager lingered. In peasant tales and village jokes, he remained a sly figure, half bureaucrat, half trickster. The man who could count a cow's worth in candlelight. The woman who knew whether a basket was worth 2 sous or 4 without lifting the lid. In a few rural areas, the term piage remained in use long after the booth had vanished. As a synonym for minor inconvenience, ceased un vai piage, someone might mutter, standing in line at a market. It meant a bit of a wait and not worth the cost, a trace of history, worn smooth by centuries of use. So by the early modern era, toll collectors had lost their power, their posts, and their place on the road. But not all tolls disappeared. The question now is this: if the king wanted trade to flow more freely, how would he pay for the road? The toll barriers had been lifted. The ledgers were thinner now, and the once cramped booths set quiet beside rivers and roads, their shutters nailed shut or their doorways stuffed with hay by squatters. But the question that lingered in the stillness was this: without the toll, who takes care of the road? This final section doesn't bring back the toll collector. It does not romanticize his ledger or his bitter, frost-bitten mornings. But it does look at what his slow disappearance meant for infrastructure, for central power, and for the rhythm of travel in France. What does a country owe to its roads, once no one's collecting? The king's burden, roads without revenuance. The monarchy began absorbing and abolishing tolls. It gained control, but also inherited responsibility. The piager had once maintained his stretch of bridge or road, either directly or by contracting local labor. Without him, who would shovel the snow, patch the cobbles, or clear a fallen tree? In theory, these duties now belonged to the royal road inspectors, bureaucrats working under the authority of the crown. But they were few, and the roads were many. The tolls had created a fragmented but self-sustaining patchwork. Without them, the network depended on tax revenues already strained by war, administration, and diplomacy. The monarchy's solution was not elegant. It introduced mandatory labor, known as the corvée. This policy required peasants in many regions to give several days of free labor each year to maintain public roads. If a bridge needed repairs, local villagers were conscripted. If a market route was flooded, farmers left their fields to dig. It was a tax in all but name, and it replaced one quiet inconvenience, paying a toll, with another, losing time. For many, the toll collector had at least been predictable. The corvée was a shadow that arrived with the tax season, often without warning. Still, it worked after a fashion. Roads were kept functional. Markets stayed connected. But the toll booth, for all its frustrations, had once been a physical reminder that roads needed care. Now, there was only the wind across the stones, echoes in the urban landscape and cities. The transition away from toll collection was less sudden. Urban gates and market entrances continued to charge fees into the early modern period. But these too began to be streamlined. What replaced the booth wasn't exactly freedom, it was bureaucracy. By the late 16th and early 17th centuries, most tolls were integrated into broader municipal taxation systems. Instead of being stopped at the edge of town, a merchant might pay a flat tax at the city's hall or submit a record of their wares to a customs clerk. Receipts replaced gestures. Forms replaced haggling. This shift mirrored the broader transformation of European governance from a world of face-to-face transactions, negotiated and witnessed in the moment, to one of paper trails, archives, and bureaucratic layers. For the merchant, this meant fewer surprises, but it also meant less negotiation. The toll collector had once been a person with whom you could argue, plead, or bribe. The customs office was impersonal. In some ways, the system had become more efficient. In others, it had become colder. The toll collector in memory and fictioners. The 17th and 18th centuries wore on. Toll collectors began to appear less in legal records and more in stories, often unflattering. They were cast as meddlers, blocking the road for trivial sums, tricksters, squeezing extra sous from knave, farmers, fools obsessed with rules, unaware of the broader world. French stage plays and village farces occasionally featured the piégeur as a comic figure, a man caught up in regulations while the real drama passed him by. In popular songs, he was mocked as slow-witted, clutching his ledger while the world moved on, yet beneath the jokes was a curious nostalgia. In some regions, the toll collector remained a symbol of a slower, more knowable time. Travelers may have resented the interruptions, but they remembered the booth, the barrier, the knot of passage. It had been a checkpoint in more than the physical sense. It marked transition from forest to town, from province to province, from road to bridge, and with its disappearance, something else vanished too. The sense that the road belonged to someone, reinvention, the toll returns, quietlets. Worth noting, tolls never disappeared entirely. In the 18th century, France saw a revival of private road construction through concessions. Wealthy individuals or companies funded new bridges or paved roads in exchange for permission to charge tolls. The idea was old. The application, new. By the time of Napoleon, France had a network of national roads, routes nationales, managed centrally and patrolled by gendarmerie. Many were toll-free, but certain large projects, especially in mountainous or swampy terrain, continued to be maintained by charging travelers. Fast forward to the 20th century, and tolls returned in full force with autoroutes charging fees for high-speed passage, yet the toll collector was no longer a man at a booth. It was a machine or a sensor. Your coin became a beep, your delay a blinking light. The whisper now was digital. Still, if you look closely at some rural corners of France along old stone bridges, at the base of ruined watchtowers, you might find the remains of a rectangular structure, one low door and one crooked window, set a little too close to the road, a place where someone once waited, not to rob you, just to record you. The road ahead, so what, in the end, was the toll collector? A nuisance, a guardian, a relic of a fragmented past? Perhaps all three. He stood at the junction between necessity and inconvenience. He enforced order in a world that had little of it. He skimmed a coin, maybe, but he also watched and wrote and waited, and when he vanished, the road became just a road. Not a conversation, not a pause, not a quiet interruption in the journey. Now, we drive for hours without stopping. We pass invisible barriers, pay automatic fees, and keep moving. But once, there was a figure by the river, a man with a ledger, a question in his eyes, and a wooden beam across the road. You are standing at the edge of a canal, narrow, steady, and lined with dusty clay. The air is warm and still, broken only by the occasional splash of water against the levee stones. This isn't a romantic riverside village or a pastoral field. It's southern Mesopotamia, over 4,000 years ago, and you are not a farmer. You are a record-keeper. In this section, we explore a side of ancient life often overshadowed by temples, kings, or warfare. We will look not at conquerors, but canal counters, not at battles, but barley rations, and not at myths, but at muddy ledges, scratched into clay and left to dry under the sun. This is the history of irrigation in ancient Mesopotamia, where water didn't just mean survival. It meant math, the cradle of calculation between the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers. In the floodplains of what is now southern Iraq, water was never simply abundant or absent. It was both depending on when and where you were. This was a land of seasonal flooding and scorching droughts. To survive, its people, Sumerians, then Akkadians, then Babylonians, developed a complex irrigation system. Canals diverted flood waters to storage basins. Dikes prevented overflow. Levees, weirs, sluice gates, and ditches all played a role in this careful dance of water and mud. But with water came responsibility. Who got how much? For how long? Who cleaned the canal silt? Who repaired the embankment after a storm? And most importantly, who kept track? Enter the agrarian scribe, not the kind who copied hymns or royal decrees. These were field scribes posted at the edge of the irrigation networks, who inscribed land surveys, crop yields, and water allotments onto clay tablets with a reed stylus. These tablets, dried in the sun or baked in kilns, became the earliest known bureaucratic documents in human history. Their tone, dry, literal, and profoundly boring on the surface, but their impact? Tremendous. Reading the typical irrigation record from the city of Lagash around 2350 BCE might look like this: field of barley, 60 IKU. Water diverted from the northern canal for 10 days. Required laborers, 12. Silt accumulation, 1 cubit. Overseer, Lu and Lil. There is no drama in this tablet, no soaring prose, but hidden within it are dozens of important realities. IKU was a unit of land measurement, roughly 0.36 hectares. The 10 days allocation meant careful planning. Water flow had to be shared equitably among nearby farms. 12 laborers. Hints at the corvée-like system of temporary work assignment. 1 cubit of silt might mean the difference between a successful crop and a flooded disaster. Each line told a story, not of kings but of hydraulic survival. Sometimes, the records included complaints. The canal wall near Nigan was not repaired. The water overflowed. The barley is drowned. Other times, they noted failures. No water reached the western fields. The dike was not opened in time. These weren't abstract concerns. A poorly maintained canal could mean starvation, famine, or the collapse of entire village systems. In a land where the gods were believed to dwell in rivers and rain, failure to manage water was not just mismanagement, it was blasphemy. Bureaucracy, as Sir Valmodon readers may wonder how such dry entries could matter. But in Mesopotamia, bureaucratic clay tablets were the infrastructure. No water flowed without the seal of the proper official. Every canal segment had an assigned overseer. Every village had a field scribe, often stationed in a small office or shared hut near the canal fork. Some scribes specialized in measuring land using rope or marked sticks. Others tracked flow timing, using sand timers or observing shadow lengths. Some were tasked with comparing the expected yield versus the actual harvest and recalibrating water rations accordingly. All of this, every single detail, was recorded and archived. Sumerian temples kept entire libraries of irrigation tablets. By the time of the Ur-3 dynasty c. 2100 BCE, water management had become a state function, and the scribes were now civil servants, answerable to regional governors. Their records were used for planning crop rotations, disputing property lines, tracking taxes in grain. They were not glorified, but they were respected, because without them, no grain could grow. The silent lines of the scribemagon. A day in the life of one such scribe, say, a man named Enki Kalama, stationed outside the city of Umma. He rises at dawn, when the canals are still shaded, and walks the narrow banks to count water flows. He observes the gate operator remove the wedge from a wooden sluice. The water pours into a shallow trench, winding its way toward a distant barley plot. Enki Kalama watches for 15 minutes. He counts the pulse of the stream against a marker stone. Then he takes out a lump of clay, sets it on a flat surface, and begins to press his stylus into it. He does not speak. He does not look up. He writes, water issued to field of Gurum 8 IKU for 2 days. He rolls the clay into a cylinder, sets it on a wicker tray, and leaves it in the sun to dry. He will file it in a wall niche at the district's grain temple. N01 thanks him. But next season, when Gurum requests water again, Enki Kalamar's tablet will be consulted, and if the yield is poor, the records will explain why .it is a quiet system. A boring one, but it is how the field survived. When the canals broke off course, systems break. Around 2000 BCE, political instability, invasions from the northwest, and shifts in river courses led to major disruptions in irrigation networks. Many tablets from this period stop abruptly, mid-sequence. An archive might record water deliveries for 50 years then cease. Sometimes canals silted up beyond repair. Others were sabotaged during conflict. When central power weakened, irrigation fell to local management again. And when coordination broke down, floods returned, fields dried out, and cities shrank, the scribes lost work. Clay tablets were reused for household repairs or crushed as fill. But even in collapse, the idea of record keeping as infrastructure persisted. Later empires, Babylonians, Assyrians, Persians all adopted and adapted this system. They refined it, but they never abandoned the principle: water is only useful if it's recorded. The Clay Archive told thousands of these clay tablets have been found, many cracked but legible. Museums in Istanbul, London, Berlin, and Baghdad hold long rows of them, lined up like books, though unread by most visitors. They are not beautiful, they do not dazzle like jewelry or statues, but they speak in a whisper of a civilization that managed rivers with math, that measured water in days, that tracked barley in lines, and that, through boredom, built something that lasted. The irrigation systems of ancient Mesopotamia helped shape the very idea of government as a manager of natural resources, but they also raise a quiet question: can civilization survive without someone watching the canals? The canal stretches out in silence beneath the morning sun. Water laps gently against its compacted clay banks. Beyond it lie rows of barley, not yet golden, still soft and green. And beside it stands a man, not a scribe now, but an inspector. He is not here to write. He is here to check. In section 2, we move beyond the scribes and tablets to explore the administrative machinery of Mesopotamian irrigation. Who enforced the system? How did the canals remain clear, the water fairly distributed, and the land surveyed accurately, generation after generation? It is easy to imagine ancient bureaucracy as primitive. In truth, it was remarkably structured. But like all human systems, it ran not just on rules but on judgment, trust, and the occasional bribe. Let us meet the men who walked the water lines, inspected the sluices, and ensured that the barley grew where it was supposed to. Enforcement. In a world of mud, canals were not just natural ditches, they were legal boundaries. Each irrigation trench, large or small, had an owner or a steward. And at the core of this structure was the canal inspector, sometimes called an ENU or Akanaku. Depending on the region and era, he had one primary task: to ensure the fair flow of water. This was far from simple. Farmers lived in a constant state of anxiety over water access. Too much, and the roots would rot. Too little, and the crop would fail. Timing was critical, and delays even a few days could prove disastrous. Thus, the inspector did more than walk the banks. He settled disputes. He measured sediment buildup. He supervised labor gangs that cleared blockages. And he had the authority to fine or punish those who diverted water illegally, an act that might involve moving a stone, digging a shallow trench by night, or lifting a wooden gate without permission. Ancient Mesopotamian legal codes, especially the Code of Hammurabi c. 1750 for BCE, contain multiple laws addressing water mismanagement. Consider Law 53, if anyone opens his canal for irrigation and neglects it, and the water floods a neighbor's field, he shall pay for the grain destroyed. Law 55, if a man lets the water carry away the work of another man's field, he shall measure out grain as compensation. The canal inspector's job then was not theoretical. It was to ensure that law matched land. The tools of a canal bureaucrat were simple but precise. Measuring ropes, often knotted at standard intervals, used to gauge length and distance across fields or canals. Cubits, a unit of measure about 18 inches, used to estimate water depth. Seals, carved into small cylindrical stones or wood. rolled across clay to verify an inspector's authorization. Reed styluses, still used for noting observations onto clay, inspectors worked in teams. A typical inspection crew included a lead inspector responsible for decisions and punishments, a field scribe who documented the findings, a local foreman familiar with the specific land parcels. They would walk the canal banks at set intervals, often after the planting season, during flood periods, and again before harvest. In one recovered tablet from Nipper c. 1900 BCE, and Inspector Records, the southern canal gate was opened 2 days early. Grain loss from fields of Enki Madam and Lugal Ilum observed. Offender named Arad Sin fined 1 shekel of silver. The detail is mundane, but the clarity is remarkable. Names, dates, losses, and consequences preserved not in paper, but in sun-baked mud, the grey areas of authority. Of course, no bureaucracy is perfect. Despite the rigid laws and procedures, ancient Mesopotamia was not immune to favoritism, corruption, or social inequality. Inspectors might overlook a violation if the offender was a priest, an elite landowner, or simply someone with access to silver. Likewise, farmers sometimes accused each other unjustly to gain an extra day's water or delay another's planting schedule. False complaints required investigation, and often the inspector became not just a civil servant but a judge. One surviving letter from a governor to a subordinate canal inspector hints at these complications. You report that the barley of Baal Nasa was not watered due to neglect by the gatekeeper. But Baal Nasa's land lies downstream, not up. Recheck the records. Send a true report. Even then, the bureaucracy produced bureaucracy, with higher officials auditing the decisions of lower ones and with inspectors writing not just findings, but defenses. This was not chaos, but a delicate dance of power, oversight, and complaint resolution. Canal maintenance is civic duty aside from enforcement. Another major task of the irrigation system was canal upkeep. Over time, silt accumulated, banks eroded, and gates decayed. To keep the system functional, communities organized mass labor efforts not unlike a medieval corvée. These campaigns were recorded in tablets such as 300 men summoned from the fields of Gyesu, 1 week labor, Southern Canal Bank, raised 1 cubit, overseer, Elianana. Laborers might be paid in grain or beer, or their service might be part of a larger tax-in-kind obligation. Wealthier landowners could sometimes substitute a servant or laborer in their place. Importantly, inspectors documented these efforts, noting how many men arrived, what work was done, and which parts of the canal system were improved. These records became vital in later disputes over damage or neglect. A canal not cleared for 2 seasons could overflow catastrophically during spring floods. Blame would then fall on whoever had been assigned to maintain that section, and the inspector's records would determine guilt. The wider network be the time of the Old Babylonian period c. 2000 to 1600 BCE. Irrigation had become deeply interconnected with taxation, land rights, and state planning. The state maintained records of land size and boundaries, assigned irrigation times, grain output expectations, labor contributions to canal maintenance. System formed a kind of early state capitalism. The water system was not just environmental, it was economic infrastructure. Temples acted as landlords and administrative centers, leasing fields and coordinating water rights. Provincial governors ensured that regional water policies aligned with royal interests, and yet, despite all of this hierarchy, the whole structure still came down to a series of physical actions: lifting a gate, marking a stone, diverting a stream. The inspector made the system visible. He walked it, watched it, wrote it down. A day of Compromisian particular case, recorded in a tablet from the site of UMMA, reveals a dispute between 2 neighbors. Alialu claims that Shamiel dug a trench diverting his assigned water. Shamiel claims the trench was for excess runoff. Inspector Nanurda Barney confirms trench existence. Orders a shared use agreement, alternating days. This is not the stuff of legend or epic, but it tells us something vital. It tells us that the inspector was not just an enforcer but a mediator. His decisions shaped the fabric of rural life. Fairness depended on him. It is easy to forget this when staring at a cracked piece of clay in a museum drawer. But every line once reflected a walk, a decision, a compromise. The slower collapse eventually, the system began to weaken. By the later 2nd millennium BCE, the central oversight of irrigation systems declined in many regions. Invasions, political fragmentation, and environmental shifts, especially salinization of the soil, led to a drop in productivity. Some inspectors' tablets from this time begin to show shortages, delays, or breakdowns in labor availability. Others contain appeals for assistance, evidence of shrinking authority. Still, the model of water oversight endured. Later empires borrowed it. And in the floodplains of southern Iraq, canal inspectors continued to walk the banks well into the Persian and Hellenistic periods. Even today, traditional canal systems in parts of the Middle East still use informal equivalents: community water judges, seasonal agreements, rotating access schedules. The ancient canal inspector, in a sense, never truly disappeared. The inspectors didn't leave behind statues, poetry, or glory, but they left order carved into clay. Yet their very necessity raises a quiet tension. Can justice flow without someone watching the water? By now, you've walked beside the canals, watched the scribes at their tablets, and followed the inspectors as they resolved muddy disputes between farmers and temples. You've seen the patterns, the records, the flow of both water and authority. But everything ends even clay. Even the canal. Section 3 traces the slow unraveling of Mesopotamia's irrigation systems. Not in a single collapse or catastrophe, but in a series of small, unglamorous breakdowns, soil gone bitter, canals choked with silt, and records that no longer matched what the land could yield. This isn't the story of a fall, it's the story of a drying out. Salt in the roots. It began, as so many agricultural declines do, not with war or rebellion, but with salt. Mesopotamian farmers depended on irrigation, yet irrigation, over centuries, brings its own poison. Each flood from the rivers deposited not just nutrients, but also trace amounts of salts. With insufficient drainage and a high water table, those salts stayed in the soil. At first, the impact was minor. Yields dipped slightly. Fields took longer to recover between plantings, but records from the city of Ur reveal something deeper. Around 2100 BCE, under the rule of the third dynasty of Ur, barley yields began to fall by as much as 60% compared to a century earlier. One tablet reports, field of Shulgai Lugal yielded 6 gur of barley per IKU last season. This year, 3. Salt upon the soil, awaiting temple instruction. This decline was not isolated. Across the region, particularly in the south, the land was turning white, not from frost but from salinization. The telltale signs: brittled barley stalks, thinner ears, and more land left fallow. Scribes began noting these changes. Inspectors reported damaged fields, but there was no easy fix. Drainage infrastructure was limited. Rotating crops could only help so much, and population pressure meant land couldn't always rest. Thus, a once thriving system began to weaken, not from mismanagement, but from overuse. The land had been asked to give too much, too long, disappearing records, disappearing. Waterway often assumes civilizations fall with a final crash, temples sacked, capitals burned. But for Mesopotamia's irrigation culture, the ending came in paperwork. Tablet by tablet, the scribes recorded less. The detailed field records of earlier dynasties gave way to shorter entries, fewer inspections, and eventually abandoned offices. In the ancient city of Lagash, tablets from 2400 BCE are thick with irrigation detail, land surveys, grain yields, rotation schedules. But by 1800 BCE, records become vaguer. One tablet simply reads, grain taken from the West Canal district, supervisor unnamed, delivered to temple. The very form of record keeping once so precise eroded as the system did. Canals clogged. Fields went dry. Farmers moved. In some regions, villages were simply abandoned, left for reeds and frogs. In others, the land shifted to pastoral use, sheep grazing where barley once grew, and yet, this wasn't a complete disappearance. Northern Mesopotamia, less prone to salinization, fared better. Cities like Assur and Nineveh, farther from the southern floodplains, developed newer forms of irrigation, smaller scale, more decentralized, but the grandeur of the southern networks, the grand canals of Ur, Uruk, and Eridu, never quite recovered. Invasion, reorganization, and the ghost of the canal as the land weakened. Outside powers moved in: the Kassites, Babylonians, Assyrians, Persians. Each empire inherited the responsibility of Mesopotamia's water. Some tried reforms, Others simply exploited what remained. Cyrus the Great, founder of the Persian Empire, famously preserved Babylon's irrigation networks, relying on them to sustain the economic heartland of his domain. But over time, centralized control faded. The system that once required careful, daily administration was too large and too brittle. The clay tablets from the Persian period mention fewer inspectors, more disputes, and increased land privatization. Temples no longer functioned as agricultural hubs. Royal estates took their place but lacked the same intimate knowledge of the terrain. Still, some traces remain. In the Seleucid period after Alexander's conquest, Greek administrators attempted to use local irrigation knowledge for state projects. They built aqueducts and storage basins, some successful, others failures due to a lack of local insight, and through all of this, villagers continued to water what they could. Not according to tablets or inspectors, but from memory, tradition, and the slow learning of land and water. The tablets are silent, but the canals remain today. If you fly over parts of southern Iraq or trace satellite imagery of the Tigris-Euphrates basin, you'll still see the ghosts of canals. They crisscross the desert, shallow and dry, forming the grid of a vanished landscape. Archaeologists have traced these lines, matched them to surviving records, and recreated the routes of rivers that no longer flow. One particularly well-studied canal system, near the ancient city of Nippa, once fed hundreds of square kilometers of farmland. It now lies beneath dust and salt, yet its channels remain visible from above, cut deeply enough to outlast even the river that once filled them. Even more remarkably, some canal alignments have been reused over millennia, dug again, reshaped, fed by modern pumps or adapted into new systems. In this sense, the inspector's walk never truly ended. His paths have become modern farm roads. His water gates, broken now, still mark the edges of fields. The bureaucracy is gone, but the memory, etched in soil and satellite data, remains. Lessons from the silent water. What do we learn from this long, quiet decline? That infrastructure is not invincible. That sustainability isn't a modern concern. It haunted ancient farmers too. That order, no matter how meticulous, cannot always overcome geography and time, and perhaps more subtly, we learn that even the most ordinary jobs, a man with a rope, a reed stylus, a list of names, are the threads that hold entire civilizations together. The irrigation inspector, the field scribe, the canal repairer, they weren't heroes or kings. But without them, the barley wouldn't grow, the temples wouldn't fill, the cities wouldn't rise. Their legacy lies not in monuments, but in ruts, ditches, and data. In the end, the water slowed. The scribes stopped writing. The barley failed, but in a quiet ruin beneath dry reeds, there still might lie a fragment of tablet, a name, a number, a field, a record of something that once flowed. If you stood in the city of Norwich around the year 1300, you would not hear the clamour of carriages or the song of lutes. You would hear something softer, the thump of treadles, the faint squeak of wooden beams, the swish of wool being turned by hand. These were the sounds of looms. And behind those looms stood weavers, men and women who lived not for war or courtly intrigue, but for thread, fabric, and quiet labor. This is the story of those weavers. They did not found kingdoms, but they built economies. They did not write histories, but they filled account books, kept inventories, and turned sheep's wool into clothing for millions. They worked in narrow houses with timber frames, in rooms that smelled faintly of damp wool, wood smoke, and the oil used to soften fibre. They were ordinary, boring even, but they made Norwich matter. A city of clothby, the late 13th century, Norwich had become one of England's most important cities, not because of soldiers or scholars, but because of wool. Wool was England's greatest export, called the jewel of the realm by chroniclers. The English countryside was filled with sheep, and those sheep produced the long, coarse wool favoured by European markets. But wool was not shipped raw, it had to be cleaned, carded, spun, woven, and dyed. This was where Norwich thrived. Weaving houses dotted the city, especially along the River Wensum. The weavers lived modestly, some in two-storey homes with a loom below and a family above. Others worked in guild-managed workshops, where rules were stricter and productivity more easily monitored. At its peak, nearly 1 in 4 working people in Norwich was connected in some way to cloth making, whether weaving, spinning, dyeing, or selling. Yet unlike the great merchant families or guildmasters, the individual weavers rarely appear in chronicles. Their names survive only in account books, guild rolls, and city tax records. They didn't leave behind castles or stained glass, just fragments of wool, iron heddles, and wooden shuttles buried in the soil. The rhythm of the weave to understand. A weaver's life, you must imagine not a day, but a pattern repeated every day, like the weave itself. A weaver rose early. Light was precious, and most looms were operated beside a window or in an open room. Artificial light candles or oil lamps was too expensive for regular use. Wool had to be prepared first. After being washed and picked free of thorns or burrs, it was carded, combed with iron brushes to align the fibers. This task often fell to children or allow paid assistance. Then came spinning. While large spinning wheels existed, much spinning was still done with drop spindles, a process so slow it could take hours to produce enough thread for a single small cloth. Women, especially unmarried or widowed ones, dominated spinning, a fact that would linger in language. The term spinster, once purely occupational, would later become a social label. The weaver would then set up the loom, threading the warped vertical threads through wooden slats and heddles, and preparing the weft horizontal thread for passing. This was delicate, repetitive, almost meditative work. A skilled weaver might produce a few yards of plain cloth in a day if the thread was fine, even less. Mistakes had to be picked out stitch by stitch. Patterns, if desired, required additional preparation, complex heddle sequences, or multiple treadles for lifting the warp. All of this was done by hand. There was no automation, no industrial power loom, no electric bobbin, just the body, the wood, and the thread. Guild rules and silent rebellion. Norwich weavers belonged to a powerful organization, the Weavers' Guild. This guild set prices, enforced quality standards, regulated apprenticeships, and settled disputes between weavers and merchants. But the guild was not universally loved. While it protected members from exploitation, it also controlled innovation and limited competition. Certain patterns were restricted to guild-approved workshops. Weavers who tried to sell directly to foreign buyers, bypassing the local middlemen, risked fines or blacklisting. One account from 1317 tells of a woman named Marjorie Atgate, fined for weaving foreign-style twill without license. No further detail survives, but we know she was fined 4p, nearly a week's earnings. Still, these small acts of resistance, using banned dyes, weaving forbidden patterns, selling through secret channels, were not rare. They were the quiet defiance of people who had little power except in their hands. Wool from the field to the fram. It is easy to forget how many steps connected a sheep on a hillside to a bolt of cloth in a London shop. The wool first had to be sheared, typically in late spring, then washed using river water or sometimes lye soap, then dried and teased apart by hand, then carded, spun, and finally woven. Then, if the cloth was to be dyed, it had to be fulled, pounded in vats with water and clay to clean and shrink it. After that, it might be napped, raising the surface, and sheared again for smoothness. Each stage had its own specialist, and the Norwich weaver was but one node in this chain of hands. Records from 1295 list over 3,000 workers in the city connected to the cloth trade, not including those in nearby villages who supplied wool or food for the workers. And yet, the weaver's world was remarkably narrow. Most weavers never travelled beyond a few miles. Many couldn't read, though some guild members learned enough Latin or Middle English to read contracts or make marks on records. What they understood deeply was texture, weight, density, the stretch and give of a wool thread between the fingers. The weavers' houses and tools. The weaver's home was both dwelling and workshop. Houses were often narrow, with the loom taking up nearly the entire front room. Archaeological finds show post holes for large looms, sometimes braced against beams for stability. Windows were few and small glass was rare, but the front room often had a wide shutter that could be opened during the day for light. The tools were simple, a loom, typically horizontal and made of oak, a shuttle for passing the weft thread, heddles, often made of string or wire, used to separate the warp threads, beaters, for packing the weft tightly, and oil, sometimes linseed or animal fat, to soften the thread and keep the wood from cracking. Spindles and carders were shared or passed down. Apprentices brought their own if they could afford them. Tools were valued and rarely thrown away. When worn beyond use, they were repurposed into firewood or sometimes buried near the home, almost ritually. A whispering industry, unlike blacksmiths or coopers, whose work rang with hammer and heat. The weaver's craft was quiet. The loom made soft noise as the press of feet on treadles. The slap of thread against wood. It was a kind of music that only those inside the house would hear. If you walked past a Norwich home in 1300, you might not notice the weaver, but step inside and you'd see a life utterly entangled in routine, rhythm, and resilience. The work was often tedious, the rewards modest, but for many, it meant survival. In the quiet rooms of Norwich, beneath low ceilings and beside smoky hearths, generations worked thread by thread, building a city not from stone but from cloth. But where did all this cloth go? And what happened when the weavers began to face competition, not just from within England but from across the sea? When we last left the weavers of Norwich, they were working quietly at their looms, living modest lives under the watchful eyes of the guilds. Their houses hummed with the gentle cadence of warp and weft, and their fingers knew more of thread than of ink or gold. But cloth does not stay still. Once woven, it moved over cobbled streets, along the Wensum River, into warehouses, and eventually across the sea. The woolen cloth of Norwich did not simply clothe local farmers or nearby townspeople. It became a commodity shipped, taxed, inspected, and worn by merchants in Bruges, citizens in Elbeck, and even priests in Rome. This is the story of how a quiet English weaving town entered the wider world and how that world began to push back. From spinner to ship. After a bolt of cloth was completed, it had to pass through multiple stages before it could be sold abroad. First, it was inspected. The Norwich Weavers Guild employed official cloth viewers who would examine the fabric for flaws, uneven tension, loose weft, irregular dye. They used their fingers more than their eyes. An official viewing post existed near the marketplace, where bolts were unfurled and measured. Only cloth that passed inspection could bear the seal of the guild, a small lead badge attached with twine, certifying its quality and length. Any merchant caught selling unsealed cloth could be fined or have their goods confiscated. Next came fulling, if it hadn't already been done. This process involved soaking and beating the cloth in large vats, usually mixed with fuller's earth, clay-rich in aluminum silicates that helped absorb oils and dirt. Fulling mills, driven by water wheels, were set up outside the city walls to avoid flooding or fire risk. Then, the cloth would be stretched on tenters' large wooden frames where the fabric was hooked with iron clips, hence the phrase on tenterhooks. This helped maintain the cloth's shape while drying. Finally, it was folded, tied with linen cord, and stacked in packs, usually bundles of 20 to 30 yards each. A pack horse could carry one bundle. A small barge on the Wensum might carry a dozen, and from there, the cloth left Norwich. Some went to London. Much more went east to the Low Countries, where English wool was prized, and English cloth increasingly competed with Flemish weavers. The Flemish thread in the 14th century, cloth making was at the heart of a growing economic rivalry between England and the Flemish towns Ghent, Bruges, Ypres, and others. Flanders had once depended on raw English wool for its own weaving industry. But by the late 1200s, English cloth making had improved enough to produce finished goods for export. Norwich, among other cities, began exporting woven cloth, not just wool. This shift threatened the Flemish weavers, who feared being undercut by cheaper English textiles. In 1331, a frustrated Flemish merchant wrote in a Bruges city record, "Let the sheep of England be shorn, not spun. Cloth belongs to Flanders." To address this, the English crown began to promote domestic weaving aggressively. King Edward III, an eager supporter of the wool trade, even invited skilled Flemish weavers to settle in England, and many did. Dozens of Flemish weaving families arrived in Norwich between 1330 and 1350, bringing new techniques, finer looms, and new dyeing methods. They were encouraged to set up workshops, sometimes with tax incentives, but their arrival unsettled the local guilds. The native weavers saw the newcomers as interlopers. Skilled, yes, but outsiders who didn't respect local rules. Disputes broke out in the records. In 1347, the Norwich Guild fined a Flemish weaver named Pietar of Ghent for selling cloth before inspection and ignoring city rates. Others were accused of hiring unregistered apprentices or using forbidden widths of loom, and yet the quality of the cloth they made was undeniable. Over time, styles blended. Flemish weaving terms entered the local dialect. New techniques became standard. Norwich became more than an English town, it became a textile hub with foreign threads woven in. The Black Death and the empty loom in 1348, all of this trade, rivalry, innovation halted. The Black Death arrived in England. Norwich like most cities, suffered terribly. Between 40% and 60% of the population may have died in just 2 years. The weaving industry collapsed. Guild records simply stopped for 1,349. No fines, no inspections, no apprentices. One short note appears in the city register. The fuller's lane is quiet. The looms have ceased, but the need for cloth did not vanish. Nor did the looms.by 1351, survivors began to reassemble the industry. Labour was scarce, so wages rose. Weavers who once struggled now found themselves in demand. Fewer apprentices meant faster promotions. A journeyman could become a master in half the time. Women, long involved in spinning, took on more weaving work, though often unofficially, and through this reshuffling, Norwich's industry changed again. Dyes, smells, and the colour of classon of the most distinct aspects of medieval. Cloth was colour, raw. Wool was off-white or grey. But the finished product, especially if meant for export, had to be dyed. Norwich cloth was famous for its Norwich red, a deep colour achieved through madder root, alum, and urine. The process was pungent, complex, and often dangerous. Dyeing was done near the river to allow for rinsing. The smells fermented urine, boiling dye vats, wet wool would have clung to entire neighbourhoods. Colour also signified status. Brighter dyes were more expensive. Blues from woad or indigo, yellows from weld or saffron. Blacks were the hardest to achieve and the most prestigious. Certain colours were even restricted by sumptuary laws, which regulated who could wear what. Based on social class, the Norwich weavers knew how to achieve these shades. Some passed down recipes for generations. Others experimented quietly, adding iron filings, aged urine, or local mosses to tweak a hue. Cloth was not just functional. It was meaning, stitched in a world beyond Threadby. The late 14th century, Norwich cloth was found as far afield as Genoa, Danzig, and even Constantinople. Merchant records list 9 bolts of Norwich dyed woolen, packed with chalk. For Elbeck, 6 lengths of fine Norwich red, accepted in partial payment for Venetian glass. Norwich had woven itself into the trade routes of Europe. And the weavers, while rarely wealthy, had global reach, though they may never have realized it. Their hands moved wood and wool, but their labor moved through time and space, dressing merchants, soldiers, and nobles in places they could scarcely imagine. But prosperity always brings new challenges. Soon, changes in trade routes, taxation, and continental wars would test the resilience of Norwich's weavers once again. The cloth moved, the colors deepened, the names of the weavers faded, but their work stitched a city into the fabric of medieval Europe. What happened when England's trade policy shifted? When fashion changed? When the very threads of Norwich's economy began to unravel? By the end of the 14th century, the Norwich weaving industry stood at a crossroads. The city was deeply embedded in international trade. Cloth left its riverside warehouses bound for Flanders, the Hanseatic ports, and even Italy. Wealth flowed, not in heaps, but in a steady trickle through small hands and modest homes. The weavers worked still, but they were no longer alone. New competitors rose, political tides shifted, and the very structure of weaving, the tools, the buyers, the laws began to change. Like a thread pulled too tightly, the pattern could not hold forever. This is the story of how Norwich's weaving world began to unravel, not all at once, but stitch by stitch. The Flemish surge, a city within a city in 1565, nearly 2 centuries after Flemish weavers first arrived, a new wave came. These were not guild-taught artisans, but refugees fleeing religious persecution in the Spanish Netherlands. They were called the strangers, Protestant weavers, many with wives and children, who brought looms strapped to carts and wool, packed in linen sacks. They were allowed to settle in Norwich under a special charter encouraged by the city's leaders, who hoped the newcomers would revitalize a fading textile market, and they did. In just 10 years, the strangers increased Norwich's population by nearly 5,000. They built their own churches, spoke Dutch, and brought new techniques. Most notably, they introduced worsted weaving, a style using tightly spun, long staple wool that produced a smoother, stronger fabric. This fabric, Norwich worsted, soon overtook traditional woolens in popularity. It was lighter, held dyes better, and could be made into finer garments. By the 1580s, Norwich worsted cloth was exported to France, Spain, and the Ottoman Empire, but there was a cost. Local weavers, trained in the old woolen methods, now found themselves obsolete. Guild minutes from 1589 note growing tension. Our own sons cannot find work, while the strangers multiply looms and grow fat on their cloth. The Guild of St. George, once the dominant weaver's body, began to fracture. Some native weavers adopted the new worsted method. Others could not afford to change their looms or relearn their craft. What had once been a single, thread-bound community was now two cities sharing one name. The end of the Guild's thread for centuries, the Weavers' Guild in Norwich had served as gatekeeper, regulating trade, training apprentices, and maintaining standards. But by the 17th century, the Guild's power began to fade. Several factors unraveled its influence: the rise of non-guild weavers, including many of the strangers who operated under royal charters or private licenses; the growing influence of merchants who dealt directly with cloth producers, often bypassing guild regulations; the centralization of royal power, which reduced the autonomy of city-based guilds in favor of national regulation. Guild complaints increased. Petitions to Parliament were filed begging for the right to block unlicensed cloth makers. But the world had moved on. By 1620, more cloth was produced in Norwich outside the guild system than within it, and yet production did not stop. In fact, Norwich grew even more dependent on textiles. By the early 18th century, over 2/3 of the city's workforce was employed in some form of weaving, spinning, or dyeing, but the weavers themselves, many worked harder for less. As demand for worsted cloth surged, piece rates dropped. Journeymen complained of being paid half what their fathers had earned. Women and children were increasingly employed for spinning and even weaving cheaper, faster, more replaceable. In a cruel twist, the more successful the Norwich cloth industry became, the more precarious its weavers' lives grew. Domestic industry in the age of machinists. As the 18th century wore on, Norwich found itself no longer ahead but behind. In Yorkshire, mills began to appear, mechanized looms powered by water and, later, steam. In towns like Halifax and Leeds, production scaled up dramatically. Cloth that once took days to make by hand could now be produced in hours. Norwich resisted mechanization. Its weaving culture was domestic, built into homes and side rooms, not factory floors. There were no major rivers for power, and little appetite among its leaders to turn the city into an industrial centre. So the work stayed slow, personal, traditional, and increasingly outcompeted. By 1800, the Norwich weaving industry was in serious decline. Weavers went unpaid for months. Riots broke out. A famous pamphlet in 1816 read, "We are starved by the speed of spinning wheels and the greed of foreign markets." Norwich remained known for its fine worsteds and delicate weaving, but these were now luxury goods made in smaller quantities. For wealthier buyers, the great age of the common weaver was ending. Echoes in thread and timber today, you can walk through Norwich and still feel their presence. Narrow houses with large front windows where looms once stood to catch the light. Old street names: Weaver's Lane, Spindle Street, Dyer's Yard. Bits of iron sunk in stone once used to anchor tenter frames. A handful of surviving looms. Tucked away in museums, silent and dignified. In the city's textile museum, there's a reconstructed weaver's room. It's small, just a loom, a window, and a creaking floor. Beside it is a list of names, anonymous guild members from a 14th century roll. There's no biography, no portraits, just names, places, and the word weaver, and yet, these quiet figures formed the economic backbone of their city. They survived plagues, absorbed immigrants, adapted to new fabrics and tastes, and endured until the very technology they never knew would end them. The end of the bolt. The story of Norwich's weavers is not about conquest or discovery. It is about persistence, persistence in the face of tedium, of monotony, of being constantly overlooked. It is a story repeated in towns across history where ordinary people, working with their hands, shaped entire economies without ever stepping into palaces or appearing in paintings. They shaped with cloth, and though their looms are now silent, the pattern remains woven into trade routes, place names, and even the language of our clothes. But perhaps the question is not why they faded, but how many like them still exist, shaping the world in quiet labor, far from the spotlight? If you were to wander through the flatlands of Cheshire in northwestern England, sometime in the 17th century, the air would have carried an unmistakable scent, not the freshness of farmland, nor the industrial smoke of later centuries, but something sharper, acrid, Damp, salty, a low haze clung to the ground. Thin wisps of steam rose from squat, tiled buildings with dark rooftops. And nearby, the clinking rhythm of buckets, pulleys, and spades echoed from deep shafts dug into the ground. This was Middlewich, or Northwich, or Nantwich, not places of grandeur, but places of brine. These were the salt towns of Cheshire where the past did not gallop, but simmered slow and steady, like a pan of brine over a brick furnace. This story is not of war or revolution. It is the story of brine pits, boiling houses, and the quiet labor that fed cities from beneath the soil. This is the story of how salt shaped entire communities, not with speed, but with slow evaporation. Why Cheshire? To understand why salt towns sprang up in this otherwise unremarkable area, we must go below the ground. Beneath Cheshire lies a thick band of rock salt, formed over 200 million years ago when prehistoric seas evaporated under a warming sun. Over time, layers of earth settled above it, trapping these mineral-rich veins deep in the Earth's crust. In places, the salt was close enough to the surface that natural springs became brine wells, water infused with dissolved salt. Early humans would collect this salty water, then boil it down to recover the crystals. The Romans knew this well. They established salt works in what would become Northwich, calling it Condé. Their roads, including Watling Street, passed directly through the salt lands. Salt, after all, was not simply a seasoning, it was a preservative, a trade good, and at times a currency. The Romans left, but the salt stayed. By the medieval period, the process had become routine. Brine was pumped from wells into lead or iron pans, set over brick furnaces, and boiled for hours. What remained after enough fuel had been burned, after enough ash had settled, was the white gold of the earth, and so, generation after generation, Cheshire's salt towns boiled their days away. The salt houses and their worker salt making was not glamorous work. A typical salt house was a low, barn-like structure made of timber and later brick, with a long flue for smoke and a furnace underneath. The pans used for boiling brine could be as large as 10 feet wide, set into heavy stone beds to withstand the heat. Brine was hauled from the well, usually by winch and bucket, and poured into the pans. Fires were stoked constantly. Wood, coal, peat, anything that would burn. The rooms were humid, sooty, and hazardous. Men tended the fires. Women often raked the drying salt. Children ran errands or helped shovel out waste brine and carry wood. It was a family affair, but a dangerous one. A traveller's note from 1645 reads, "The salt makers of Middlewich are like ghosts grey with dust, red with firelight, and soaked in their own sweat. The labour was gruelling, the hours long, and the pay minimal. And yet, the demand never stopped. Salt was needed for preserving fish, especially for export from ports like Liverpool and Bristol. Tanning hides, a process that required salted raw skins. Dairy production, where butter and cheese had to be preserved without refrigeration. Medicine, where salt formed part of early antiseptic practices. Even the British Navy depended on salt to provision its ships for long voyages. Without salt, there was no empire, and so the Cheshire salt towns worked not for glory, but for necessity. The salt tax and the slow squeeze for centuries, salt was seen as too essential to be ignored by the Crown. In 1694, the English government introduced a salt tax, a levy on each bushel of salt produced. It was not minor. The tax could double the cost of salt, making it a lucrative source of royal income. But for the workers of Cheshire, it meant inspection, regulation, and the ever-present gaze of excise men. Each salt house had to report production levels. Salt pans were measured. Workers were forbidden to smuggle excess brine or sell untaxed product. Fines were harsh. Repeat offenders could be jailed or worse, yet smuggling became common. One method involved boiling slightly under the legal weight, then topping off sails with secreted salt. Another trick was double boiling, rinsing brine from previous batches, and passing it off as freshly drawn. Still, the tax remained, and the workers bore the burden. The impact of the tax was felt not just in Cheshire, but across the empire. Poorer families in distant villages began to use less salt, leading to higher rates of food spoilage and malnutrition. Meanwhile, the salt houses of Middlewich continued to boil. The furnaces never cooled. Subsidence, when the ground gives wires. Salt production grew, particularly in the 18th century. The method shifted from drawing brine to mining the rock salt itself. Tunnels were dug beneath the towns, chasing thick bands of pure sodium chloride. At first, it seemed an improvement, more efficient, more profitable, but as the mined-out chambers expanded, the earth above began to collapse. Houses cracked, roads dipped, fields became marshes. Entire neighborhoods sank by inches every year, their brick foundations no match for the hollow ground below. In Norwich, entire sections of the town had to be abandoned. People moved to higher ground or rebuilt again and again, despite the ground's unpredictable behavior. Salt was tearing the very earth apart. Still, the industry persisted. The brine was too valuable to stop. The salt men knew the risks. They carried on, the quiet pride of salt towns. Despite all this taxation, labor, danger, there was a kind of pride in being part of the salt towns. Children were apprenticed to panmen. Recipes for better boiling times and drying methods were passed down like family heirlooms. Each family had its corner of the salt house, its own tools, its own rhythm. Festivals were modest but rooted in tradition. In Norwich, the annual salt fair brought trade and celebration. Musicians played while workers bartered for cheese, candles, and new boots. Visitors might look down on the grime, the heat, the salt dust on every surface, but the people of Cheshire knew better. Salt built their lives, and unlike the mills of Lancashire or the mines of Cornwall, the salt works operated at a human pace, slow, repetitive, enduring. Even today, the mark remains. Road names, brick kilns, the ghostly outlines of old pans traced in foundation stones. But what happened when new technologies arose? When imports undercut local brine? When even salt became subject to mechanization and market pressure? The salt towns of Cheshire had simmered along for centuries, never rising too fast, never falling completely still. Salt was a constant, a substance so essential to daily life that entire generations labored at its edge without questioning its importance. But in the 19th century, the world began to change, and the steady rhythm of brine buckets and brick furnaces could not keep pace forever. This is the story of how modernity crept in, not like a storm, but more like damp rising behind old wallpaper. Slowly, relentlessly, we return now to the towns of Middlewich, Northwich, and Nantwich, not at their peak, but at the moment when the ground beneath them quite literally began to give way. The invention of wild boiling by the early 1800s, traditional salt making in open pans had become both inefficient and expensive. Fuel costs were rising, especially for wood and coal. The tax burden remained, and Cheshire's salt faced increasing competition from newer, larger-scale operations abroad, particularly from continental Europe. Then came a technological pivot that changed everything. Engineers discovered that the deeper layers of rock salt could be accessed not just by mining, but by artificial brine production. Water could be pumped down to dissolve the salt beds, and the resulting brine pumped back up. No laborious hauling, no back-breaking mining. This technique, known as solution mining, allowed for vast amounts of brine to be extracted with relatively little effort. It was cheaper, faster, and more adaptable to steam-powered pumping, and it came with a cost. The technique led to what geologists called wild brine pumping, the uncontrolled dissolution of deep rock salt layers, often without any reinforcement of the ground above. As brine was extracted, empty caverns formed beneath the towns. When the roofs of these voids collapsed, the earth above them sank. Sometimes it happened slowly, a garden becoming lopsided, a house developing a crack that widened year by year. Other times, it was sudden, a street vanishing overnight, or an entire building tilting sideways within days. By the 1860s, subsidence had become more than an inconvenience. It was a threat to the survival of the towns themselves. Living with collapse. People of Cheshire had always adapted, but living on a constantly shifting foundation required a new level of resilience. In Northwich, entire rows of terraced houses were built with hinged joists and flexible walls to accommodate expected ground movement. These buildings, designed to lean and bend without breaking, still stand today, often at odd angles, a testament to engineering against gravity itself. In Middlewich, salt firms offered limited compensation to residents whose homes had sunk or cracked, provided they signed away their rights to future claims. In some areas, workers joked that if their kettle slid off the table, it wasn't a ghost, it was the salt. Despite the damage, salt production increased. By the end of the 19th century, Cheshire was producing nearly 1 million tons of salt annually. Most, of it was no longer used domestically but exported to British colonies, where it was used for food preservation, leather tanning, and chemical processing. The old pan houses were disappearing. In their place came refineries, mechanical pumps, and rail links that connected Cheshire's brine fields to Liverpool's docks and beyond. The towns became salt factories with rooftops. The rise of salt chemistry, the late 1800s, salt had found a new role as the base of modern chemistry. Brine wasn't just a seasoning, it was a chemical feedstock, particularly for chlorine, soda ash, caustic soda, and hydrochloric acid. These chemicals were essential for soap making, bleaching, paper production, and textile processing. Cheshire became central to this new wave of industrial chemistry. Chemical plants rose near the salt fields. Their chimneys replaced the squat shapes of the old pan houses. The air changed again, no longer only damp with brine, but sharp with chemical fumes. The Alkali Acts of the 1860s were passed to regulate emissions, but enforcement was inconsistent. People still worked the salt fields, though now their children might apprentice in chemical works rather than at salt pans. This change from culinary mineral to industrial reagent marked the final shift in salt's place in the world. Salt was no longer a household commodity. It had become infrastructure. Women of the brine, while much of the official record focuses on men, the engineers, the chemists, the panmen, the salt towns had long relied on the labour of women. In earlier centuries, women worked the drawing tables, raking and drying salt from the pans. Others carried heavy buckets of wood and coal to keep the fires alive. Some cleaned the pans between boils, scraping away hardened residue with tools that scorched their hands. By the 1800s, with the rise of mechanization, women were often pushed to the margins of production, but many found work in packaging, sorting, and cleaning at the brine works. They formed the backbone of local households. Their wages, though small, made the difference between hunger and survival. Their knowledge when to stir the brine, how to detect a boil, how to tell a good crystal from a bad one was passed through generations, but rarely written down. One woman, Sarah Bradburn, employed at a Norwich salt packing house in the 1880s, described the work this way: "It's in the skin. You smell of it. You walk with it. Even when you're sleeping, your bones know the brine." Their stories are rarely found in archives, but they are stitched into the very salt that passed through their hands. Salt and empiricia salt helped fuel an empire. By the 1890s, it was being shipped to India, Africa, and the Caribbean. It helped preserve meat on sailing ships, tan leather for colonial uniforms, and processed sugar in Caribbean plantations, but that expansion brought its own tensions. In India, a salt tax imposed by the British was deeply unpopular, seen as a symbol of colonial control over daily life. In 1930, Mahatma Gandhi launched the Salt March, walking 240 miles to the Arabian Sea to make salt in defiance of British law. Ironically, the salt he opposed had likely come from Cheshire. The workers of Middlewich and Northwich probably never imagined that their slow-boiled product would spark rebellion across the globe. They were not colonizers. They were laborers, but their salt had become political, even as they remained poor. Toward the end of the 20th century, the old salt pans were nearly gone. The industry had consolidated, mechanized, and moved into fewer hands. The great chemical companies Brunner, Mond, Imperial Chemical Industries ICI dominated salt extraction. Towns like Northwich became company towns, their fates tied to factories rather than furnaces. Salt was still produced, but no longer with hand and rake. Today, only a few salt works remain. The Lion Salt Works, a preserved open pan site near Northwich, is now a museum. Its iron pans are dry. The fire holes are cold, but the air still carries that faint tang of sodium. Visitors walk the creaking floorboards, peering into brick furnaces and rusted chimneys. They learn how salt, as dull as it may seem, once shaped empires, homes, and towns that sank beneath their own industry. But before we leave Cheshire entirely, there is still a final chapter to explore. What happened to the salt towns in the modern age? And what remains of their slow-boiled legacy? The furnaces are mostly cold now. The long iron pans that once hissed with steam sit dry in silent buildings with soot-stained walls and missing windows. The salt towns of Cheshire, Middlewich, Northwich, Nantwich no longer ring with the scrape of rakes and the whistle of boiling brine, but the salt remains. Beneath their feet, as always. We step into the 20th century and beyond. We find ourselves in the long twilight of an industry that sustained towns for over 1,000 years. Not with glory, but with slow, white permanence. Salt is not romantic. It is not dramatic, but its fingerprints are everywhere if you know where to look. Salt after the Empire, as the British Empire faded after World War II, the salt trade shifted. Again, India, once a captive market, now produced its own salt. Global demand for Cheshire brine dropped. By the 1950s, salt production in the county was primarily used domestically or in chemical industries such as detergents, plastics, and paper. The vast chemical companies that had once made Cheshire a cornerstone of industrial chemistry also began to restructure. Firms like ICI divested and eventually broke apart. Local salt firms either merged, closed, or were bought by multinationals. By the 1960s, most of the open pan salt works where the brine was manually boiled and raked had closed. They could not compete with the efficiency of vacuum evaporation. Plants which used enclosed mechanized systems to extract and purify salt at industrial scales. The once central Lion Salt Works in Marston was among the last of the open pan operations, limping along until 1986 before shutting its gates. It produced table salt, industrial salt, and even export-grade salt shipped to West Africa, long after its neighbours had mechanized or closed. But its fate was sealed by declining demand, rising costs, and subsiding land after closure. The site began to decay, timber buildings sagging under age and salt, the iron pans rusting in place, and silence settling over rooms once filled with steam. It was almost lost, but a few people remembered, preserving the quiet. In the 1990s, local residents and historians began lobbying to preserve the Lion Salt Works as a museum. To them, it wasn't just a ruined industrial site, it was evidence of endurance, a tangible link to centuries of forgotten labour. By 2000, the site was in critical condition. Rain poured through broken roofs. Weeds climbed through salt-encrusted floorboards. Conservation would take more than nostalgia, it would require millions in funding and a great deal of patience. In 2015, after a £10 million restoration, the Lion Salt Works reopened not as a factory, but as a museum. Its rusty pans and restored boiler houses now serve as quiet sentinels of an invisible industry. Visitors hear stories of the panmen and their wives, see the heavy wooden rakes used to stir the salt, and smell the lingering brine in the timber. They learn how a mineral so mundane was once a necessity so absolute, many are surprised. Salt they had thought was boring, but it built a town. The salt that moves the roads today. Cheshire still produces salt, but mostly for a use no medieval panman could have imagined. Gritting roads, rock salt is extracted from deep mines like Winsford Rock Salt Mine, which remains one of the largest and oldest working salt mines in the UK. Its tunnels stretch for miles beneath the countryside, vast, echoing caverns lit by truck headlights, where the rock walls shimmer with crystals each winter as frost settles over motorways and roundabouts. Salt from Cheshire is spread by government gritters across the country to prevent ice from forming. It's still a preservative, but now it preserves human movement. You may have passed over Cheshire salt without ever knowing it as you drove through a cold dawn. What is left behind? What remains of an industry like this when the fires have gone out? There are the obvious signs: place names like Saltersford, roads named after brine, and pubs like the Pan and the Rake. The names tell their own story if you pause long enough, but there are less visible traces too. The ground beneath is still unstable in some areas, weakened by generations of wild pumping. Modern construction in Norwich is carefully monitored. In the early 2000s, a £28 million stabilisation project involved flooding old brine cavities with grout, trying to halt the slow settling of the land. Old brine pits, long abandoned, still bubble in wet weather. Maps from the 19th century show streets that no longer exist disappeared not by war, but by geology, and in the minds of some residents, there is a kind of quiet heritage. The knowledge that their grandparents or great-grandparents spent their lives stirring. A mineral most of us don't even notice, a mineral of memory salt, more than most substances, TI's past to present. It's still used in rituals, in preservation, in daily meals. It dissolves, yes, but leaves a taste that lingers. The people who lived and worked in the salt towns were rarely famous. Few of their names were recorded, but they were part of something that, while slow and quiet, held societies together. Food could be stored. Trade could be built. Meat could be cured for long voyages. Empires could last longer than their climates should have allowed, all because someone in Cheshire, in a smoke-choked building, stirred a pan and waited for the crystals to form. A quiet, indentious salt towns do not offer the sweep of war stories or the fire of revolution. Their story is slow, repetitive, and granular. It is boring in the best sense, predictable, steady, necessary, but their legacy is in the mundane miracles of infrastructure, a preserved ham, a softened hide, an unfrozen road, and though the pans are silent, the salt remains beneath our feet. What other quiet industries, what other towns defined by invisible labor weight, just below the surface, to be remembered? Long before modern logistics, long before overnight delivery or tracked parcels, empires rose and fell on their ability to communicate. Not just once in a while, but reliably, predictably, over thousands of miles of mountains, deserts, and rivers. 4. The Ottoman Empire, an enormous realm stretching from the edge of Europe to the Persian Gulf, this challenge was immense. Sultans in Istanbul needed updates from Baghdad, orders delivered to Damascus, and taxes coordinated from far-off Balkan villages. But how could messages travel without delay across such distances in an age of no electricity, no railways, no digital tools? The answer lay in a network of relay stations, known as menzilane, and the men and animals who passed through them with unceasing rhythm. They did not fight in wars. They left no statues, but without them, the empire might have collapsed under its own weight. This is the story of the Ottoman postal riders and the post houses that became the quiet engine of one of history's most durable empires, the Ottoman. Challenge of scale at its height in the 16th and 17th centuries, the Ottoman Empire controlled a territory that today includes parts of Turkey, Greece, the Balkans, the Middle East, and North Africa. This was not a small, compact realm. It was vast and geographically fragmented, encompassing coastal ports, highland plateaus, harsh deserts, and mountain passes. Administrative unity depended on a clear, steady stream of tax records, military orders, diplomatic correspondence. Census data intelligence reports messages had to travel across thousands of kilometers without phones, radios, or telegraphs. Delays could mean rebellion, invasion, or financial collapse. The Ottomans, inheriting elements of both Byzantine and Islamic administrative traditions, designed a solution that prioritized consistency over speed or fixed, disciplined infrastructure to outlast geography itself. Enter the menzilane. The Ottoman relay systems, menzilane or post stations, were built roughly every 30-50 kilometers along main imperial routes. Each one was simple but essential. A stable for fresh horses, a few rooms for riders to rest or change, storage for dispatches, sometimes food, water, and shelter for imperial official shays were not inns for travelers or merchants. They were government installations, strictly for use by state couriers and approved personnel. Their purpose was clear and limited: move messages, not people. Ottoman postal riders, known as ulak, would ride from one menzilane to the next delivering sealed satchels and documents. Unlike medieval Europe's more flexible systems, the Ottoman postal network was heavily centralized. Riders carried imperial credentials and faced severe penalties if they failed to deliver their dispatches. A missing letter could result in punishment, imprisonment, or loss of pay. Some of the documents they carried were so critical, military orders or tax adjustments, that they were sealed with wax, double-signed, and often read aloud by an official. Upon arrival, then copied into handwritten registers for permanent record. The rhythm of the road, imagine it, a lone rider approaching a dusty outpost on the Anatolian plain. He is covered in sweat and FLIs. His horse is breathing hard. A leather satchel is slung across his body, sealed with a silver clasp bearing the Sultan's Tura, his imperial signature. As he dismounts, a fresh rider steps from the station, taking the bag, mounting a waiting horse, and setting off again within minutes. No chatting, no delay. This was the Ottoman solution: relay, not speed. Like a human chain stretching across continents, messages flowed from hand to hand, hoof to hoof. It was rarely fast, sometimes taking weeks to reach distant provinces, but it was impressively reliable. Messages left Istanbul and passed through Bolu, gateway to Anatolia, Sivas, in the high central plateau, Diyarbakir, on the edge of Mesopotamia, and down into Aleppo, Baghdad, or Caire over time. Some routes became so well trodden that they gained local nicknames: the Tax Road, the Warpath, or the Silken Mile, depending on what they carried, and the Menzelane, though not glamorous, became islands of order in a world of unpredictability, regulation, and the bureaucratic enginethi. Ottoman postal system was run not by adventurers or explorers, but by clerks. These were men trained in Ottoman Turkish, often fluent in Arabic or Persian, and experts in imperial protocol. Every letter was logged. Every dispatch had a record. Multiple copies were often made in case of disaster or loss. Postal budgets were tracked through the Menzelane registers, dense volumes stored in the archives of Istanbul. These registers listed station locations, riders' names, delivery schedules, horse allowances, food rations, breakdown costs when roads, horses, or men failed. If a post failed to arrive, the bureaucracy could trace its last known waypoint long before GPS, using only quills and human memory, and at the edge of this system were the subsidized villages, rural communities required to support the Menzelane with food, hay, and occasional labor. In return, they gained protection, tax exemptions, and a small degree of imperial favor. Even a village of 40 people could matter if it kept the post from falling behind. A post without privacy. Is important to note that this was not a personal post system. Ordinary Ottoman subjects did not use the Menzelane to send love letters or shopping lists. It was a state organ: military, fiscal, administrative. If an ordinary merchant wanted to send a message, he used private couriers or entrusted it to a caravan. If a local imam wanted to write to a distant cousin, he waited for a friendly traveler heading that way. The state network was for empire business only, and though it carried letters, it also carried objects: tax ledgers, coins, deeds, seals, scrolls, official decrees, maps, and in some cases, samples of soil or crops, so that inspectors could assess land disputes remotely. One Menzelane in Rumelia once recorded the delivery of a single grapevine, uprooted from one province and sent to another at the Sultan's request. The vine was documented, watered at each stop, and arrived 3 weeks later alive and replanted near it, and a network hidden in plain sight. If you traveled through modern Turkey, parts of the Balkans, or the Levant today, you may unknowingly pass remnants of the old Ottoman relay routes: a crumbling stone stable behind a tea house, a faintly Ottoman archway near a highway exit. Even some modern postal routes follow the same general direction as those established by the Ulak centuries ago. The rhythm of the relay shaped geography, but by the 1800s, the system had begun to strain. New technologies, the telegraph, steamboats, and railways offered faster, cheaper, and more scalable communication. The Menzelane could not compete, and so, station by station, the system was dismantled. As we pause here at the midpoint, let us consider a question. How did the Ottomans adapt when their ancient network of riders and stables could no longer keep up with the speed of modern communication? What became of the quiet relay that once never slept? By the early 19th century, the world was changing. Slowly at first, then with the unstoppable rhythm of engines, gears, and wires. The Ottoman Empire, once unmatched in its organization and territorial sprawl, began to feel the tremors of modernity. What had once worked horses, relays, and paper orders riding across dust and stone was no longer fast enough. Not when Europe now pulsed with telegraphs. Not when British and French mail steamers crossed seas in days, not weeks. This section of our story explores how the mighty Ottoman Menzel system, the backbone of the empire's communication for centuries, encountered modern technologies and what happened as it began to fall behind. The first cracks: speed vs. structure. By 1800, the Ottoman relay system still operated over thousands of kilometers, but it was increasingly seen as slow and rigid. The system was built for reliability, not adaptability. It favored hierarchy and procedure over improvisation. Meanwhile, European states Britain, Prussia, France were investing heavily in postal reforms. These reforms prioritized speed, scale, and public access. Ordinary citizens could now send letters through national postal systems. Revolutionary in concept and impact, the Ottomans took notice. In particular, reformers in the Tanzimat era 1839-1876 sought to bring the empire into line with European norms. Postal communication became part of this reform, but modernizing the Ottoman post would prove complex. It wasn't just a matter of building post offices or copying foreign methods. It meant unwinding centuries of embedded practices, retraining personnel, and most of all replacing horses with wires. The telegraph comes to Istanbul. Electric telegraph reached the Ottoman Empire in the 1850s, the first successful Ottoman telegraph line was constructed during the Crimean War 1853-1856. It connected Istanbul to Edirne and then extended toward the Balkans to support military coordination with British and French allies. The success of this line proved transformative. Messages that had taken days by horseback could now arrive in minutes. The implications for military logistics, tax enforcement, and intelligence gathering were staggering. Soon, the government commissioned an ambitious expansion, Istanbul to Baghdad via Aleppo and Mosul, Istanbul to Mecca and Medina via Syria, and the Hijaz connections to European lines, enabling near real-time correspondence with Paris, Vienna, and London. By the 1870s, the Ottoman Empire had over 8,000 kilometers of telegraph lines. The Menzelane system, once unrivaled, was no longer essential. It became a backup, a redundancy for when wires failed or messages required physical carriage, and still, in some remote parts of the empire, the riders rode on. A new public post while telegraphs revolutionized imperial correspondence. A second, more subtle transformation was occurring, the opening of the postal system to the public. Previously, Ottoman Post had been a closed system, imperial messages only. But by the mid-1800s, officials realized that creating a national postal service could increase revenue and improve domestic control. Letters, bills, contracts, and newspapers could now circulate among citizens, helping unify the diverse regions of the empire. In 1840, the Ottoman post office Postahane-i Amaya was formally established in Istanbul. Soon after, post offices opened in major cities: Thessaloniki, Baghdad, Damascus, Beirut, Cairo. Postmen in uniforms delivered mail on foot or horseback. Postage stamps were introduced first in 1863. Postal regulations were published in Ottoman, Turkish, Arabic, and other local languages. This marked a profound shift. The post was no longer just a tool of the state. It was becoming a part of everyday life. Still, infrastructure lagged. In many rural areas, the only reliable connection remained the old Menzel routes, a living relic, patched into the modern system. Steam, rail, and the death of the relay trains arrived in the Ottoman Empire in the 1860s, beginning with a line from Izmir to Aydin and later, the Hijaz Railway, linking Damascus to Medina. With railways came mail cars, capable of moving hundreds of letters, newspapers, and parcels at unprecedented speeds. The days of lone couriers galloping across mountain passes were numbered. The Ottoman government, through its Ministry of Post and Telegraph, began redirecting resources. Menzelane stations that once buzzed with riders and horses now sat mostly empty, visited only when the trains were late or routes flooded. By 1900, most primary communication travelled by telegraph or rail. Mail horse relays were relegated to backup routes in mountainous or rural terrain. The term Menzelane faded from daily use, replaced by modern postal vocabulary. The legacy of the relay stations persisted in the memories of older officials, in the route maps that still referred to old post roads, and in the architecture of surviving stations now converted to schools, barracks, or warehouses. The post in Boredom, final chapters of the Ottoman Empire from the Balkan Wars to World War I placed tremendous strain on the communications infrastructure. During these conflicts, telegraph lines were often cut or sabotaged. Railways were overwhelmed with troops and supplies. Old-fashioned courier methods had to be revived in some regions. Suddenly, the archaic Menzel logic horses, riders, handwritten logs became useful again. In the deserts of Arabia, where telegraph poles could not stand and where trains could not go, Bedouin couriers carried military messages for Ottoman forces. Some were descendants of Ulak families trained not in modern tech, but in the ancient arts of memory, terrain, and endurance. The empire ended in 1922, but the post survived. Under the Republic of Turkey, founded in 1923, the postal system was reorganized once more and integrated fully into modern international standards. Yet the old Ottoman relay roads remained, in parts, as foundations for highways and bus routes. The memory of the riders. What do we make of the Ottoman postal system today? For most, it is invisible history absorbed into the background of roads, wires, and bureaucracies. But in archives in Istanbul, Aleppo, Sarajevo, and beyond, thousands of old postal records survive. These include logs of rider names and wages, horse ration receipts, reports of missing couriers or damaged letters, routes that once stretched. From the Black Sea to the Red Sea, one record from 1792 details a snowstorm near Erzurum that delayed the mail by 4 days. Another from 1805 orders the replacement of a tired horse at the Menzalane in Kayseri. Another contains a complaint about the rudeness of a station keeper in Konya. Small things, human things. Boring, you might say, but together they form the bloodstream of a sprawling state. Without them, no tax was collected, no army deployed. No pardon or punishment reached its destination. As the empire faded and wires replaced riders, one question remained: how do you preserve a system that was designed to be forgotten? The relay stations were not meant to be noticed. The riders passed quickly, names unspoken, and yet, without their quiet labor, the empire would have drifted apart. As the last hoofprints of the ulak faded into the dust of history and the wires of the telegraph hummed into dominance, the Ottoman relay system, once the beating heart of imperial governance, slipped quietly out of relevance. Yet the memory of this network did not disappear entirely. In this final section, we explore how the Ottoman relay stations left their imprint not through grand monuments or epic tales, but through infrastructure, administrative habits, and the continuity of quiet systems still present in parts of the modern world. These were not tales of war or conquest, but of organization, of how empires stayed stitched together not with armies alone, but with timetables, stables, and stations. Let us now consider the echoes of the Menzalane, how something so boring, so procedural, helped shape the modern postal world. From empire to republic, what survived with the end of the Ottoman Empire and the rise of the Republic of Turkey in 1923, many old institutions were overhauled. Ministries were reorganized, language was reformed, and the alphabet itself changed from Arabic to Latin script. In this period of radical transformation, the postal system was not discarded but restructured and absorbed into the modern state. The new postal authority, PTT Posta v Telegraf Tekalat, inherited many of the old imperial functions, maintaining regional communication networks, coordinating with telegraph and later telephone services, delivering both administrative and private correspondence. While the horses were gone and the robes replaced with uniforms, the underlying logistics mindset, one of zones, routes, and stations, remained. Even some buildings that had once served as Menzalane were repurposed as early post offices, telegraph stations, or municipal archives. In the Balkans, the Levant, and parts of Anatolia, local place names still reflect their postal past villages. With Menzil in their names, old roads referred to by locals as the Sultan's Road or the Courier Track, and in the Turkish language, the word Menzil, meaning destination or stage, continues to carry the legacy of this system. Invisible lines across a continent. The Ottoman postal network, unlike Roman roads or Chinese walls, left few visible monuments. It was always meant to be invisible, functional, and temporary. Yet historians studying 17th and 18th century documents frequently encounter references to the Menzil roads, to estimated travel days between stations, or to the occasional collapse of service due to plague, flooding, or war. These small notes in the margins of imperial edicts offer rare windows into a world of quiet movement. A courier delayed by a swollen river in the Taurus Mountains, an imperial cipher delivered to Baghdad via Aleppo. With an added wax seal in each city, a complaint from a local governor that the relay horses in his region had been requisitioned by troops without permission. Over time, these administrative records dry as they seem reveal the complexity and fragile precision of the system. It worked not because it was glamorous, but because it was dependable, and when it failed, people noticed. The people behind the post's few names from the Ottoman courier service survive in memory, but we can imagine them. They were not famous generals or grand viziers. They were riders, scribes, clerks, and station keepers, men whose lives were dominated by routine, schedules, and the slow decay of hoof and ink. A man assigned to a mountain Menzalane might live for years with little company besides horses and 2 or 3 assistants. His days filled with maintenance, record keeping, waiting for a rider to arrive or a replacement to be sent. His pay was modest. His lodging, often basic and drafty, but his role was essential. In a record from 1774, a station master in a remote Anatolian province was praised for maintaining uninterrupted service during a winter snow that closed nearby villages. He kept the fire burning. He rotated the horses. He even carried dispatches on foot when the roads were impassable. That man's name is preserved in the registry. We know nothing more about him, but for that week, he was the empire's entire communication. Linked to that region, multiply his story by hundreds, and you begin to see the system not as machinery, but as a chain of small human acts, repeated over centuries. Why boring systems matter. It is tempting to think of history as shaped by great speeches, dramatic battles, or towering monuments, but often the real shape of a society is determined by what it does every day, over and over, without glory. Systems that work quietly in the background, postal services, census bureaus, tax collection offices may not thrill, but they hold civilization together. The Ottoman postal relay system is a case in point. For over 400 years, it delivered decrees from sultans to governors in far provinces, collected tax data and relayed it back to Istanbul, supported military campaigns by maintaining communication, kept governors accountable, and sometimes warned of rebellion. It did so without fanfare, without public recognition, and often without sufficient funding. And yet it endured an invisible circulatory system within a massive imperial body. Relays in the modern mind today, when we send a message across continents with a tap of a finger, it is easy to forget how hard communication once was. That every sentence had to be carried physically by someone, over terrain, through weather, at risk. We rarely think about relay systems anymore. But the concept hasn't vanished. Modern internet infrastructure, for example, depends on routing stations, data centers, and packets hopping from server to server, very much like riders passing a message from station to station. The tools have changed, but the logic persists. Even in our daily lives, the principle of distributed effort, breaking a task into manageable steps handled by different people, can be traced back to these ancient relay models. In a strange way, when you send a file, check a tracking number, or receive a text message bounced across satellites, you're echoing the quiet work of a forgotten ulak passing through a dusty outpost in Anatolia, the road that's still there in some parts of Turkey. If you look closely at an old stone building near a crossroads, you may still see it. A carved inscription, a stable arch, a faint path leading away from the door into the countryside. Its remnants are often unmarked and unknown to tourists. They don't appear on most maps, but they're there. The post that never slept may be gone, but the roads it carved into history remain quiet, long, and surprisingly straight. And so we close the tale of the Ottoman relay stations, a system built not for glory, but for endurance. As you rest now, imagine a steady rhythm of hoofbeats fading into silence across the Anatolian hills. Before banks, before paper money, even before minted coins, there was salt. In the long sweep of human history, few commodities have wielded such quiet power. Salt, ordinary, granular white, was once so critical to survival, trade, and governance that empires built roads for it, levied taxes on it, and fought wars over it. In this story, we will trace the dull but deeply essential role of salt in shaping civilization, how the seemingly mundane mineral-shaped migration patterns fed bureaucracies and built entire towns whose only reason for being was the processing or movement of salt. You may not remember the names of the salt merchants, the mule drivers, or the tax collectors, but their work created wealth and funded kings. Their legacy is baked into the roads beneath modern cities and hidden in the origins of words we use today. Let us begin with the early chapters, when salt was not merely a seasoning, but survival itself. Why salt mattered so much for most of human history. People didn't eat fresh food. They couldn't. In a world without refrigeration, salt was the primary method for preserving meat, fish, and even vegetables. Salt did more than flavor, it extended life. If you were a farmer storing grain over the winter, or a sailor on a 3-month voyage, or a soldier marching with rations on your back, salt was your only protection against rot. But not all regions had equal access to it. Salt comes from two major sources: evaporated seawater, usually in hot, dry climates mined from underground deposits, often in mountainous or semi-arid zones. Societies that had access to one or both became regional powers, not by conquest, but by controlling the supply of this vital mineral. Salt. Roads of the ancient world. Some of the first long-distance trade routes in the world were built not for gold, spices, or silk, but for salt. In ancient China, salt was regulated as early as 600 BCE. Imperial bureaucracies emerged specifically to manage the harvesting, pricing, and taxation of salt. In ancient Egypt, salt from desert lakes and dried beds was used to preserve bodies for mummification. This was no culinary affair. Salt was spiritually and ritually essential. Perhaps most famously, the Via Salaria, or Salt Road, was one of the earliest roads of the Roman Republic. It ran from the salt pans of Ostia on the coast inland to Sabine territory. Roman soldiers marched along it not just for conquest, but for supply. Salted pork and fish kept legions moving. Even the word salary comes from salarium, an allowance given to Roman soldiers to buy salt. Over time, the word came to mean pay more broadly. What's remarkable is how quiet all this was. Salt didn't stir revolutions. It didn't command grand statues. But it was always there, flowing through the arteries of empire. Salt towns, invisible cities of commerce's demand for salt grew. Certain towns came into being not for their strategic location or natural beauty, but because they were near a brine, spring, or a rock salt deposit. Let's look at a few examples. Hallstatt in present-day Austria sits atop one of the oldest known salt mines in the world. The word hall is ancient Celtic for salt, and towns with hall in their name across Europe often trace back to salt mining. Salins-les-Bains in France, another salt mining centre, was the site of intense industrial activity as early as the Middle Ages. Wooden pipelines carried brine for kilometres to larger processing areas, where evaporation turned it into solid salt. Timbuktu, while more famous for golden manuscripts, became rich in part because it sat on the Trans-Saharan trade route that brought salt slabs from the mines of Tagaza to the rest of West Africa. These towns often had strange economies. A single product, salt, sustained an entire population. Everyone's job, directly or indirectly, was to help move, process, guard, or sell salt. Some of these towns still exist, many don't. The labor of salt, the process of making salt, was laborious. If you lived in a coastal region with salt flats, you might wait all summer for the sun to evaporate seawater in large pans. The crusted salt would be scraped up with wooden rakes, dried, and stored in sheds. In colder or inland areas, it was tougher. Salt had to be mined, sometimes by hand, sometimes with rudimentary tools. Workers descended into caves by torchlight, chipping away at veins of halite and hoisting it up in leather sacks. The physical toll was immense. Salt dust irritated the eyes and lungs. Constant exposure caused skin to crack and blister. Mine collapses and flooding were frequent dangers. For centuries, this work was done by indentured laborers or slave sand, yet the demand never waned. Salt was not optional. It was needed by everyone: peasants, kings, armies, traders. As a result, entire tax systems were built around it. The salt tax. Governments get involved from the moment rulers realized that salt was both essential and difficult to produce. It became an ideal item to tax. A small tax on a vital commodity could yield huge revenues. In ancient China, the state-run salt monopoly became a cornerstone of the imperial economy. It persisted, in some form, for over 2,000 years. In medieval France, the gabelle was a particularly harsh salt tax. It was deeply unpopular, one of the many grievances that fueled the French Revolution. In India, under British rule, the salt tax and salt monopoly allowed the colonial government to profit from an essential item used by poor villagers and fishermen alike. This tax would later become the target of Gandhi's Salt March in 1930, one of the most famous acts of civil disobedience in modern history. These examples illustrate a quiet pattern. When salt is taxed, people notice. Even when they don't understand macroeconomics, they understand when their food costs more. Salt, therefore, became one of the earliest battlegrounds between centralized authority and local autonomy. Measuring salt's worth in some regions, salt didn't just buy food, it was food. Among the Saharan nomads, slabs of salt from desert mines were traded weight for weight with gold. In some ancient African kingdoms, salt was pressed into coin-like forms and used in barter systems. Salt was also part of tribute payments between kingdoms. In medieval Korea, for instance, coastal provinces sent salt inland as part of their obligations to the crown. In other words, salt was money but harder to mint, store, and move. Still, it remained essential, which meant that whoever controlled Salt supplies controlled power. The fragility of Salt Empire's Beko's salt was so vital, and because production methods were slow and labor-intensive, supply disruptions could be devastating. A bad summer could ruin solar salt harvests, flooded mines might collapse and take months to repair, wars could block salt roads or destroy infrastructure. This happened, prices soared, and regions were destabilized. Unlike gold or silk, salt wasn't a luxury. People needed it to live. That meant that salt had to keep moving by cart, caravan, mule, or boat. Every functioning society had to solve the same problem: how to keep salt flowing through uncertain times. As the first section ends, we might wonder, how did this ancient white mineral continue to hold power in an age of industrial revolution, globalization, and refrigeration? And just as importantly, how did governments use this humble substance as a tool of control well into the modern era? Salt, quiet and crystalline, is rarely thought of as revolutionary, but in the annals of world history, it has stirred discontent, toppled tax systems, and served as the quiet enforcer of empires. In this second section, we travel through the early modern world into the colonial era, observing how salt, by then fully entrenched in administrative systems, morphed from vital sustenance into a symbol of state power. This is the story of salt monopolies, the tollgates of governments, large and small, and the ever-tightening grip of bureaucracy on the humble white crystal. It is also the story of those who resisted, those who smuggled, defied, and eventually rebelled against state control. So let us begin not with kings or armies, but with accountants, regulations, and ledgers, and how they built an empire of their own. The machinery of monopolies. A salt monopoly is exactly what it sounds like: a state's legal claim to be the sole seller of salt. On paper, these monopolies were clever. Governments did not need to find new tax categories. They simply took control of the most essential commodity of the age and charged for access. What made this particularly efficient was the unavoidable demand. No person, town, or military unit could function without salt, and so, beginning in ancient empires and continuing into the 18th and 19th centuries, rulers fixed the price of salt, required all subjects to purchase it from government depots, criminalized private harvesting, trade, or smuggling, set up an entire class of inspectors and guards to enforce compliance. In return, they received steady, predictable revenue. In some countries, salt taxes represented up to 1/5 of all state income, but the cost wasn't just financial, it was social. France, the gabelle and its discontents. In medieval and early modern France, the gabelle was perhaps the most reviled tax in the kingdom. Initially introduced in the 14th century to fund war efforts, it soon became permanent. But what made it especially bitter was that it was unequally applied. France was divided into regions where salt was heavily taxed, moderately taxed, and taxed altogether. This created absurdities. A person could live in one province where salt was 5 times the price of a neighboring region and could be imprisoned for buying or transporting salt across borders. Naturally, this led to the rise of the faux sauniers or salt smugglers. These were often ordinary peasants and small traders who took great risks to buy salt in low tax areas and carry it into heavily taxed zones. Some were caught and imprisoned, others were executed. In response, the French crown employed thousands of gabelers or salt tax inspectors to police the trade. Border checkpoints were common and fines were severe. The gabelle became not just a tax, but a symbol of oppression, one of the many sparks that would help ignite the French Revolution in 1789. Shortly after the Revolution, in a wave of reforms aimed at leveling society, the gabelle was abolished, only to be reinstated by Napoleon in 1806 to fund his wars. This tax that so many had loathed would not disappear from French law until 1945. British India, sold as a colonial weapon across the globe. In 19th century British India, salt was also at the heart of controversy. Here, the British East India Company and later the British Raj set up an elaborate system of salt factories, distribution centres, and tax collection points. They monopolized both the production and the sale of salt. Indian people, many of whom had previously harvested salt on their own coasts or purchased it cheaply in markets, were now forced to buy salt only from British-approved vendors. Pay significant taxes on each unit of salt, submit to inspections and penalties for informal salt making. Salt tax disproportionately harmed the rural poor farmers, fishermen, and labourers who depended on salt not just for cooking, but for preserving Food and treating wounds. The logic, from the British perspective, was simple. India was vast, diverse, and difficult to tax directly. Salt, like alcohol and land, was easy to regulate and yielded reliable income. By the late 19th century, the salt tax contributed roughly 7% of the colonial government's total revenue, a significant amount given the size of the empire, but it also became a lightning rod for protest. The Salt March, Gandhi's quiet storm in 1930. A frail but determined man named Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi began a 2-mile walk to the Arabian Sea. His goal, to make salt illegally. This act, simple on its surface, was profoundly subversive. Gandhi knew that salt was a universal necessity. Every Indian, rich or poor, used it, and every Indian understood instinctively the injustice of being taxed for gathering a substance that formed naturally along their own coastlines. The Salt March, or Dandi March as it became known, sparked civil disobedience across the subcontinent. Thousands followed Gandhi's example. Women boiled seawater to collect salt crystals. Protesters staged sit-ins at salt depots. British authorities responded with mass arrests. Over 60,000 people were jailed. The Salt campaign didn't topple British rule on its own, but it transformed Indian nationalism. It turned an abstract desire for independence into tangible action and galvanized ordinary people into a movement that could no longer be ignored. In Gandhi's words, next to air and water, salt is perhaps the greatest necessity of life. Salt, smugglers and silent resistance with assault was taxed. Smuggling followed. In coastal Italy, during the 18th century, entire families ran illicit salt-making operations in marshlands, carrying brine by night to avoid patrols. In the Ottoman Empire, salt taxes created black markets from the Balkans to Mesopotamia. Smugglers devised clever tools, false bottom barrels to hide salt under fish or grain, hollow walking sticks packed with powdered salt, bribes to poorly paid tax officers who often turned a blind eye in some cases. Entire border communities survived by unofficial trade. Smuggling was not just a crime, it became an economic lifeline, woven into local culture. Authorities knew, but they also knew the salt tax was unpopular, and enforcing it too strictly could provoke unrest. So the game continued, a quiet, unspoken balance between legality and survival. Salt, law, and social control. By the late 19th century, modern states began to link salt not just with revenue, but with public health. Doctors advocated for iodine-fortified salt to combat goiter and other iodine deficiencies. Governments promoted regulated salt to prevent disease. In doing so, they made the case that state control of salt wasn't just financial, it was benevolent. This shift was subtle but powerful. Where once the state had taxed salt to raise money, now it also claimed a moral role in managing salt. Smuggling became not just an act of tax evasion, but a threat to public welfare. This new framing helped justify continued salt monopolies in countries like France, India, and Indonesia well into the 20th century, but beneath the rhetoric, the structures remained the same: factories, quotas, inspectors, and ledgers, bureaucracies humming on the strength of a silent white mineral. When salt lost its power, what finally broke the power of salt monopolies? Not revolution, or smuggling, or even Gandhi's marches, though these all played a part. It was technology. The spread of refrigeration, canning, and chemical preservatives reduced society's dependence on salt for food storage. Salt became one of many ways to preserve meat or fish, not the only one. At the same time, modern governments found new revenue streams in income taxes, tariffs, and centralized financial systems. They no longer needed to squeeze income from salt in the same way, and so the salt tax, once a mighty lever of statecraft, was gradually abandoned. France ended its salt tax in 1945. India lifted salt taxes after independence in 1947. Many other countries followed, quietly closing salt monopolies that had lasted for centuries. It was not dramatic, no flags waved, but it marked the end of salt's economic dominance. As this section draws to a close, we are left with the question: how did this unassuming mineral, once so fiercely controlled and fought over, fade into the background of modern life, and what remained behind in its place? For while salt lost its grip on the treasury, it had already shaped infrastructure, borders, and institutions in ways we still trace today. As the industrial age advanced and the 20th century reshaped the global economy, salt lost its grip on empires, taxation systems, and rebellion. But like the mineral itself, stubborn, soluble, and persistent, it did not vanish. Instead, salt left behind a latticework of quiet legacies, etched into languages, customs, cities, and even the bodies we inhabit. In this final section, we explore how salt, though largely forgotten as a force of control, continues to echo in places both obvious and obscured, from city names to idioms, to the human bloodstream and modern infrastructure. The mark of salt remains. Salt in the landscape it is difficult to walk through in a European country, or indeed many parts of the world, without encountering place names that reveal the mineral's historical importance. These names tell us where salt was found, harvested, or traded long after the saltworks themselves have faded from view. In England, Middlewich, Northwich, and Nantwich, the wich suffix, as seen earlier, denotes salt-producing settlements. Droitwich Spa in Worcestershire was known for brine springs as early as Roman times. In Germany, Salzburg, literally salt fortress, grew rich from the mining and transport of salt through the Alps. Halle Sale derived its name from the Celtic word for salt hall, which also appears in Hallstatt, site of one of Europe's earliest salt mines. In France, Salles de Béarn, Salins les Bains, and Salles du Salat still carry the mineral in their very names across much of Europe. Salt roads via Salaria ran from coastal brine beds or inland mines to trade hubs. Many of today's roads and highways still follow these ancient routes, originally laid to carry pack animals laden with saltstone traces of long-forgotten caravans. Salt in language salt has a silent legacy, perhaps the most enduring is. In words, the Latin word sal did more than name the mineral, it seeded an entire vocabulary of value, honesty, and necessity. Salary comes from salarium, a payment to Roman soldiers meant to cover the cost of their salt ration. To be worth one's salt is to be competent, reliable, a reflection of salt's deep connection to labor and sustenance. To be salt of the earth denotes a person of humility and usefulness essential, if not celebrated. Even salvation, at least etymologically, shares a distant kinship, suggesting healing or preservation. In other languages, the French word salary, the Spanish salario, and the Italian salario all mirror the Roman original. In Arabic, mil salt is linked not just to trade, but to oaths and loyalty. A person who has shared salt with another is bound by honor, a reflection of ancient desert customs. Salt was not just a commodity. It was a measure of character, a symbol of trust, and a unit of exchange so common that it became invisible. Salt. In religion and ritual, salt's preservative powers made it not just practical but symbolic. Many cultures imbued it with spiritual significance. In Judaism, salt is sprinkled on Sabbath bread as a reminder of the temple sacrifices, which were offered with salt. In Christianity, salt appears in biblical metaphors. "You are the salt of the earth," said Jesus in the Gospel of Matthew. Early baptismal rites included tasting salt, symbolizing purification. In Hindu rituals, salt may be offered to deities or used to ward off evil influences, especially during house blessings. In Japanese Shinto tradition, salt purifies spaces. Bowls of it are still placed outside restaurants and theaters for good fortune. From Catholic exorcisms to Buddhist cleansing rituals, salt is a constant used to draw lines, to separate sacred from profane, to heal and to protect, and even today, many cultures toss a pinch of salt over the left shoulder to repel misfortune, a ritual so ingrained that its origin is rarely questioned. Salt in the Boredom symbolism, salt remains biologically essential. The human body, like the sea from which it evolved, is a delicate balance of saline solution. Sodium ions regulate muscle contraction, nerve transmission, hydration, and blood pressure. Without salt, we perish either from dehydration or from the failure of cellular function. And yet, too much salt can be dangerous. The line between preservation and harm is thin, much like the historical tension between state control and public need. It is perhaps fitting that our own physiology reflects this tension, an internal echo of salt's ancient power. Salt in modern infrastructure is quiet utility endures in more prosaic forms today. Every winter, thousands of tons of rock salt are spread on roads and highways across temperate countries to prevent ice formation. In places like Cheshire in England or Syracuse in the US, vast underground mines continue to extract salt not for food, but for transportation safety. Chemical industries rely on salt to produce chlorine and caustic soda key for plastics and detergents. Synthetic rubber pharmaceutical alcohol, it no longer carries political weight. Salt is still a silent workhorse of modernity. Salt museums and cultural memory across the world. Former saltworks have been preserved as museums not for grandeur, but for what they represent. The Wielicka salt mine in Poland, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, includes an underground cathedral carved entirely from salt, including chandeliers. The Lion Salt Works in Cheshire, discussed earlier, tells the story of panhouses and pickling vats. In Hallstatt, Austria, visitors walk the tunnels of Bronze Age salt miners, some of whose wooden tools remain intact, preserved by the very substance they once harvested. These sites offer a quiet history not of kings and wars, but of labour, daily necessity, and the long persistence of the ordinary. Reflections on the vanished empire of salt. So what did salt leave behind after its political empire faded? A set of contradictions. It was once a weapon of control. Now it is a tool of safety. It once built empires. Now it is sold in small blue cartons at supermarkets. It was once traded like silver. Now it is spilled without thought, but in its quiet, it has become invisible infrastructure. It shapes the roads we travel, the meals we eat, the phrases we speak, and the rituals we perform. It sits on every table and in every bloodstream. Salt built the world and then stepped back into the margins, and perhaps that is its final lesson, that history is not always loud. Sometimes it is slow, cumulative, and necessary, like the patient boiling of a brine pan or the silent work of a pickaxe underground. What other forces, like salt, have shaped the world so thoroughly that we no longer see them? By the time steel rails began to crisscross the earth in the 19th century, the world had already been reshaped by centuries of ship routes, river traffic, and dusty caravan trails, but none of these ancient systems changed the tempo of civilization. Like the railroad did, today, the story of railroads often conjures images of roaring engines, gilded stations, and bold industrialists. But that's not our path here. Instead, we turn our attention to the uneventful details, the forgotten clerks who chose rail gauges, the labourers who set TIs by hand, the accountants who mapped stops, and the engineers who debated bolt length. This is a story about boring steel. Not the loud blast furnaces or the spectacular crashes, but the slow, precise, deeply bureaucratic work that quietly changed the world, mile by mile, bolt by bolt, schedule by schedule. Let us begin where steel first met the soil, at the confluence of ambition and practicality, when railway empires were mapped, not just by visionaries, but by surveyors with calipers, laying the first lines. The iron predecessor be for steel, there was iron rail. The earliest railways weren't what we'd recognise today. They began in the 17th and early 18th centuries as wagonways, wooden or iron-plated tracks used in coal mines in Britain and Germany. These early tracks allowed horses or mules to pull heavier loads over smoother paths. The technology was unglamorous, largely hidden underground or in rural pits. But it represented something remarkable, the beginning of fixed path transport, where the track dictated the journey. Then came the steam engine. George Stephenson's 1825 locomotion number 1 on the Stockton and Darlington Railway is often cited as the birth of the modern railway. But its success rested as much on dull logistics as engineering genius. The question wasn't merely how to build an engine, but how to anchor iron rails into shifting soil, design TI sleepers that wouldn't rot within a year, create a consistent track width that allowed multiple railroads to connect. These questions were addressed not in grand speeches, but in meeting rooms filled with draftsmen and quartermasters, often armed with only a slide rule and a shelf full of ledgers. Standard gauge, a global compromise of inches of the least exciting and most consequential decisions in transportation. History was the question of track gauge, the distance between the inner edges of the two rails. In Britain, different regions adopted different gauges. George Stephenson used 4 feet, 8.5 inches 1 for 35 millimeters, now known as standard gauge. Isambard Kingdom Brunel, ever the iconoclast, favoured a 7-foot gauge on the Great Western Railway, seeking greater speed and stability. For a while, Britain had incompatible railways. Trains had to stop, unload cargo, and reload at break of gauge points. The inefficiency was staggering. Parliament finally mandated Stephenson's gauge in 1846, and it slowly became the world standard. Why 4 feet, 8.5 inches? It wasn't the result of scientific calculation, but of pragmatic reuse. That measurement matched the width of old horse-drawn wagon axles. In effect, the global railway system adopted the width of a Roman cart track, inherited through centuries of rutted roads. This small, dull decision meant that when railways expanded across continents, they would by default use a width rooted in ancient transportation. Railway TIs and the problem of rotwooden TIs, also called sleepers, were essential to early railways. They distributed the weight of the rail, held the correct gauge, and absorbed vibrations, but they had one weakness: they rotted. Early builders tried everything. Oak was strong but expensive. Pine was cheap but short-lived. Creosote, a coal tar derivative, became the dominant preservative, soaking into millions of TIs across the world. Treating railway TIs became an industry unto itself. Entire facilities were built just to pressure treat wood. The process was tedious. TIs were stacked, steamed, soaked, and stored for months before they could be used. Even now, rail maintenance crews replace decaying TIs in painstaking rhythms. A metronome of infrastructure upkeep. Each tie, roughly 8 feet long, weighs around 200 pounds. And there are over 3,000 TIs per mile of track. That means every 100-mile railway required roughly 300,000 individual TIs, each placed by hand or small team. Nothing about this process was fast or flashy. It was measured in years and inches, not revolutions. The hidden labor of the railway builders. Much has been said about the monumental effort of railway construction across North America, India, Africa, and beyond. But the details where sleep-inducing tedium met exhausting labor are often forgotten. Railways were laid inch by armies of navvies, short for navigational laborers, in Britain, who dug through clay, rock, and forest to clear level paths. Chinese migrant workers on the Central Pacific Railroad in the US, who blasted through the Sierra Nevada with black powder and raw muscle. Indian laborers under British rule, who built over 40,000 miles of railway by hand in blistering heat and dangerous terrain. The work was dull and relentless. Wake at dawn dig and grade haul gravel, hammer spikes, reapy accidents were common. Pay was meager. Recognition was nearly non-existent. But without this quiet labor, there would have been no golden spikes or transcontinental achievements. The real story of the railroad was slow, physical, and poorly lit, scheduling the iron horseans. The rails were down. The next hurdle was synchronization. Before railways, time was local. Noon was when the sun was overhead, meaning towns just 50 miles apart could have clocked several minutes off. This became a problem when trains began running to fixed schedules. Arriving around PM was no longer good enough. Thus, in 1840, Britain's Great Western Railway adopted railway time based on Greenwich Mean Time. Other companies followed. Eventually, all stations adjusted their clocks to a common standard dot. In the US, this was even more complex. By 1883, American railroads divided the continent into 4 time zones, enforced not by the federal government, but by a consortium of railroad managers. This was one of the rare moments when bureaucracy created order before the state could. The government would only officially adopt standardized time in 1918, to 35 years after the railroads had done it first. A boring conclusion? So here we have it. The steel rails that stitched the world together were not shaped by inspiration alone. They were measured by calipers, decided in committee, preserved with tar, and pounded into place by tens of thousands of workers whose names are long forgotten. Every spike, tie, and switch was part of a logistical lattice planned on paper, debated in ledgers, and maintained in the cold. And yet, what emerged from this boring enterprise was extraordinary, an infrastructure that redefined geography, commerce, time, and memory. Even now, when high-speed trains cut across continents, they do so along corridors first imagined by men in dusty rooms, working by candlelight over hand-drawn maps, and it leaves us wondering, what are the forces of modern life was shaped by tedium rather than triumphed by spreadsheets instead of speeches? You've likely heard of the Great Fire of London in 1666. It famously began in a bakery and swept through much of the old city. But a lesser known, far less exciting yet oddly telling event happened almost exactly 200 years later. In 1841, in the growing industrial port city of Liverpool, a warehouse full of cheese caught fire. The fire did not burn down the entire city. No kings were dethroned. No poets penned odes to it. But this event and others like it represent a forgotten chapter of urban history, how cities began to organize, regulate, and think systematically about storage, food, materials, and most of all, fire. This is the story of cheese not as food, but as hazard. and of how urban planning became a dull but crucial pillar of survival in the modern age. The rise of the warehouse city in the 19th century, Liverpool was a city in transformation. Once a modest seaport, it exploded in population and wealth during the height of the British Empire. With its deep harbour and river access, Liverpool became one of the most important shipping and industrial cities in the world. By the 1840s, Liverpool's dockside warehouses stored goods from across the globe: cotton from America, tea from India, tobacco from Virginia, wool from Australia, and notably enormous wheels of cheese from the English. Countryside wares were not yet governed by sophisticated zoning laws or modern safety codes. Many were built of timber and stone, stacked close together, with narrow alleys and little ventilation. In this landscape, commodities like cheese, which one might imagine to be safe, even sleepy, could become dangerous. The fire of 1841, it was an ordinary spring day in April when smoke began to seep from the walls of a warehouse near the docks. At first, passers-by assumed it was routine, smoke from a stovepipe, perhaps, or the burning of shipping refuse. But soon, thick columns rose, and a sweet, oily smell spread through the air, a sign that something unusual was burning. The warehouse held thousands of wheels of cheese, mostly cheddar and Cheshire, some weighing as much as 100 pounds each. As the fire reached them, the fat in the cheese melted and caught fire, creating a low, oily blaze that spread with surprising speed. Firefighters, arriving in horse-drawn pump wagons, found the ground slick with molten cheese fat, making it difficult to keep footing. The heat from the slow-burning cheese was intense and hard to extinguish. Water hissed off the fat. The flames rolled under floors and behind walls. The fire burned for days. It was not especially deadly, but it was logistically catastrophic. Other nearby warehouses were affected. Goods meant for export were ruined. Docks were temporarily closed. And for weeks afterward, the district smelled of scorched dairy. An inconvenient truth: cheese is flammable. What the Liverpool cheese fire revealed more clearly than any policy debate was that urban storage practices were dangerously outdated. The problem wasn't cheese itself. The problem was scale. In the pre-industrial era, food was stored in modest quantities. But now, with cities feeding millions, everything came in bulk. Cheese, once aged in cool caves and eaten locally, now arrived in tonnage, stored in urban centers before being shipped abroad. What no one had considered was that high-fat cheeses, when aged and stacked closely, can become flammable. Cheese oils, once melted, behave like fuel. Smoke from burning cheese can fill warehouses faster than wood smoke, suffocating workers. Cleanup is expensive, requiring weeks to scrape hardened cheese fat from floors, and whilst no one had prepared for a warehouse that could become a giant fondue of destruction, urban planning awakes. Slowly, in the wake of the cheese fire and similar small disasters, grain explosions, rum fires, and flour dust combustion, municipal leaders began to recognize a problem. Cities were growing faster than regulations could keep up. Liverpool's town council, like others at the time, convened a series of meetings. These meetings were not dramatic. No fiery speeches, no sweeping reforms, just hours of note-taking, chart-making, and tedious vote counting. Out of these discussions came some modest but important shifts. Zoning guidelines for food storage, separating combustible from non-combustible materials, distance requirements between warehouses to reduce spread of fires, fire-resistant materials, brick, iron, slate became preferred for new construction. Creation of inventory registries, so fire brigades would know what they were facing inside each warehouse. Many of these changes took years to implement. Most were ignored by newspapers, but they marked the beginning of a trend: cities regulating boring things to prevent exciting disasters. The emergence of the sanitary engineer, the cheese fire, was also part of a broader context. In the 1840s, Britain was experiencing a series of urban crises, not just fires, but cholera outbreaks, overcrowded housing, and filthy water supplies. To solve these problems, a new kind of professional began to emerge: the sanitary engineer. Unlike civil engineers or architects, sanitary engineers worked on the margins, managing waste, sewers, drainage, food safety, and fire prevention. Their work was unglamorous but increasingly essential. They studied how far apart buildings should be placed, how warehouses should be ventilated, what materials absorbed moisture, how to construct city blocks so that firefighting wagons could turn corners. They rarely appeared in headlines. Yet they helped prevent thousands of deaths through mundane regulations. The cheese fire of 1841, though small, provided one of many case studies in their evolving discipline. It reminded city planners that not all disasters are violent. Some are dull, smouldering, and bureaucratically expensive. Cheese fires elsewhere in Interlaken, Liverpool was not the only city to suffer such a fate. In Chicago, 1912, a fire in a cold storage warehouse ignited thousands of pounds of stored dairy and meat, causing a greasy fire that took days to extinguish. In Toronto, 1948, a fire in a cheese distribution centre melted so much stock that local sewers backed up with dairy runoff. In Odessa, Ukraine, a 19th century cheese market famously burned in a blaze that cooked thousands of rounds of Edam, filling the air with pungent smoke and alarming nearby ships. Each of these events served as reminders that even the humblest goods can become dangerous at scale. From fire to fridges, the 20th century advanced. Refrigerated transport changed everything. No longer did cities need to store cheese or any food in vast warehouse quantities. Refrigerated railcars, followed by trucks, allowed for just-in-time delivery, where smaller quantities could be moved rapidly. Reducing storage risk, cold storage itself became more sophisticated, with temperature control, non-flammable insulation, and electrical systems designed to prevent spark ignition. But behind all of this progress lay a century of small, boring disasters, each one teaching urban planners a lesson they'd write into new codes and manuals. What the cheese fire taught us, the Liverpool cheese fire, was forgotten in most history books. It involved no war, no royalty, no revolution. It was not even the city's worst fire, but it mattered. It taught municipal governments that commodities are not neutral, that food can be flammable, and that safety is not just a matter of law, but of dull, methodical, data-driven planning. From that fire came protocols, positions, and policies that still govern modern cities. It leaves us with a simple question: what current hazards lay in wait, quietly stored in the warehouses of today, unnoticed until they melt into history? The Liverpool cheese fire had faded from public memory within a matter of weeks. There were no statues erected, no poems written, and certainly no ballads about the men who slipped and slid through puddles of melting Cheshire. But something curious happened in the months that followed. An increasing number of municipal clerks began to request something unusual from warehouse owners: detailed inventory logs. At first, this seemed like overreach, but it marked a shift in the way cities thought about themselves, not as clusters of buildings, but as complex systems of risk and material. This second section explores the quieter aftermath of the cheese fire and how it fed into a growing, surprisingly influential movement in urban policy: the inventory as infrastructure. Why ledgers became fire breaks before 1841. Most warehouses in Liverpool kept records for commercial purposes only. These included dates of deliveries, invoices, and bills of lading, destination, port, supplier accounts. Rarely, if ever, did warehouse managers list the flammability of their goods or consider how different materials might behave in a fire. But during the cheese fire cleanup, officials realized just how difficult it had been to assess the risk. What kind of cheese was it? Was it paraffin waxed or cloth bound? Was there butter or cured meat stored alongside it? Were there wooden crates, straw packing, or resin-sealed barrels nearby? There had been no central document answering these questions. The fire brigade had responded with water hoses, but water had done little to smother a grease-based fire. In fact, it had spread the molten fat, worsening the damage. Thus began the city's push for a new kind of record-keeping: the fire inventory. The boring rise of the warehouse surveyor. Liverpool established the Office of Public Safety Inventory in 1842, appointing one Mr. Henry C. Bray as the first official warehouse surveyor. His task: to visit each warehouse, record its contents, and assess its potential risks. Bray was no hero. He was a mild man, meticulous, partial to tea biscuits, and fond of checklists. But he quickly developed a method that would become a standard across Britain: categorize materials by combustibility, identify packaging types, crates, barrels, sacks, etc. Note floor spacing and shelving layout, assign risk scores for fire, moisture, and spoilage, mark emergency access paths and water source. Bray published his first major report in 1843, blandly titled Warehouse Safety Considerations for the Docks of Liverpool. It sold fewer than 100 copies. But those who read it, city planners, fire marshals, shipping insurers, quietly changed their protocols, insurance, and the invisible revolution if warehouse managers were reluctant to adopt these new standards. Insurance companies were not. Before the 1840s, fire insurance was a haphazard industry. Premiums were often arbitrary, and claims were disputed in long, confusing cases. But as inventory reports improved, insurers saw an opportunity. More data meant better risk pricing. By 1845, firms like the Liverpool and London Fire and Life Insurance Co. began offering discounted rates for businesses that submitted regular, detailed inventories. These forms included material composition, stacking, height of goods, use of gas lamps or candles, proximity to other combustible structure. Certainly, businesses had a financial incentive to be methodical and transparent. Inventory logs, once seen as boring bureaucracy, became a profit tool. This transformation didn't make headlines, but it changed the city's risk profile in measurable ways. Fires still happened, but they were smaller, less costly, and easier to manage. Cheese and the classification movement. Strangely enough, the cheese fire helped accelerate a movement already brewing in other fields, the classification of everyday things. In 1839, British customs authorities had begun classifying imported goods into codified categories for tariff purposes. And in the 1840s, hospitals began using primitive diagnostic logs to track outbreaks. Now warehouses were joining the trend. By 1850, city planners had begun organizing entire districts by function and material type. Docks for combustible goods like cotton and timber were separated from food depots. Tinned goods were preferred over wax-sealed jars. Dairy storage moved towards stone-built, low ventilation units outside the central fire zone. If these changes were not dramatic, there were no groundbreaking technologies, just record-keeping, slowly, page by page, transforming the structure of the city. The evolution of the stuff map. In 1851, Henry Bray published a second report, this one far more ambitious. It included one of the first detailed material maps of Liverpool, a hand-drawn grid of the city's warehouses, color-coded by contents, red for flammable oils and waxes, blue for dairy and animal products, yellow for grain and flour, green for general merchandise, grey for metal goods. This document, nicknamed the Stuff Map, was dull, to say the least. But it allowed fire brigades, public works teams, and insurers to coordinate with unprecedented clarity. Soon, other cities followed suit. Bristol created a spice and liquor zoning map in 1852. Hull mapped all sugar refineries and molasses storage. Glasgow developed protocols for mineral and coal stores. By the end of the decade, the idea had taken hold. Cities should know what they contain. It seems obvious now. But before the cheese fire and the slow rise of inventory science, no one had thought to measure the contents of a city like this. Tedium as strategites, tempting to think of city building as a creative act. Bold architecture, sweeping boulevards, cathedrals rising over skylines. But in the mid-19th century, one of the most powerful tools of urban development was something far less glamorous. Lists. Every crate of butter, every sack of flour, every wheel of cheese listed, tallied, compared. This tedium was not a side effect. It was the strategy. Disaster-inspired documentation. Documentation reshaped infrastructure. Infrastructure reduced disaster, and though the public never celebrated it, the result was a quieter, safer, more functional city. A strange side effect, the standardization of cheese itself. Interestingly, the new inventory systems also had an unexpected economic effect. Standard sizes and packaging began to dominate. Cheese was increasingly shipped in uniform 60-pound wheels. Salt content was regulated to reduce spoilage risk. Some producers branded their cheese with fireproof ink, making inventory easier and traceable after incidents in time. Certain regional varieties of cheese diminished not because of taste, but because they didn't fit the inventory model. Urban storage had begun to influence rural production, a reversal of historical norms. Thus, the Liverpool cheese fire, in its own way, helped shape how food would be made, stored, labelled, and shipped for generations. What bureaucracy built. By the 1860s, Liverpool had evolved into a model of industrial urban order, not because of heroism, but because of clipboard men, numbered shelves, and warehouse keys logged in triplicate. It was dull, methodical, and quietly revolutionary. The real miracle wasn't that the city avoided another cheese fire. It was that everyone began to expect it wouldn't happen again. This was the true triumph of bureaucracy, to transform disaster into improbability, and to do so not through invention, but through paperwork, and as you lie there now, listening to the hum of your refrigerator or glancing at a can of labeled soup in your pantry, consider this: what else do we owe to the invisible architectures of inventory and risk? In the cool dawn following the last smouldering embers of Liverpool's infamous cheese fire, the port city began to quietly reimagine itself, not through dramatic reconstruction or soaring architecture, but through policy, paper, and an emerging philosophy of prevention through procedure. This final section will follow the legacy of that transformation, how a relatively minor warehouse fire caused by a combustible stockpile of cheese catalyzed a much broader shift in how cities understood their contents, their responsibilities, and ultimately their identity. It will also explore how urban administration, once seen as a sleepy clerical function, became a foundation of public trust. It began, as so many structural changes do, with a ledger, clerks, and the cult of the checklist. By the 1870s, Liverpool's bureaucracy had blossomed. It was a city of forms, logs, and protocol. Warehouse inventory was now required for the renewal of business licenses. Insurance firms demanded periodic updates on the materials stored, shelf heights, spacing between crates, and even the ventilation systems in storerooms. The changes were incremental. Annual warehouse audits became routine. Map overlays were updated monthly, showing goods movements across the docklands. Fire brigade drills were coordinated based on known inventories rather than guesswork. Though most residents were unaware of these efforts, the city's resilience to disasters quietly improved. Fires that once destroyed entire blocks were now contained within single buildings. Spoiled food shipments decreased. Even tax revenues became more stable thanks to clearer documentation of trade flows. The people who managed this transformation, clerks, surveyors, and junior archivists, were rarely recognized. But they had done something profound. They had made safety boring. The birth of zoning Polycyth warehouse survey movement, initiated by Henry C. Bray, didn't just remain a Liverpool phenomenon. As other cities adopted the model, a new idea took root in urban planning-zoning. By the 1880s, local governments across Britain began passing ordinances. Combustibles must be stored in designated districts. Foodstuffs must be kept away from industrial chemicals. Open flame lighting was banned in high-fat storage areas. These rules emerged from observed patterns, not theory patterns like those seen in the Great Cheese Fire, where stacked dairy goods packed tightly in straw had produced a molten, greasy inferno that water could not extinguish. What's remarkable is that zoning did not come from royal decree or moral panic, but from the dry evidence of risk assessments and boring maps. By the turn of the century, zoning had evolved into something more sophisticated: citywide master planning. Planners divided urban areas not just by use, but by sound levels, waste production, access to emergency route tests. These principles would eventually inform the first modern zoning code in New York City in 1916 and many others around the world. At the heart of these policies, material classification and inventory control, first applied not in theory but in direct response to the fire of 1841, a shift in trust, the public role of the clerk, perhaps the most unexpected outcome of the cheese fire, was not infrastructural but philosophical. For centuries, cities had leaned heavily on men of action: mayors, generals, engineers. But after decades of quiet successes in risk prevention, a new figure earned public respect: the municipal clerk. The clerk became custodian of the city's memory, guardian of its risk profiles, mediator between public safety and private trading. Liverpool, Bray's successors were routinely consulted on urban development proposals, emergency funding, and even school safety procedures. By the 1890s, a city like Liverpool could not imagine expanding its dock system or approving a new warehouse without a full materials inventory review, and yet none of this work was visible in the skyline. It was visible only in what didn't happen: the fires that didn't spread, the floods that didn't contaminate food stores, the epidemics that didn't arrive through misrouted goods. The archive had become a firewall. Cheese in the archive, a minor detail with a major footprint off course. The irony is that most official records of the fire itself are modest. The 1841 incident appears in local reports as the Stanley Dock Fire, with a short note on the presence of substantial stores of dairy material. There is no plaque, no commemorative article in local newspapers marked the 10th or 20th anniversary, but among urban historians and archivists, it holds a kind of cult status. Not for its size, but for its role in redefining material risk as an administrative responsibility. One particularly obscure document, a 12-page checklist titled Assessment of Organic Trade Goods in Compacted Storage Conditions, contains an entire appendix on how cheese should be stacked, labeled, and tracked. Among its recommendations, store at ground level, never above flour or cloth goods. Maintain separation between wax-sealed and cloth-bound wheels. Avoid storage near heat sources or iron stoves. Clearly mark fat content for fire brigade use. It is almost laughably specific, but this appendix became part of national policy on dairy storage in shipping centres, reproduced in updated forms well into the 1930s. Thus, the melting, bubbling blocks of Cheshire cheese didn't just ruin one night in Liverpool. They helped shape how food logistics evolved globally. The bureaucratic sublimeso, where does that leave us? Perhaps it's worth seeing the story of the cheese fire not just as a curiosity, but as an example of how quiet systems build the world. The transformation of Liverpool's dock policies didn't happen through revolution or invention, but through lists, binders, floor plans, ledger margins, the occasional handwritten note. Warehouse B contains cheddar in waxed bundles. Martyr at fire risk. No one writes songs about this. No child dreams of becoming a materials classification officer. But these systems form the bedrock of functioning cities. They turn chaos into order. They turn disaster into statistics. They turn individual blunders like storing 80,000 pounds of cheese above barrels of whale oil into enduring protocols. In this way, the boring becomes profound. A quiet Legacitidae, you can walk along the former side of the Stanley Dock Fire. The warehouses have been converted into flats and museums. Tour guides rarely mention the fire. Yet, in the City Archives building, tucked away in a temperature-controlled room, sits Bray's original 1843 inventory ledger, yellowing, penciled in, and completely unremarkable to look at. But inside are the seeds of modern urban risk management. A page on cheeses, cow's milk, assorted upper north tier, includes marginalia, later added in red ink. Note: combustible under heat. Store with care. It's a small thought, easy to overlook, but it changed how cities understood themselves. So the next time you pass a fire hydrant, glance at a zoning map, or hear about a warehouse inspection, consider this: how much of our world rests not on bold action, but on quiet paperwork inspired by accidental disasters. You may not think of salt as a foundation of civilization. You likely keep it in a cupboard or sprinkle it on your food without a second thought. It dissolves, disappears, leaves behind only taste. But in the ancient world, salt didn't just season life, it preserved it. And more importantly, it governed it. For thousands of years, the presence or absence of salt shaped borders, funded armies, and determined who lived and who starved. Its value extended far beyond kitchens. It sat at the heart of trade routes, tax systems, and even revolutions. This story begins with a simple idea: control the salt, and you control the people. A precious nothing salt, sodium chloride, is one of the simplest compounds on Earth, and one of the most essential to life. Humans need it to survive. In the pre-modern world, it was also indispensable for preserving meat and fish, tanning leather, curing hides, making dyes and glass, balancing diets for livestock, and laborious in warm climates, especially where food spoiled rapidly. Salt was not a seasoning, it was a form of preservation technology, and like all technologies, it came with power structures, from the first cities in Mesopotamia to the sprawling empires of China and Rome. Salt production was either tightly controlled by states or heavily taxed by them. Salt was too important to be left to the free market. The Sumerians and the salt tablet. The earliest known records of salt taxation come from the Sumerian city of Lagash around 2500 BCE. Clay tablets show that salt rations were standardized and logged, given out to temple workers and soldiers as part of their pay, But more than that, salt began to function as currency. Like grain and silver rings, it could be traded, weighed, and taxed. Priests recorded salt deliveries with incredible detail: type of salt, coarse, fine, brind origin, inland pans vs. coastal flats, intended use, ritual, storage, laborers, and, just as quickly, the state claimed a cut. The concept of a salt tax, where a portion of every mined or harvested salt quantity went to the central authority, was born here in the damp silt of southern Iraq. It would persist for the next 4,000 years. Egypt and the ritual of dryness. In ancient Egypt, salt took on additional meanings. Not only did it preserve food, it preserved bodies. Natron, a naturally occurring mixture of sodium carbonate and sodium bicarbonate, was essential in mummification. It was also used for cleaning wounds, making soap, and preparing sacred altars. Harvested primarily from dried lake beds, natron and salt were transported by donkey, logged in temple records, and critically monopolized by the pharaoh's agents. A decree from the reign of Ramses II refers to the salt counters who traveled between storage depots, measuring, inspecting, and reporting on stockpiles. The temples, not the people, owned the salt, and if you tried to take it or use it without permit, you risked exile or death. Salt became a matter of law and ritual. The sacred was regulated, audited, and taxed. Rome, the via salaria, and the military economy. In Latin, salt is sal. The word salary, our modern term for wages, comes from salarium, a payment made to Roman soldiers, possibly intended to help them purchase salt, though scholars debate whether this was literal or symbolic. What is clear is that Rome saw salt as a strategic resource worthy of its own roads. The Via Salaria, the Salt Road, was one of the earliest Roman highways. It allowed the transport of salt from the salt pans near Ostia to the capital and beyond. And because salt could preserve meat, its control was essential to feeding armies on the march. Roman authorities established salt customs stations, collecting tolls and controlling trade. One minor revolt in the early Republic was partially caused by attempts to raise tolls on salt vendors crossing into Latium. When the people couldn't preserve meat, prices rose. When prices rose, unrest followed. Salt may have seemed invisible in daily life, but it was everywhere in the machinery of empire. Tang China and the birth of state salt monopolies. By the 8th century CE, the Chinese Tang dynasty had refined salt taxation into something more formidable, a full-scale state monopoly. Private salt sellers were banned. Government agents controlled salt pans, transport boats, market distribution of how much salt could be used per person was sometimes regulated by decree. This system became especially important after the Anlushan Rebellion in 755 CE, which drained imperial coffers. Rather than raise general taxes, which could provoke more unrest, the government leaned heavily on salt sales. Why? Because salt was a necessity. People could not refuse to buy it. Unlike land taxes or tolls, which could be evaded, salt was consumed daily. A small increase in price, multiplied across millions, meant enormous revenue. The policy worked so well that later dynasties, including the Song and Ming, continued it for centuries. At its height, the salt monopoly funded army salaries, canal construction, imperial palaces. The Confucian examination system own report from 1200 CE noted that over 50% of the government's income came from salt. No battle was fought over it. No news scroll proclaimed it, but salt was the silent engine of empire. Europe's gabelle, the salt tax that sparked a revolution. If you know one historical salt tax, it's probably France's gabelle, created in the 14th century and refined over the next 400 years. The gabelle was not just a tax, it was a burden designed with punitive precision. French citizens were forced to buy a fixed amount of salt per year even if they didn't need it, barred from collecting their own salt from coastal flats, penalized for possessing untaxed salt. Smugglers could be imprisoned or executed. Tax varied wildly by region. In some provinces, salt was 10 times cheaper than in others. This discrepancy created an entire black market of faux souvenirs, salt smugglers who used false-bottom carts, hidden compartments in cloaks, and elaborate trade networks. Children were taught to watch for salt guards and to hide their families' contraband under floorboards or in hay. This wasn't petty theft. The gabelle became one of the most hated symbols of royal oppression in pre-revolutionary France. When the French Revolution began in 1789, one of the first acts of the National Assembly was to abolish the gabelle, but it returned under Napoleon. To recognize salt's irreplaceable revenue, France's salt tax didn't just fund kings. It built roads, armies, and courts. And ultimately, it helped push the people to revolt, all because of a white powder that everyone needed but no one could freely obtain. Salt's symbol, Salt's system. What emerges from these stories is not drama, but structure. Salt was never just a commodity. It was a framework, a way to organize production, justify taxation, enforce loyalty, control labor. Its very mundanity made it ideal for bureaucracies. Its essential nature made it impossible to ignore. Salt shaped statecraft not because it was exciting, but because it was unavoidable. So as you lie still, listening, consider the empires that rose and fell, not by sword or siege, but by salt collectors, ledger writers, and quiet, daily compliance, and ask yourself, what happens when the thing you need most becomes the government's most powerful tool? Salt, though mundane in appearance and simple in form, did not simply fund bureaucracies and armies. It generated entire shadow economies. It dictated how families stored food and what they could preserve for winter. It determined how soldiers were paid, how widows were taxed, and even what children learned to fear. In this section, we travel deeper into the lesser-known landscapes of the salt trade through smuggler routes carved across mountain passes, bribes handed off in seaside towns, and coded ledgers buried in state archives. This is not the salt of policy, but the salt of resistance and endurance, measured out in sacks, hidden in satchels, and tracked by those who lived under the weight of the salt monopoly. Smugglers and the salt of the earth. In the 17th and 18th centuries, salt smuggling reached industrial proportions in many parts of the world. It wasn't just thieves or rebels, it was merchants, farmers, widows, and fishermen. In France, under the notorious gabelle, entire communities turned to the illicit salt trade. These people were called faux souvenirs or false salt workers. They developed elaborate systems. Children served as lookouts along forest paths. Women carried salt sewn into the hems of their dresses. Salt was disguised as flour, sugar, or even building lime. In the marshes of western France, salt smugglers used flat-bottomed boats to quietly cross into high-tax zones under cover of fog. In mountain regions like the Pyrenees, salt caravans traveled under the stars, using paths passed down through generations, often unnamed, rarely ridden. Caught smugglers faced harsh penalties, fines often exceeding a year's wages, imprisonment, sometimes without trial, confiscation of homes or livestock. Beat this. Smuggling continued because the alternative was often starvation. One official from Brittany wrote in 1731, "I know of 3 villages where salt is never bought, but always acquired through arrangement." The people here do not consider this theft, they consider it necessity. Salt agents and informers, of course. No empire allows its revenue to leak without a fight. Salt inspectors called gabelists in France, Yanyan in Ming China, or simply collectors in British India were the bureaucrats on the front line of control. These weren't military men. They were scribes, notaries, and accountants. But they wielded significant power. A gabelou might demand the right to search homes at random, confiscate an entire family's winter stores based on suspicion, arrest a tenant farmer for failing to show a salt receipt. In response, communities grew wary. Trust shifted inward. Outsiders, especially those who seemed literate or well-dressed, were watched with suspicion. The line between neighbour and informant blurred. In queuing era villages along the Grand Canal, salt monitors, local volunteers, who informed the central authority of suspicious behaviour, were rewarded with extra rations or small exemptions. Over time, even the act of boiling brine at home became suspect. In places like Bengal or Marsen, there are documented cases of false denunciations, personal grudges settled by accusing someone of illegal salt trading. Salt, it turned out, could be weaponized even in rumour. Colonialism and the salt revenue model. Was the salt tax more deeply embedded and more resented than under colonial regimes? The British Empire, in particular, adopted salt monopolies across its territories with surgical precision. In India, the British East India Company introduced systematic salt taxes in the late 18th century. Over time, they established salt factories along coasts and inland lakes. Government-run salt depots and checkpoints. A blanket ban on private salt production. Even villagers who lived next to natural salt pans were prohibited from collecting it. By the 19th century, the Salt Department of India had tens of thousands of staff: inspectors, guards, clerks, accountants, making it one of the largest administrative organs of the colonial government. Salt duties were deliberately kept high. Why? Because they were easy to enforce. No one could survive without salt, and thus no one could escape its taxation. A tiny amount added to a basic necessity yielded an immense, stable income for the empire. One British civil servant wrote in 1860, "The native may subsist on grain or millet, but his body will not suffer the absence of salt for long. In this we have an advantage most fiscal." It was an advantage paid for by the poor. Gandhi's Salt March, a symbol, not just a protest. You may already know the story of Gandhi's Salt March in 1930, but what made it effective was not its drama, but its utter mundanity. Gandhi and his followers walked 240 miles to the coastal village of Dandi. There he knelt down, reached into the sand, and lifted a small clump of salty crust in defiance of British law. That act broke the salt monopoly, but, more importantly, it broke the illusion of legitimacy that surrounded salt taxation. For decades, the salt tax had hidden behind paper schedules, permits, weight declarations, cost sheets. Gandhi's act tore through those documents, revealing a simple truth: the people were not allowed to touch what the earth freely provided. The protest ignited mass civil disobedience. Thousands began collecting salt from coasts, boiling seawater in backyard pans, or simply refusing to pay duties. It was not a dramatic rebellion, it was a logistical one, and that is what made it so dangerous. Ledgers of salt, bureaucracy as architecture. In every salt monopoly was a fortress not of stone, but of paper. In a storage building in Calcutta, the British kept meticulous ledgers of salt inflow, outflow, local demand, and pricing. Each shipment of salt required a permit of passage, a manifest, a tax declaration, witness signature. Resiac warehouse had multiple rooms: raw salt, refined salt, salt for export, sold under audit. Salt that couldn't be reconciled to paper was considered contraband, even if it had come from the very earth the villagers walked upon. This was the architecture of bureaucracy, and salt was its foundational unit. The British model spread. Salt taxation became embedded in other colonial regimes: Dutch Java, French West Africa, Portuguese Goa. In each case, the strategy was the same: declare local salt production illegal, control distribution through government agents, punish deviation with economic sanction or imprisonment, justify all of it with ledgers, audits, and balance sheets. The paper, not the salt, held the real power. When the salt is gone as the 20th century unfolded, the need for salt as a preservative diminished, refrigeration spread, food processing modernized, and salt's monopoly power eroded. Many governments dismantled their salt taxes quietly. In India, the salt tax formally ended in 1946. In France, the gabelle was finally abolished in 1945 after over 600 years, but the systems remained. The infrastructure of control, once built around salt, was simply repurposed for other commodities: fuel, alcohol, tobacco, diet. The psychology of salt, the idea that something essential to daily life can also be a tool of governance, remains deeply embedded in how we think about public goods, and that raises a question not of history, but of philosophy. How many of the things we believe are natural freedoms are still shaped by old systems of extraction and control? Salt teaches us not just about trade or tax, but about perception. We sold our food without thought, but once, someone had to hide a handful of salt in the folds of their cloak, hoping not to be caught. Salt once anchored the financial core of empires. It was measured out in units of control, resistance, and power. Yet by the end of the 20th century, salt had lost its fiscal prominence. The governments that once obsessed over grains of it now barely register its presence. What happened? This section traces the slow retreat of salt from the corridors of governance, exploring how technology, political change, and globalization shifted the burden away from salt taxes without removing the logic they inspired. We'll explore the dismantling of salt monopolies, the aftershocks in local economies, and the strange legacy of salt in the modern surveillance and taxation state. The story ends not with a bang, but with a ledger closed, a salt pan abandoned, and a habit forgotten, and yet the echoes of salt are everywhere, even where you'd least expect them. The decline of the salt tax. The 20th century saw the rapid decline of salt as a taxable cornerstone. For several key reasons: refrigeration and canning. With the advent of electric refrigerators and mass-produced canned goods, the everyday need to salt food for preservation sharply declined. Salt remained important for taste and food processing, but not for survival. Modern taxation, as states expanded, they diversified their revenue streams. Broad-based income taxes, value-added taxes (VAT), and corporate taxes rendered narrow consumption taxes like those on salt obsolete or politically risky. Political revolutions, popular uprisings, and the collapse of colonial systems led to the rejection of salt monopolies as symbols of oppression. Independent nations, especially in Asia and Africa, discarded them to gain legitimacy with newly enfranchised populations. The gabelle in France was abolished in 1945, not during a grand revolution, but quietly after the country's liberation. In World War II, the post-war government, seeking to rebuild and reconcile, finally removed the centuries-old tax. In India, the salt tax formally ended in 1946, though symbolic resistance had already drained its power. Independent India kept salt distribution under regulation for a time, but taxation was no longer its core purpose. Abandoned saltworks and economic transition. The fall of salt monopolies left a vacuum not only in government coffers but in entire regional economies. In France, the salt marshes of the west coast fell silent. Pan workers moved into industrial labor or migrated to cities. Some salt works were converted into tourist sites. Others became wetlands, reclaimed by birds and brambles. In British India, coastal communities that had been forced to sell their salt to colonial depots lost guaranteed buyers. The infrastructure built to control salt warehouses, rail lines, bureaucratic offices fell into disrepair. Some were repurposed, others became ghost buildings of a bureaucratic past. The same pattern unfolded in North Africa, China, Indonesia, and Italy. As the state let go, local economies that had depended on legal or illegal salt operations had to pivot, often without aid. A few places held on. Traditional salt harvesting in regions like the Maraz salt ponds in Peru or Trapani in Sicily continued, more for cultural or artisanal reasons than national finance. Salt became heritage, not currency. Salt's lingering structure rests despite the decline in its fiscal role. Salt left something behind, a blueprint for control. Salt monopolies, with their checkpoints, permits, ledgers, and agents, were early exercises in what we now call surveillance governance. The tools and philosophies honed over centuries of salt taxation did not vanish, they evolved. Modern governments still track essential goods to monitor public sentiment and consumption, regulate pricing and distribution of staples during crisis like fuel, rice, or even internet access. Use data collection to predict unrest or organize enforcement. In this sense, salt was the first test case of total material control. It proved that a government could enforce scarcity. It could create dependence on state-controlled commodities. It could use punishment and bureaucracy to maintain compliance. Today, many of those mechanisms are deployed on goods that seem more abstract: energy, bandwidth, medicine. But their roots lie in the salt depots of Bengal, the salt carts of the RHNE, and the underground mines of Poland. Salt has gone from ledgers, but the architecture it inspired remains. Salt is a metaphor. In literature, the idea of salt often signals endurance, hardship, and the passage of time. In Russian novels, peasants sweat salt into their bread. In African proverbs, the salt of a man is known by how he handles hunger. In American frontier writing, salt was wealth because it meant you could last through winter. There, a metaphor. Even in politics, a policy may be called the salt of reform: basic, bracing, not pleasant, but necessary. This echoes how societies once viewed salt taxes: annoying but unavoidable, fundamental to structure, like gravity or aging. Today, those metaphors persist, but the tangible relationship with salt has faded for most. We no longer need to think about how salt arrives in our kitchens or what laws centuries ago dictated who could touch it. The question now is, what do we still consume under invisible constraint? What feels like choice but is, in fact, structured control? Salt reminds us that even the simplest substance can carry the weight of empire, preservation, and forgetting. Strangely, one of salt's great purposes, preservation, is also part of its legacy in history. The salt that preserved fish, meat, and cheese across the centuries has also preserved archives, fossils, and cultural memory. Salt mines have yielded ancient tools and clothing, perfectly preserved in dry, salty air. Wooden carts from the Bronze Age, leather shoes from Roman miners, documents sealed in salt-laced paper that resisted decay, and yet the administrative structures built around salt were rarely preserved. As they became obsolete, they were thrown out, burned, or forgotten. Salt, both as a substance and as an institution, preserved others, but not itself. You can visit a salt cathedral carved beneath the earth, but you may never see the payroll records of the salt inspectors who oversaw it. Their stories dissolve like salt in water, leaving only an aftertaste of their presence. Final reflection: story of salt is not heroic. It is not marked by decisive battles or triumphant kings. It is slow, granular, often dull, like the daily grind of labor itself. But that is its significance. Salt is the history of what people needed, what governments noticed, what rebels defied, and what eventually time eroded. It teaches us that even the plainest resource can underpin complexity. That control is often hidden in plain sight, and that the ordinary is always political, whether we recognize it or not. We no longer pay a tax on salt. We no longer fear the salt collector, but perhaps we should still ask, what in our lives today is as essential and as invisible as salt once was? Imagine a world where nearly every road you travel has a toll that goes unseen, a stone post, a ledger entry, a shadowy collector, but influences the cost of every journey. Long before national highways or standardized infrastructure, medieval and early modern communities relied on local toll networks, tiny systems of fees and permissions that shaped trade routes, economies, and access to travel. These systems were quiet, bureaucratic, and rarely noted by history, but they were foundational to economic order across regions. This story traces the little-known histories of community-funded roads, bridge tolls, and trackways, the ways in which local authorities managed access, extracted revenue, and enforced standards through administrative infrastructure rather than grand projects. Why toll roads mattered when roads were little more than dirt, mud, and ruts. They offered no guarantee. Roads could be held for ransom by feudal lords, flooded out by rain, or left impassable during seasons. To keep them usable, local councils, abbeys, and guilds started to charge for maintenance, rather than rely on taxes alone. These communities built paved causeways or post roads costing thousands of shillings, established toll posts, sometimes just a plank gate over hills or bridges, issued tallies or tokens that travelers had to present for access. These toll systems determined where caravans traveled, where goods flowed, and which communities thrived or stagnated. The Abbey and the Hill Parsake, for example, a narrow hill pass near Durham, England. The route led through monastic land and was essential for wool merchants travelling between northern England and the south. The Abbey built a stone causeway to ease the journey. But who would maintain it? Who would pay? The Abbey began charging a halfpenny per wool sack at each end. Collectors were appointed, often lay brothers, and the fees kept the road dry. Records show that in 1423, the Abbey issued a regulation. Wool merchants must present toll tokens at the southern post for passage. Tokens, when lost, cost a fine of 2p. These toll receipts were logged in account books, connecting travel to governance. Travellers learned early, to cross the Dyke Hill Pass, they must pay and know which token to hand over. Guild roads and merchant access in many towns, certain roads, were built or maintained by merchant guilds, especially in Germany or Italy. Trade routes for wine, salt, textiles, and grain often converged around cities. Merchants paid for upkeep of the cobbled streets, plus tolls on carts, ensuring clean surfaces. For high-value goods, each cart carrying cloth might cross 5 different toll checkpoints before leaving the city. These checkpoints weren't guards, they were accountants, checking paper permits, stamping documents, or deducting charges. Guild charters specified toll amounts per cart, will extra fees for nighttime passage permissions for exempt merchants. Like city citizens vs. Itinerantes, systems were invisible to most villagers but determined the price of cloth and food for hundreds of miles. Road watchers and documentation work kept track of all this. It wasn't state surveyors or royal engineers. It was local clerks. Villagers near tunnels or river fords hired road watchers, individuals entrusted with inspecting the causeway, logging wear, and reporting needs to councils. Their data, often handwritten in parchment journals, recorded date, passing traffic type, horse, cart, flock, toll amounts collected, observed where ruts, potholes, washouts over time. These records formed the basis for decisions: when to reinforce, when to resurface, and when to raise tolls. None of this was public. Most were scattered across map-stained ledgers in abbey archives or town guild books. The legacy of invisible feast or toll roads might seem minor compared to railways or canals. They shaped markets by controlling access. When any one owner could flank a road and charge a fees, travel routes shifted. Merchants avoided high-toll paths. Villagers walked instead of paid carts. In contest between two bridges, one free and one tolled, even a small fee could shift trade toward the free path, impacting which settlements prospered. These small fees built economic geography, which paths families travelled, where goods moved, and what towns grew into markets or remained backwater. And so we rest with the question, what happens when access is regulated by tiny tolls, invisible fees, and local rights rather than grand declarations? How many unseen costs shape our own daily paths? In the previous section, we explored how modest tolls imposed by monasteries, town guilds, and councils controlled roads, bridges, and passages across Europe and beyond. These tolls shaped trade routes, determined which towns thrived, and funded the unglamorous but essential upkeep of causeways and fords. Now, let's explore the deeper implications of these hidden toll networks, how they reflected power structures, how they were resisted, and how even the quiet act of collecting a halfpenny could become a political statement. This section examines the role tolls played in the enforcement of jurisdiction, the rise of road syndicates, and the subtle but critical forms of resistance that travellers and communities developed in response. Behind every toll gate stood not only a ledger but also a negotiation over power. Tolling is a form of local sovereignty in a time when kings ruled only intermittently and centralized governments had little presence in everyday life. Toll collection was sovereignty in miniature. To charge tolls on a road or bridge was to assert ownership of it not just physically, but legally. The right to collect tolls was often backed by a royal charter or local ordinance, but it could also be claimed through usage, force, or community agreement. This led to a patchwork of competing authorities. A single 30-mile stretch of road might cross lands belonging to 3 abbeys, 2 towns, and 1 noble estate, each with their own toll stations. River crossings, especially ferries or small bridges, were frequent toll points, often owned by families or guilds who inherited the right for generations. The act of collecting even just a penny per cart was a declaration: this land is under our jurisdiction. The road syndicates of the Low Countries and the Dutch provinces and Flanders, where water management and causeway building were essential, small communities began to form wegschap and road syndicates. These local collectives would pool funds, oversee maintenance, and establish fixed tolls. By the late 16th century, these syndicates were formalized. Members met annually to assess costs and set tolls. They recorded usage rates and road conditions meticulously. Failure to pay tolls was punishable by fines or denial of passage. Unlike royal monopolies, these tolls were local, transparent, and reinvested directly into infrastructure. But they still required enforcement, and their existence gave locals significant control over trade access. Over time, some syndicates grew quite powerful, like the Landstratenraad of Brabant, which managed over 100 kilometers of roadway and employed its own staff of inspectors and collectors. Bridge tolls and urban control. Urban centres often exerted their own tolling authority, especially over bridges. A bridge in a medieval city was not merely a structure, it was an economic gate. In Florence, for example, the Ponte Vecchio collected tolls not on people, but on the goods they carried. The weight, type, and packaging of goods determined the fee. Over time, this evolved into a complex tariff system. Livestock, charged per leg. Barrels, charged by size. Textiles, charged by Balthus created not only revenue but also customs enforcement. The city could monitor what entered and exited, taxing accordingly and keeping rivals in check. Other cities followed similar systems. Paris had bridge tolls along the Seine and a toll wall des Fermiers GN Rao encircling the city. Bruges collected bridge tolls in conjunction with port taxes, helping regulate its famous cloth market. Through tolls, cities became economic filters, favoring local producers, discouraging outside competition, and protecting guild interests. Resistance to tolling, of course, not everyone accepted these fees quietly. Resistance to tolls took several forms, some passive, others more open. Smuggling and detours. Travelers created alternate routes, often longer or more dangerous, to avoid toll points. Known as cowpaths in England or Gibberuigen in the Netherlands, these unauthorized tracks bypassed official roads. False documentation. In areas with token or document-based tolls, forged tallies and permits became common. There are records of entire markets in fraudulent toll documents near Frankfurt and Milan. Toll riots. Occasionally, tensions boiled over. In 1733, in Yorkshire, England, locals destroyed the toll gates erected by a turnpike trust. The riot was prompted by new charges on a previously free road. Known as the Great Road Rage, the event was one of many examples of public resistance against what was perceived as excessive or unjustified taxation. Toll farming complaints. In many regions, tolls were farmed out, leased to private individuals or companies in return for a fixed payment to the government. These farmers, seeking profit, often overcharged or harassed travelers. In Prussia, complaints about toll farmers reached the royal court by the 18th century, leading to reforms in how tolls were managed. Tolls and social stratifications were rarely applied. Equally, certain groups were routinely exempt. Nobles often had letters of passage. Monastic carts carried exemption seals. Guild members could receive seasonal waivers. This meant that the burden of tolling often fell on peasants, small traders, and itinerants. In times of famine or economic strain, these charges became more than an inconvenience. They were the difference between survival and collapse. In rural Poland, travelers were known to pool resources just to afford tolls for a shared cart. In Portugal, by the 18th century, records show exemptions being sold to the wealthy, creating a two-tiered road system, one tolled, one privileged. The bureaucratic tollbend money. Tolls required paper ledgers, receipts, licenses. This bureaucratic weight shaped trade and mobility more than any single toll point. A German trader crossing 3 states in 1705 needed a minimum of 6 toll permissions, 2 trade licenses, and a certificate of origin for his goods. These papers were inspected at each checkpoint, often by candlelight in tiny booths or under oak trees. Errors meant fines. Missing documents could lead to confiscation. For many merchants, the paperwork, not the road, was the hardest part of travel. The question of freedom. Roads are often romanticized as symbols of freedom and connection. But history shows that roads have long been instruments of control, not by their mere presence, but by the systems wrapped around them. The local toll road was a physical and symbolic structure, a narrow path through which commerce, movement, and power were squeezed and measured. So as we rest this section, one lingering question remains: were these tolls necessary guardians of infrastructure, or subtle tools of inequality cloaked in stone and ledger ink? We've followed the local toll road through its rise from humble planks over ditches to finely managed systems of permits, syndicates, and economic filtering. We've seen how power hid in the toll collector's ledger and how travelers resisted. in quiet acts of rebellion. Now, in this final section, we turn to the long, slow decline of these local toll systems. This was not a story of revolution or sudden upheaval, but rather one of gradual irrelevance. As nation-states matured and technologies changed, the idea of fragmented access to roads became increasingly cumbersome until the very infrastructure of tolling itself fell out of favor. It didn't vanish all at once. The gates lingered some, until surprisingly recent times, but their symbolic and economic weight began to crumble slowly, like an old stone post ignored by the roadside. The age of centralization be the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Many European states had begun the long project of centralizing authority. Rulers and reformers alike recognized that fragmented toll jurisdictions created inefficiency in commerce, bureaucratic headaches, a barrier to national unidifference. Under Napoleon, launched major reforms in infrastructure. He prioritized national roads routes that ran uninterrupted between key cities. Local toll rights were gradually curtailed, and a more centralized system of tax-based funding began to replace fee-for-dash access. In England, this process took longer. By the 1700s, tolls were increasingly run by turnpike trusts, semi-public institutions. Created by Parliament to manage key routes, these trusts maintained roads and charged tolls, but with growing oversight from London, the Industrial Revolution made the inefficiencies of local tolling stark. Stagecoaches and mail delivery needed predictable access. Factories and railways demanded uninterrupted flow of coal, grain, and finished goods. A gate that slowed wagons for a halfpenny toll was no longer quaint, it was a bottleneck. The turnpike system and its undoing. England and Wales, the turnpike acts of the 18th and 19th centuries had created thousands of miles of toll roads, each managed by its own board, collecting its own fees. At its peak in the 1830s, Britain had over 1,000 turnpike trusts managing 20,000 miles of road, but as railway lines expanded and state involvement in transport grew, the model began to look obsolete. By the 1870s, criticisms mounted. Turnpike roads were no longer the main arteries of commerce. Collectors were increasingly seen as burdensome or corrupt. Local users resented paying for roads used by commercial wagons. A campaign for abolition gained momentum, and one by one, the toll gates came down. Some were ceremoniously burned, others simply ceased to operate, their staff dismissed and their booths abandoned. By 1895, most of the English turnpike trusts had been dissolved. Roads became free at the point of use, funded instead by local rates or central taxation. In France, Germany, and beyond in the continent, similar processes unfolded. In France, the old feudal tolls collected by abbeys, barons, and small townships had already been swept away by the Revolution in 1789. The abolition of privileges eliminated not only noble land rights, but also the private tolls that had long come with them. The new French Republic saw infrastructure as a national concern. The Ponts et Chaussées, the engineering crews responsible for roads and bridges, became a model of centralized planning. In Germany, the process was uneven. The various principalities and city-states had maintained patchwork toll systems well into the 19th century. But with the rise of German unification and growing calls for economic integration, especially under Prussian influence, these systems were gradually replaced by national standards. Railways accelerated the change. Roads, once crucial economic channels, were increasingly secondary. The logic of the tollgate no longer held. What was lost? The disappearance of local toll systems may seem like progress, and in many ways, it was. Travel became easier, commerce more fluid, and road management more standardized. But something else was lost in the process: local stewardship. For centuries, small communities had taken responsibility for their roads through syndicates, abbeys, or councils. They watched them, repaired them, funded them, and decided who used them. In removing the tolls, authority passed upward to national governments or distant administrations. Roads became someone else's concern. With centralization came less local investment in maintenance, more delays in addressing rural needs, a sense that the road no longer belonged to the community. In many places, the old toll house remained empty, quiet, a physical reminder that once this lane or bridge was watched and tended by someone just a few doors away. When the toll returned stringly, the idea of tolling never vanished. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, new forms of tolling emerged: highway toll plazas, congestion charges in cities, electronic road pricing systems. But these are faceless systems, digital, vast, and global. There are no wooden gates, no ledger books, no road watchers scratching notes in the rain. The old toll road was different. It was personal. It was small. It was local, and while inefficient, it asked a peculiar question: what if the people who used the road were also the ones who managed it? A fading Millstone entity. In quiet corners of Europe, you can still find the remnants: a moss-covered gatepost where a toll plank once swung, a stone building labelled Toll Keeper's House, now a private home, a faded sign, 1 penny per axle, nailed to a shed, long forgotten. These are the last traces of a world where movement wasn't free, but it was familiar, where the road belonged to the village and the toll was a conversation. As we close this story, ask yourself, was the loss of the tollgate a step toward liberty, or just another thread severed between community and the paths that connected it to the world? When you picture the Middle Ages, your mind might conjure images of knights in armor, great cathedrals rising into the sky, or perhaps a bustling market filled with the cries of merchants and the clatter of hooves. But in the quiet corners of castles, abbeys, and merchant halls, a very different kind of power was being quietly exercised by individuals who rarely held swords or wore crowns. They held quills instead. In this section, we begin our exploration of a figure so crucial to the machinery of history that his absence would have left empires stumbling: the medieval accountant, also called the clerk, scribe, or chancery officer. These men, and sometimes women, sat hunched over desks for hours, copying, calculating, translating, and recording the most minute details of the world around them, and in doing so, they became the keepers of reality. Why accountants mattered. In medieval Europe, control wasn't maintained by sheer force alone. Authority had to be documented, taxes had to be counted, land had to be measured, and trade needed ledgers to track debt and obligation. The accountant's job, at its core, was to create an official version of the world. This could take the form of a record of tithes owed to a monastery, a logbook of goods unloaded at a port, an inventory of arms held in a castle cellar, a list of who paid the hearth tax last winter and who did not. Without such records, laws couldn't be enforced, land couldn't be inherited, and disputes couldn't be settled. The clerk's ink was as important as the sword's edge. The tools of the Traddles paused to examine the typical medieval accountant's tools. They weren't glamorous, but they were precise. The quill pen, cut from goose feathers, had to be sharpened regularly and soaked in ink drawn from oak gall and iron salts. Parchment, made from scraped and stretched sheep or calf skins, served as the writing surface before paper arrived in the 12th century. Ink pots, wax tablets, sand for drying ink, and lead styluses all cluttered the workspace. the ledger often a bound volume of parchment, or later, paper was the final product. Each entry had to be neat, legible, and appropriately signed or marked. Errors were not easily erased. In places like the Exchequer in England, officials used tally sticks and counters to audit accounts. The tally stick system, surprisingly accurate, involved notching a stick with amounts owed and splitting it one half to the clerk, one to the payer. Matched later, they verified payment. Who were these accountants? Clerks came from many walks of life. Most were literate men trained in monasteries or cathedral schools. Latin was their primary language, though vernacular writing increased over time. They could be monastic scribes, recording donations, wills, and land grants. Royal accountants, calculating feudal dues, military provisioning, or tallying scutage, the fee paid in lieu of military service. Town clerks, maintaining tax rolls and guild records. Merchant housekeepers, logging goods shipped and debts owed. Their status varied. Some were humble servants, paid modestly in bread and wool. Others, especially those close to kings or powerful. Abbots could rise to astonishing influence. Take Walter of Merton, a 13th century English cleric. He began as a royal clerk and ended as the Lord Chancellor of England, founder of Merton College, Oxford. His career was built not on arms, but on ink and clarity. Accounting as surveillance states matured, rulers realized that to govern effectively, they needed information. The accountant's job became more political. The Domesday Book, compiled in 1086 on the orders of William the Conqueror, remains one of history's most famous accountancy achievements. It recorded who owned what across England: fields, livestock, mills, people. It was not merely a census, it was an assertion of control. Such documents weren't neutral. They gave the Crown visibility into local holdings and allowed for more efficient taxation and justice. The person holding the pen determined what was real because only what was written could be proven. The power of invisibility. Deal of accountants were often invisible to the grand narratives of war and kinship, yet they shaped the outcomes behind the scenes. During the 100 Years' War, supply clerks calculated food, pay, and equipment for armies. In the papal curia, scribes tracked indulgences sold, church lands leased, and diplomatic exchanges with monarchs. At the Hanseatic League's counting houses, clerks maintained trade balances and credits that governed a vast network of merchants across the North and Baltic Seas. Mistakes in these records could start feuds, bankrupt cities, or unravel alliances. A day in the ledger room. Imagine the quiet scene in a royal ledger room around the year 1310. A young man, barely 20, dips his quill into a dark brown ink pot and carefully copies a list of wool tariffs. From the port of Bristol, the parchment crackles faintly as he smooths it with his hand. He adds dates, weights, taxes, and notes who paid in coin and who in kind. Behind him, an older clerk checks figures on a roll, an early form of spreadsheet narrow. Parchment strips stitched together. A scribe in the corner hums softly as he sharpens his quill with a tiny penknife. The room is cold. There is little talking. Just scratching, flipping, and sighs of concentration. It isn't glamorous. But this is the beating heart of the state. When ink became law, one of the most overlooked aspects of medieval governance is the transition from oral to written law. The accountant, by recording agreements, disputes, and payments, played a critical role in this transformation. A noble who claimed exemption from taxes needed a documented charter. A guild defending its monopoly had to present written privileges. A peasant wishing to prove land ownership needed a copy of a manorial roll entry certified by a clerk. The moment ink touched parchment, memory became binding. The clerk's word was often final because his handwriting outlasted all witnesses. The weight of accuracy, like in modern systems, where data can be corrected or backed up, medieval records were fragile. One mistake, smudge, or miscalculation could cause serious consequences. Therefore, clerks were terrified of error. In some monasteries, scribes were expected to pray before writing. The act of recording was viewed as sacred. Some scribes ended entries with humble notes such as, "If there be error, let it be forgiven, for I am but dust and my ink is weak." It was not just humility. It was recognition that their work was both powerful and perilous. As we close this first section, consider this: in a time of castles and cathedrals, wars and famines, the person who controlled the ink controlled the truth. But how did these quiet scribes adapt when their world changed, when numbers grew complex, when banking exploded, and when trade moved faster than ink could dry? By now, you've seen how the medieval accountant was more than a record keeper. In a world ruled by land, memory, and custom, the scribe and clerk became the quiet custodians of fact and authority. Their ink bound kings to their vassals and defined what belonged to whom. But by the late Middle Ages, something began to change. The world grew more complicated. Trade expanded beyond local fairs and annual markets. Cities swelled. Banking emerged. And with it, so did numbers so large, so intricate, and so crucial that they couldn't be scribbled in the margins of old parchment rolls anymore. This section explores that transition when simple accounting turned into a sophisticated tool of statecraft, wealth, and survival. Urban growth, economic Shanghai in the 13th and 14th centuries, towns like Florence, Bruges, Barcelona, and London became more than marketplaces, they became hubs of commerce. Banking and bureaucracy, these cities created a new class of financial professionals, merchant accountants, who tracked shipments across Europe, guild scribes, responsible for member dues, fines, and inventories, city treasurers, charged with balancing the books of increasingly complex municipalities. The demands of urban governance meant that accounts were no longer just about taxes or rents. They included water supply management, street maintenance, public grain storage, contracts with builders and artisans. Clerks in these cities had to manage incoming and outgoing payments, regulate local currency systems, and report to town councils. With growing regularity, these weren't abstract numbers. A simple accounting error could mean a baker under-delivering flour to the city granary during a famine, a public mason being overpaid from tax revenues, a cargo ship of salt going missing without proper insurance. In such cases, accounting was the difference between peace and riot. The rise of double-entry bookkeeping, and of the most revolutionary and quietly boring inventions of the late medieval world was double-entry bookkeeping, emerging in Italy, especially in Venice, Genoa, and Florence. This system transformed how merchants and bankers thought about money. Rather than a simple in and out tally, double entry required that every transaction be entered twice, once as a credit and once as a debit. The implications were enormous. It provided a more accurate view of a merchant's financial health. It allowed for long-distance commerce with proper risk management. It paved the way for more complex banking instruments, letters of credit, bills of exchange, insurance, though often attributed to Luca Pacioli, who described the method in his 1494 treatise Summa de Arithmetica. The practice had been evolving among Italian merchants for decades, if not centuries. What mattered was that accounting began to shape decisions, not just record them. Merchants relied on ledgers to forecast trade, assess debts, and calculate risk, and kings took notice. State finance and the crown's books. By the 14th century, European monarchs faced an uncomfortable truth. Wars were expensive, and the old feudal model summoning knights and collecting grain could no longer cover the cost. Kings turned to borrowed money, drawn from wealthy merchant families and banking houses, but those bankers demanded something unusual in return: documentation. They wanted ledgers that proved tax revenues, credit registers showing repayment schedules, detailed accounts of customs duties collected at ports. Suddenly, the accountant wasn't just a dusty scribe. He was a key figure in royal strategy. Whether sitting in the English exchequer, the French Chambre des Comptes, or the Spanish Tesorerie, his ink held the purse strings. Take the example of Jacques Coeur, the 15th century French merchant and financier. He ran one of the most elaborate accounting systems in Europe, tracking shipments from Syria, silver payments from nobles, and debts owed by the crown. For a time, he became wealthier than some dukes, all by mastering paper and number. When he fell from grace, it was not through the sword, but through an audit. The paper armory of the Hanseatic League meant while, in the north, a different power was on the rise, not a kingdom, but a confederation of merchant cities, the Hanseatic League, stretching from London to Novgorod. This commercial network relied entirely on trust, credit, and ledgers. A shipment of grain leaving Danzig might not be paid for until it reached Bergen 2 weeks later. The only thing securing the deal was the accountant's record. Hanseatic clerks maintained cross-border balance sheets in multiple currencies, tracked exchange rates, tax exemptions, and weight standards, corresponded with dozens of outposts carefully dated, stamped, and signed. Their offices were lined not with swords, but with archives. Rooms filled with leather-bound ledgers, ink pots, and seals. For the Hanseatic world, to be in the book was to exist. To be left out was economic death. The accountant and the crisis. The late Middle Ages brought upheaval, famine, plague, rebellion, war. In such times, record-keeping became even more critical and also more dangerous. During the Black Death, whole villages were wiped out. Royal accountants had to revise tax rolls to account for the dead. Monasteries updated property inventories. As entire lineages disappeared, some took advantage. A clerk might falsify a death date or hide a debt in a buried folio, but others became unlikely heroes. One French scribe in 1350 spent months documenting orphaned lands in the Limousin region, ensuring their proper reassignment. His notes, dull as they seem, preserved stability in a shattered community. In England, the peasants' revolt of 1381 saw angry mobs burn tax records, believing that destroying the paperwork would erase the debts. They were not wrong. Records were power. Burning a ledger was a political act. The invention of bureaucracy. By the end of the 15th century, the accountant had morphed into a bureaucrat. No longer just monks with quills, they were civil servants. They wore robes of office. They passed exams. They sat behind desks in growing city halls and royal departments. In Spain, the Casa de la Contratación was founded in 1503 to manage trade with the New World. It was staffed by accountants, not Conquista DORS. In the Low Countries, Philip the Good expanded the Burgundian chancery, employing dozens of clerks to track spending on everything from festivals to military campaigns. Paperwork became armor. Seals became weapons. Accuracy became influence. As we reach the end of this second section, it's worth reflecting. The accountant had gone from being a background figure to the architect of policy. By the time of Columbus and the Medici, kings trusted accountants more than knights. But what happened when those accountants became too powerful? What happens when the pen overshadows the crown? By the end of the 15th century, the accountant had quietly claimed a seat at the table of power. The once anonymous scribes who huddled in drafty ledger rooms had become indispensable to monarchs, merchants, and even military commanders. But with that influence came risk. The ink wielders could be as dangerous as any knight because they knew how the kingdom was built, line by line, ledger by ledger. Now we turn to how that influence manifested, how the accounting class was shaped by the systems it built, and how its quiet rule was both indispensable and, at times, resented. Accountants as architects of empire. With the dawn of the age of exploration, accounting left the cloisters and chancelleries and boarded ships. Spain and Portugal, eager to dominate the Atlantic trade, required vast bureaucratic oversight. Ships needed manifests, cargoes required appraisal, taxes had to be levied. The Casa de la Contratación in Seville became the nerve center for Spain's American trade, and it was staffed not by sailors or conquistadors, but by accountants. Every ship was registered. Every cargo of silver, sugar, or cacao was recorded. Every crewman's pay was logged. This was not just trade, it was governance through paperwork. And it set a precedent for centuries of colonial bureaucracy. Meanwhile, in Venice and Antwerp, merchant accounting became sophisticated enough to support early capitalism. Investment portfolios, insurance contracts, and long-term trade forecasts were born in narrow counting houses where ledgers, not gold, dictated fortunes. Fraud, scandals, and paper wars. With great records came great opportunities. For manipulation. As accounting grew in importance, so did the risk of corruption. A scribe could hide a debt, overstate a payment, misplace a land title by accident. The Medici Bank, one of the most powerful financial institutions of the 15th century, eventually collapsed due in part to bad accounting, specifically the failure to reconcile branch accounts across Europe. The clerks were overworked, the ledgers inconsistent, and the numbers optimistic. In England, royal auditors could bring down nobles. In France, court accountants were accused of embezzlement with increasing frequency. And in the Low Countries, entire civic revolts were fueled by financial misreporting. This was new. Paper had become a weapon. And where weapons exist, so too do battles. The silent class, despite their growing influence, accountants were rarely honored in literature or legend. No ballads were written for the scribe who balanced the budget. Few tapestries featured the man with the ink-stained fingers, and yet their silence was part of their power. Clerks operated in shadows behind the king, under the abbot, beside the merchant. Their loyalty often lay not with a ruler, but with the system itself. They believed in order, in numbers, in documents. This ethos would carry forward into the early modern period, laying the groundwork for the civil service, the professional auditor, the state archive. They weren't chasing fame. They were protecting continuity. What the accountants left behind. When you visit a medieval archive today, perhaps in Ghent, Avignon, or Florence, you may be struck not by what was lost, but by what survived. Thousands upon thousands of parchment pages bound in silence. The tax record of a widow in 1387, paying in chickens. The complaint of a shipper whose salt was spoiled in transit. The fine levied on a baker who shorted loaves by weight. They're small stories, quiet stories, but together they tell us more about the fabric of history than any royal decree. These ledgers captured the rhythm of life, the burdens of the poor, the ambitions of the wealthy, the reach of kings and their limits. Through the accountant's hand, we see the world as it was lived. Ink over iron. If you had walked into a medieval castle around the year 1450, you might have passed two very different kinds of rooms. In one, The armory racks of swords, suits of mail, shields awaiting battle. In another, a ledger room rows of dusty volumes, tally sticks, ink pots, parchment scrolls. Most would admire the former, but history was increasingly shaped in the latter. Wars were funded or unfunded by what those books revealed. Borders were drawn based on what clerks could document. Even identity, who you were, what you owed, where you belonged, was increasingly tied not to land or lineage, but to what was written, and so the medieval accountant, anonymous and methodical, became one of history's most unlikely agents of change. A quiet revolution by the early 1500s. Europe was on the cusp of a new age, the printing press, the Reformation, global exploration, and the rise of the nation-state. At the center of it all stood the administrator, and behind him, the accountant, what began as a simple act of writing down, who paid what became the foundation for constitutional governments, which required budgets, early capitalism, which required balance sheets, modern identity, which required registration. We rarely remember their names, but the systems they built, silent, precise, and resilient, continue to shape our world. So the next time you look at a spreadsheet or read a government form, remember, you're not looking at something modern, you're looking at the legacy of a world where paper ruled the sword and ink was the quiet conqueror. When you think of a vast empire, you might picture armies, palaces, or sweeping conquests. But behind every enduring empire was something much less glamorous and far more essential: food storage. In ancient China, long before mechanical refrigeration, the Han Dynasty 206 BCE 220 CE perfected one of the most impressive feats of logistical resilience in human history, feeding a growing population over centuries through a delicate, intelligent, and surprisingly boring system of granaries. This is the story of a bureaucratic miracle, a tale not about battles or emperors though they appear, but about how grain measured, dried, stored, and redistributed kept an empire standing. And as you'll see, this wasn't just about food. It was about power, survival, and quiet control. The grain beneath the crown of the Han Dynasty was vast, stretching from the Korean peninsula in the east to parts of modern-day Kazakhstan in the west. It unified millions under a centralized administration, and its prosperity rested not just on silk and trade, but on agriculture: rice in the south, wheat and millet in the north. These were the lifeblood of the empire, but agriculture, by nature, is inconsistent. One year might bring bountiful harvests, the next, drought, flood, or locusts. For most ancient civilizations, famine followed closely behind such natural disasters, but the Han Dynasty did something different. They created a national network of granaries, carefully monitored, meticulously maintained, and strategically located across the empire. And these granaries didn't just store food. They regulated the economy, prevented revolt, and rebuilt provinces after disaster. How the granary system worked: at the heart of the Han system were three major types of granaries. Ever normal granaries, Changpenking. These were designed to stabilize grain prices. When grain was abundant and cheap, the government bought it and stored it. When harvests failed and prices rose, they released grain to the public, smoothing out shortages. Imperial granaries: these were directly under central control and used to feed officials, soldiers, and the imperial court. They also served as emergency reserves. District and local granaries managed at the prefectural or county level. These held supplies for local populations. They responded quickly to regional disasters. Each granary was carefully built to avoid moisture and pests, guarded by state-appointed officials, managed through a strict register system, inspected regularly for spoilage or theft. A typical Granary official would be tasked with recording the origin of every sack of grain, measuring the grain's quality and moisture content, rotating older stores to prevent spoilage, reporting any discrepancies to higher authorities. It was a lot of paperwork, but it worked. The invisible emperetto, the average hand farmer, the granary was both a burden and a blessing. On one hand, they paid taxes in grain, which meant hauling sacks to the nearest local office, usually during harvest season. The state could be demanding, and failure to deliver could result in penalties or land confiscation. On the other hand, those same granaries could mean survival. When the Yellow River flooded, wiping out entire provinces, the local magistrate could open the granary doors. Grain was distributed not as charity, but as state responsibility. People rebuilt their lives because rice was waiting dry, intact, and logged on a dusty scroll, and grain had another hidden function, social control. By regulating supply, the state could control migration, prevent uprisings, and discourage hoarding. In one province, the government even issued interest-free loans of grain to poor farmers with repayment expected the following harvest. This wasn't generosity, it was policy built on the belief that a fed population was a loyal population. Logistics. Without trucks, you may wonder, how was all this possible without roads, trucks, or modern shipping? The Han dynasty developed an extensive road and canal system, with transport largely managed by ox carts for short inland routes, river barges, and canal boats for heavier loads. Human labor, including conscripted peasants who carried sacks by foot along mountain paths. One of the grandest projects was the canal system linking the north and south of the empire, especially the early versions of what would later become the Grand Canal, a logistical artery that let southern rice reach northern capitals. Moving grain wasn't glamorous. It was back-breaking, slow, and monotonous. Yet each shipment was documented, its route tracked, its contents inspected along the way. Granaries and economics. In addition to disaster relief, granaries became tools of economic policy because the state could buy up surplus grain and release it during scarcity. They played an active role in price stabilization. This meant preventing inflation in good years, preventing starvation in bad years, undermining grain speculators and hoarders. This policy echoed the Confucian ideal of a benevolent government, one that served its people by maintaining harmony, not merely exerting power. The Han court even tracked market prices regularly, setting what we might call early commodity price indexes. Officials in each region were required to report the going rate of a DOU, roughly a gallon of millet, the availability of livestock, the state of river transport routes. Imagine that, a centralized empire 2 millennia ago with a rudimentary version of economic forecasting based on the reports of local scribes counting bags of wheat. Decay, corruption, and loss. Of course, no system is perfect. Granaries fell into disrepair. Officials skimmed grain off the top. Mice and mold made some stores unusable. And when central authority weakened, particularly during the later Eastern Han period, local granary systems began to collapse. In times of imperial weakness, powerful landowners would hoard grain privately, undermining the public system. Prices soared. Uprisings followed. The most famous of these was the Yellow Turban Rebellion 18 CE, a peasant uprising that was sparked in part by hunger, hoarding, and governmental failure to deliver relief. The rebels, in their manifestos, didn't just complain about landlords. They accused officials of mismanaging granaries, allowing people to starve while the wealthy stockpiled rice. It was, in many ways, a rebellion against bad paperwork, Survival by scroll still, despite its imperfections, the hand granary system laid the foundation for centuries of Chinese food management. Its records meticulously kept in brush and ink guided later dynasties in everything from drought response to taxation. The Song dynasty, for instance, would build upon these principles to manage an even larger population with more complex grain networks, and across the centuries, one thing remained constant: the importance of the grain register. Even in a system of emperors, generals, and philosophers, the real power often lay with the official sitting in a storage house, brush in hand, counting rice sacks by lantern light. As we close this section, you might ask, how did a system this massive and intricate survive civil wars, dynastic collapse, and the sheer challenge of feeding millions without machines? That question brings us to the evolution of state granaries in the post-Han period, a tale of adaptation, failure, and innovation across successive Chinese dynasties. After the fall of the Han dynasty in 220 CE, China entered a long era of fragmentation, war, and reorganization. The central state that had once carefully managed millions of sacks of grain across thousands of miles fractured into competing kingdoms, each attempting to imitate or surpass the imperial systems that came before them. Yet the granary system, like an old irrigation channel still faintly visible beneath the weeds, remained. Its value is too clear, its structure too proven to abandon. Feeding a population, managing disaster, and controlling commerce through grain storage had become second nature to statecraft. This section takes us into the quieter corridors of China's long bureaucratic memory, from the Three Kingdoms period through the Tang and Song dynasties, following the evolution of one of humanity's most boring but essential institutions, the government granary. And as we'll see, these dusty stores of millet and rice became more than food depots. They were sites of policy, protest, and occasionally poetry. The fragmented years, imitating the Han during the Three Kingdoms period to 20280 CE, regional rulers tried to replicate the Han granary system on a smaller, localized scale. In Caowei, a northern state led by the famous general-turned-emperor Cao, agricultural policy was given unusual attention. Facing population decline due to war and famine, Cao implemented a system known as Tunshan state-controlled farming colonies where soldiers and landless peasants worked government lands and deposited surplus grain into military granaries. These stores became the lifeline of military campaigns and the model for future war economies. A record from this time describes how grain moved faster than troops, securing cities in advance of conquest. In the Jin dynasty 265-20 CE that briefly reunified the empire, records show attempts to re-establish Han-style ever-normal granaries. But widespread corruption, weak enforcement, and natural disasters often unraveled their efforts. Still, the model was there etched into bureaucratic thinking. Tang dynasty, central control and urban granary. Tang dynasty 618907 CE brought new innovations in granary design and management. With a large capital in Chang'an, one of the most cosmopolitan cities in the world at the time, Tang administrators faced a new problem: how to feed a dense urban population, many of whom did not farm. To solve this, they implemented an expanded granary system that included capital granaries to supply city dwellers with rice and millet, canal-based transport linking southern rice fields with northern consumption centers, government-run markets where grain could be bought at fair prices when harvests failed. The Grand Canal, completed during the earlier Sui dynasty, became essential. Grain could now be shipped from the lush Yangtze River basin directly north to the imperial court. In some cases, officials ran grain banks. Citizens deposited grain in good years and withdrew it in bad years. The state even adjusted interest rates on stored grain, creating a rudimentary agricultural loan system. Records from this period mention entire villages coming to local magistrates requesting seed grain loans repayable after harvest, sometimes with interest in the form of labor or additional grain. Granaries as sites of protest and reform because grain affected daily life so directly. Changes to granary policies could provoke outrage. In the 8th century, Tang Emperor Xuanzong issued a reform decreasing the government's grain purchases to cut costs. This seemed fiscally wise, but in practice, it triggered price instability, hoarding, and minor famines in rural provinces. Local scholars and officials wrote petitions warning of disaster. Some of these survive today, filled with emotion. The fields yield in abundance, yet the people starve. The granary door remains closed, while children cry for rice. The accounting is correct, but the heart is not. Eventually, the policy was reversed. The granaries were reopened and prices stabilized. But this moment showed the tension between fiscal governance and moral obligation, a conflict still present. In public policy today, Song dynasty, data, records, and expansion be the Song dynasty 9601–79 CE, granary management had become almost scientific. The state maintained detailed registers of storage capacities, annual yield by region, predicted surplus and shortfall. These records were now centralized, part of a larger data system that Song bureaucrats used to model the state's health and responsiveness. We find documents describing how inspectors toured granaries to verify reports. Scroll libraries in administrative centers recorded grain conditions, spoilage rates, and pests. Reports were transmitted up a chain of command from village officials to provincial governors to the central court. More impressively, the Song developed a dual grain reserve system, one store for emergencies: famine, flood, war, one for economic adjustment, price control, seed loans, and tax relief. This system was even applied to salt and tea, two other essential commodities managed through state monopolies. By this point, the granary had become a bureaucratic instrument of statecraft, an abstract tool for governing millions, not just a building full of sacks. The limits of paper and grain, but no system is infallible. In 1127, northern Song China suffered a massive invasion by the Jurchen, leading to the fall of its capital and a collapse of northern infrastructure. Granaries were looted or destroyed. Records were lost. The entire canal network faltered. One account describes how grain officials burned their own records to prevent the enemy from seizing them, a quiet act of defiance, but also a loss of history. Later, under the Southern Song, the state rebuilt its granary networks from scratch, this time focused on the south. With less territory, the Song perfected local autonomy in food management. Village granaries were encouraged. Tax rates were adjusted annually based on weather conditions and expected yield. It was a flexible, adaptive system, but it couldn't prevent the eventual Mongol conquest. Even paper has limits. Lessons in continuity. Post-hand history of China's grain storage efforts isn't one of linear progress. It's a cycle of innovation, collapse, reform, and memory. From the warlords of the Three Kingdoms to the data-obsessed Song civil service, each generation reshaped the granary system to suit its time. And always, the principles remained: food is power, records are protection, bureaucracy is survival, A visitor from the Han era, dropped into the Song bureaucracy, would be astonished by the new scale but comforted by the familiarity. Ledgers, carts, silos, and rice loans. Still the invisible machinery of empire, and perhaps most striking is this, in all these centuries, the people who ran the granaries, local scribes, registrars, warehouse keepers, remain largely anonymous. We know emperors' names, we know battles, but the quiet officials who weighed the sacks and signed the scrolls, they're forgotten. Yet without them, the empire wouldn't have eaten. As we leave this section, one question lingers: how did this long legacy of grain management influence modern China's response to food security, even into the 20th century? It turns out the echoes of the ancient granary system still hum quietly beneath modern logistics and policy. It is perhaps easy to imagine ancient granaries as relics, dusty repositories of millet and rice tucked behind clay walls, tended by forgettable officials, relevant only to times of oxen and incense. But in truth, the institutions forged in China's ancient dynasties cast a remarkably long shadow. Even as emperors fell and foreign powers rose, the essential need to manage food and to do so at scale persisted. And so did many of the methods developed under the Han, Tang, and Song dynasties. Long after their architects had vanished from the records, their systems endured in scrolls, routines, and the minds of minor officials. In this final section, we trace how China's grain storage legacy lived on from the Yuan and Ming dynasties, through the Qing dynasty, and even into the 20th century, influencing how revolutionaries and reformers alike understood the connection between grain, power, and survival. The Mongol interlude, Yuan dynasty logistics. When the Mongol Empire swept through Asia in the 13th century, it brought swift military conquest but found itself struggling to manage the sedentary, highly organized agrarian societies it absorbed. In Yuan dynasty China 1 to 7111368, the Mongol rulers retained much of the existing Song grain management system. While they did not innovate dramatically, they understood its utility. Grain transport continued via the Grand Canal. Warehouse registrars still tracked provincial contributions. Corvée labor was still used to build and maintain silos, but under Mongol rule, new challenges emerged. As foreign rulers, the Mongols often struggled to secure loyalty from Chinese administrators. This led to corruption, inconsistent grain distribution, and growing rural dissatisfaction, setting the stage for rebellion. One such rebellion, led by Zhu Yuanzhang, began as a movement among starving peasants. His forces seized granaries along the Yangtze River, feeding their ranks with stolen rice and wheat. This grassroots strategy succeeded, and in 1368, Zhu became the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty. Thus, once again, grain was not just sustenance, it was strategy. Ming dynasty, the golden age of granary discipline. Ming emperors were deeply concerned with food stability, in part because their founder had witnessed famine, rebellion, and the weaponization of grain firsthand. Under the Ming, a vast granary revival took place. Key policies included the yellow register system, tracking household land, labor obligations, and grain taxes with obsessive detail. Local responsibility, each county magistrate was expected to maintain emergency grain stores. Failure could lead to dismissal or worse. 5 grain granaries Yukang, standardized across regions, often located near markets and temples, symbolizing the balance of earthly needs and moral governance. This was more than logistics. It was deeply Confucian. The state, in Ming philosophy, had a moral duty to prevent famine, not just a political one. An emperor's legitimacy could be judged by how many people starved during his reign. By the 15th century, some towns stored up to 5 years' worth of food. Rotated regularly to prevent spoilage, officials were also required to keep weather logs and report signs of drought or flood, creating an early warning system. Still, disasters occurred. In 1641, a series of droughts struck the north. Grain prices soared. Granaries in Hunan province failed to open. Protesters marched. Rebels followed. Within 3 years, the Ming dynasty had fallen, a lesson repeated. Granaries could sustain dynasties, but they could also undo them. The Qing dynasty, bureaucratic fatigue, and Western Prussia Qing dynasty 1644-1912, China's last imperial regime, inherited a complex and massive granary network. At its peak in the 18th century, the Qing state managed over 1,500 government granaries, storing millions of sheer traditional Chinese grain unit across the empire, but cracks began to show. Over-centralization made response times slow. Corruption became endemic. Officials underreported stores, sold grain illicitly, or neglected rotation schedules. Population growth outpaced granary expansion. From 150 million in 1700 to over 400 million by 1850, the demographic shift strained the system. By the 19th century, the granaries could no longer reliably prevent famine. One of the most devastating famines in Chinese history, the Northern Chinese famine of 1876-79, affected tens of millions and revealed just how fragile the system had become. Granaries had stores, but distribution was broken. Bureaucrats lacked the will or means to intervene effectively. In some regions, starving farmers broke into local grain warehouses, only to find them half empty, and as foreign imperialists increasingly encroached on Chinese territory, demanding ports and trade rights, the state found itself unable to reform deeply. The granary system, so long a pillar of statecraft, became a relic of a more confident bureaucracy. 20th century, revolution, famine, and the memory of granaries. In the early 20th century, revolutionaries both nationalist and communist invoked the failures of granary management as a moral indictment of the Qing regime. Mao Zedong, in particular, understood the symbolic weight of food and grain control. In his early writings, he praised local self-sufficiency, rural communes, and grain cooperatives. When the Communist Party seized power in 1949, it quickly renationalized grain reserves and revived ideas that were centuries old. During the Great Leap Forward 1958-62, the idea of collective granaries returned, but with tragic results. Communes were encouraged to report inflated yields. Local officials feared reporting shortages lest they be accused of sabotage. As a result, the central government believed the country had surplus grain, when in fact there was none. The state exported grain abroad while tens of millions starved. At home, in what became one of the deadliest famines in history. It was, in a haunting sense, the failure of the ancient granary system, now stripped of its checks, its realism, and its local honesty. Legacy, an idea that never fully died today. China has one of the largest strategic grain reserves in the world. While the system is now digital, mechanized, and connected to global markets, the philosophical roots remain ancient. The state continues to purchase grain in surplus years and release it during shortages. Local governments still maintain emergency grain depots. Crop rotation, disaster response, and seed storage remain tightly monitored, and even culturally, the granary remains a symbol. During Lunar New Year celebrations, some families still place images of a full granary near their doors, hoping for a year of abundance, of protection against the unknown, rice, and resiliency. The history of China's grain storage is not just about architecture, policy, or calories. It is about how a society copes with uncertainty. How do you prepare for the drought you cannot see, the war you cannot predict, the mouths that will soon outnumber the harvest? The granary was China's answer. It was a structure, yes, but also a philosophy, careful planning, communal responsibility, and respect for the fragile balance of nature and need.it is no accident that some of the oldest surviving records in Chinese history are not love poems or battle chronicles but grain receipts, because food, stored quietly in a sealed room, told more about the fate of dynasties than armies ever could. And so we end, not with fire or glory, but with the image of a civil servant in a long robe opening a granary door, inspecting the millet, and nodding. With quiet relief, another winter survived, another year made possible by the boring brilliance of a society that knew before all else you must feed the people. You are standing beside a rutted road in the early morning fog of 13th century Europe. A cloaked rider gallops past, cloak flapping, saddle creaking. A leather pouch at his side holds a message. It is not addressed to you. You likely could not read it if it were. Yet that message may shape trade agreements, cancel a war, or reorganize a town's tax schedule. It's difficult to overstate how essential, but often invisible, the early postal systems of Europe were to the structure of power. Long before public mail services became common, messages shaped borders, marriages, excommunications, and grain prices. And they all moved along the same tired paths, post roads, which formed the first real infrastructure network of Europe after the fall of Rome. These weren't just paths, they were the silent veins of kingdoms. From Rome to ruin, the vanishing of imperial mail, Roman cursus publicus, arguably the world's first true postal service, was an imperial machine of breathtaking ambition. Created by Augustus Caesar, it featured way stations, mutations every 8-12 miles, rest houses, mansions for couriers and officials, an elaborate system of relay riders, wagons, and porters. This service moved military orders, tax records, grain receipts, and court announcements across an empire that stretched from Hadrian's Wall to the Nile Delta. But when Rome fell in the 5th century, the network collapsed with it. Roads crumbled, way stations were abandoned. Messages, those elegant parchment scrolls bearing the imperial seal, stopped coming. For the next few centuries, there was no central mail system. Communication fractured, becoming local, irregular, and deeply personal. Yet the need to send messages never disappeared, and so, across the kingdoms and bishoprics of post-Roman Europe, new methods emerged slowly, unevenly, and usually for one reason: to maintain control. Monasteries and merchant letters in the early medieval period, roughly 500–1000 CE, monasteries became the main centers of writing and thus communication. Monks not only copied manuscripts, they sent messages between abbeys. These letters carried news of illnesses, decisions about abbots, and debates over religious doctrine. Interestingly, many of these letters were hand-carried by monks themselves, often walking for days across Europe. Unlike the Roman couriers, they were unpaid and unarmed, relying on the hospitality of religious houses along the way. Parallel to this was the rise of merchant messengers in towns like Venice, Genoa, and Bruges. These were often privately hired riders or footmen, sent along trade routes to deliver bills of exchange, contracts, or updates on the arrival of ships. In both cases, there was no public mail. If you wanted a message delivered, you arranged it yourself. This created a problem. Trust. How could you be sure a message wouldn't be intercepted? Misread? Falsified? The answer lay in an invention that seems mundane today, the wax seal. The seal. Security in an age without envelopes. Early medieval letters were not enclosed in envelopes. Instead, the paper or parchment was folded off in intricate ways and sealed with wax. The seal was not decorative. It was security. Each noble, house, bishopric, or trading guild had a unique seal. A broken seal indicated tampering. A stolen seal could be used to forge communications, a crime so serious it could carry a death sentence. Seals were often pressed into red or green wax with iron, brass, or ivory signet rings, sometimes passed down as heirlooms. By the 12th century, even minor clerics and municipal councils had them. The seal was more than a signature. It was a badge of identity long before signatures were common or literacy widespread. A sealed message could move between courts, over mountains, and across languages and still be trusted, but the roads it traveled on remained dangerous, muddy, and utterly essential. The rise of the royal messengerous European kingdoms solidified. Kings realized something crucial: you could not rule without information. And information could only travel if someone physically carried it. By the 13th century, most major courts had official royal messengers, usually men on horseback, often former soldiers or servants, entrusted with delivering messages of state. They traveled in pairs or small groups for safety. Some wore distinctive badges or belts, marking them as royal agents. To harm or delay a royal messenger was increasingly seen as an offense against the crown. Still, their job was difficult. They slept in stables or shared quarters with innkeepers. They faced robbers, floods, and the risk of being mistaken for spies. They carried no maps. Directions were learned by memory or from locals. Despite the hardship, royal messengers enabled a slow but vital flow of governance. A message from Paris to Bordeaux might take 5 days by fast horse, from London to Edinburgh up to 8 days, from Venice to Constantinople nearly a month, but arrive they did, and as these messengers repeated their routes, the same roads became more travelled, better marked, and eventually formalised into what would become known as post roads. Post roads, a network of communication, not speed. Term post road does not imply a mail service available to everyone. Instead, it referred to routes regularly used for the conveyance of official messages, often lined with inns or post houses where horses could be changed and couriers could rest. These roads weren't always straight. Many followed ancient Roman paths, adjusted for newer settlements or political boundaries. By the 14th century, you could find maps, rare and mostly handmade, that showed recognized post roads across the Holy Roman Empire, the Italian city-states, the growing kingdoms of France, Castile, and England, but access was still restricted. In many cases, only the king, noble houses, or wealthy merchants could afford to send messages this way. The average person relied on travelers, peddlers, or sheer luck to pass along news. That would begin to change, but not for another century or more. Mail guilds and private couriers in the late 1300s, particularly in the Germanic states and Italian republics, professional postal guilds began to form. These were private courier companies run by families or merchant associations offering delivery services across multiple regions. One of the most famous was the Untitled family, which would in time operate a massive courier network. Across the Holy Roman Empire, these early postal guilds established standardized routes, fixed fees by weight and distance. message relay systems, with riders stationed every 20–30 kilometers, but access was still elite. These services catered to courts, banks, and city governments, not ordinary citizens. Still, the foundation had been laid. What began as informal travel, sealed scrolls, and monk messengers had grown into a true infrastructure, a skeleton of correspondence joining the fractured limbs of feudal Europe. In the next section, we will see how these early networks evolved into state-controlled postal systems, how competition for control over communication became a matter of national pride, and how the post itself, slow, dusty, and often dull, became a weapon of diplomacy, censorship, and espionage. But for now, imagine this: a parchment scroll tied with ribbon and sealed in wax, bouncing in the saddlebag of a lone rider, hooves echoing down a half-frozen path. Somewhere beyond the fog, a court awaits that message. A decision will be made. A border may shift, all because of a road and the quiet persistence of those who dared to ride it. By the 15th century, the dusty trails of message-carrying monks and royal horsemen had begun to evolve into something far more ambitious. The post roads that once served only kings and councils were becoming instruments of power projection, diplomacy, and quietly espionage. In this section, we follow the transition from medieval networks to the birth of state-controlled postal empires. As the Holy Roman Empire fragmented, as France centralized, and as England began to formalize its administrative reach, control over communication became a strategic necessity, and with it, the figure of the postmaster emerged. But the change was not immediate nor uniform. Europe still spoke dozens of dialects. Roads varied from muddy footpaths to cobbled Roman highways. Horses tired, weather intruded, and letters always fragile sometimes never arrived, and yet, within this slow, often inefficient system, a subtle revolution unfolded. The rise of the postmaster. First true postmasters were not government bureaucrats. They were entrepreneurs, guild members, and sometimes minor nobility, granted licenses to manage a segment of the post. In the Holy Roman Empire, this practice was formalized through imperial privilege. Families like the Thurn UND taxes originally. Tasso from Bergamo were granted hereditary rights to organize and operate postal routes between key cities of the empire. Their network, originating in the late 15th century, eventually connected Brussels to Vienna, Augsburg to Milan, Innsbruck to Prague. Postmasters had one goal: reliability, not speed. They maintained horses, riders, relay stations, and accounting books. They made sure that payments were collected and delivery logs were accurate. They also operated post-ins, which doubled as news exchanges, way stations, and message hubs. To travelers, they might have seemed unremarkable, just men with ledgers and dusty boots, but behind their humble appearance lay tremendous influence. The postmasters knew what was being said, by whom, and where it was going, and that knowledge was invaluable. Communication as sovereignty, recurring theme of 16th century European politics, was centralization. Kings and princes wanted to consolidate their domains, control trade, enforce taxation, and to do all of this, they needed information. Reliable communication wasn't a luxury. It was a condition of power. Consider Charles V, who ruled over the sprawling Habsburg domains from Spain to the Low Countries, relied on a permanent, regulated postal system to manage his far-flung holdings. Francis I of France established royal postal lines across key French regions, attempting to match the Habsburg system. His network required every town to provide horses for relay riders. Henry VIII, in 1516, appointed a master of the posts. In England, the first formal administrator of a government-run courier network, but these systems were still not for the public. They served courts, diplomats, merchants, and higher-ranking church officials. The average villager, still reliant on hearsay, wandering friars, or the rare literate neighbour, censorship and espionage as postal systems expanded, governments quickly realized that reading letters was sometimes more useful than delivering them. By the mid-16th century, most major powers had secret orders allowing postmasters or royal agents to intercept and open correspondence deemed suspicious. This practice was quietly codified in what became known as black chambers, rooms within postal hubs dedicated to unsealing letters using steam, heated knives, or wax softeners, copying their contents, resealing them for delivery without. Detection. One of the earliest and most infamous examples was in Venice, where the Republic established a formal department for mail surveillance. It targeted rival states, suspected heretics, and even its own citizens. France and Austria followed suit. So did England. The Royal Mail, for centuries, was known to be an arm of both the Crown and its intelligence services, and the mail, it kept moving, oblivious to its double life. The invention of the post as a concept around this time, the word post shifted from meaning a station or position to a system of communication. To send by post implied a designated route, a paid courier, a chain of custody. Postal service had become something recognizable, and yet it still lacked public access. The shift toward a public post where private citizens could send and receive messages through official channels was slow and controversial. Many monarchs resisted it, fearing loss of control, increased dissent, and the circulation of dangerous ideas, but markets and universities, towns and traveling workers all had begun to demand regular communication. And where there is demand, someone inevitably finds a way to meet it. For a price, the post and the early modern economy trade was exploding in the 1500s. The rise of joint stock companies, banking houses, and continental trade leagues required timely and reliable correspondence. Letters carried news of shipwrecks, grain prices, market shortages, credit extensions. Merchants needed not just transportation, but regular schedules. Thus emerged timetabled posts, where letters could be sent on specific days of the week. In England, by the late 1500s, it was possible to send a letter from London to York with reasonable expectation it would arrive in under a week. From Bruges to Cologne, even faster, and with commerce came a new kind of letter, the personal one. Merchants, students, scholars, and even lovers began writing, not just for business, but for connection. Some letters were copied and shared widely. Others were saved, tucked into trunks for decades. The post had ceased to be merely a tool of power. It had become quietly a part of ordinary life. Postal secrecy and the trust of strangers as letters moved more frequently and further. A paradox emerged. People entrusted deeply personal messages to men they would never meet. Postmasters, writers, inspectors, all strangers. Yet letters were sealed, marked, and logged with such regularity that trust in the post became cultural. In Protestant Germany, Catholic Spain, and Calvinist Geneva alike, the post was believed in, even as governments spied on it. This trust was bolstered by the fact that postal officials were often held to strict codes. Writers who tampered with letters could lose their pay or their ears. Some postmasters were bound by religious oath, others by civic pride. Their reward? Anonymity. Most names of early postmasters are forgotten, but their work ensured that marriages happened, debts were paid, and peace treaties were negotiated, all with quill, Wax and weary horses. As we near the end of the post-medieval journey, we face one final transformation. How did these exclusive royal systems evolve into open, regulated, public post offices? And more intriguingly, how did the post become the first infrastructure that treated individuals as individuals, not just subjects of a crown? We'll explore that in the final section, as the age of empires gives way to the age of letters. By the 17th century, the post was no longer merely the domain of kings and princes. Slowly, steadily, it had begun to open itself to the common person, not in grand gestures or proclamations, but in the simple act of delivering a letter from one town to another for a fee, no crown involved. What had started as a tangle of princely privileges and merchant demands was transforming into something revolutionary, a public system of human connection, where strangers could send their thoughts across miles and borders, trusting only in paper, wax, and writers they would never meet. In this final section, we explore how early modern post systems matured into the first mass communication infrastructure and how they laid the foundation for not just nations, but identity, literacy, and modern society. From court privilege to public utility, the 17th century brought the slow erosion of exclusivity in European postal systems. While earlier centuries saw the post reserved for the elite diplomats, military officials, royal households, the growing urban middle class demanded access. There were a few key developments. England's Royal Mail began opening routes to private citizens in the 1630s, although under heavy regulation and surveillance. France's La Poste Royale, created under Louis XIII and expanded by Louis XIV, became a centralized institution with defined rates and schedules. The Dutch Republic, deeply reliant on trade and republican institutions, created one of the most open and efficient postal systems in Europe. Prices varied and access was not equal. Still, the idea of a postal network that belonged to the people, not just the court, began to take shape. In some cities, letter offices opened in taverns or apothecaries. Elsewhere, letters could be dropped off at churches or inns. Postal officials, often still paid by the crown, were now public servants, though their allegiance was often to the system more than the sovereign. The letter as a social tool with public access came a burst of new kinds of communication. Suddenly, the letter wasn't just a diplomatic tool. It became a love confession, a merchant's negotiation, a university student's update to a worried parent, a widow's plea to her brother for support. The content of mail diversified. The tone became more personal, reflective, intimate. These were not formal missives dictated by scribes or notaries. They were individual voices, filtered only through ink, paper, and grammar. What makes this shift remarkable is that it coincided with a slow rise in literacy. The printing press had made books more available, yes, but the post gave people a reason to read and write. A literate peasant might not own a Bible, but they might be able to write to their cousin in the next village about a coming harvest or a local dispute. Postal rates and the politics of pressing postal reform did not happen uniformly or benevolently. Rates were often arbitrary, based on distance, weight, and even paper size. In some cases, letters were taxed per sheet, leading to cramped handwriting and ultra-thin pages. Governments saw the post as a source of revenue, and they taxed it accordingly. But the public kept using it. By the late 1600s, some cities, especially in Britain and the Dutch Republic, experimented with flat rates and prepaid postage. This removed the burden of cost from the recipient and helped encourage more regular use. Still, it wasn't cheap. A letter could cost a day's wages for a poor labourer. But to the growing urban middle class, that cost was often worth the connection it bought, and with money changing hands, postmasters became wealthy and powerful, sometimes more so than minor nobility. Their networks, after all, knew everything. Networks of news. The postal system also became the lifeline of news. Before newspapers were formalized, people relied on Coranto's early printed news sheets, mercantile letters full of rumors and prices, diplomatic newsletters passed between courts. Much of this information was carried by post. By the late 17th century, many publishers simply bought letters from travelers or postmasters and reprinted their content. In cities like Amsterdam, The Hague, and London, coffeehouses functioned as informal postal hubs and reading rooms, where letters were read aloud and copied, news shared, and ideas debated. The post wasn't just carrying paper, it was carrying conversations. And not all of them were welcome. Surveillance and the shadow of controller's mail became more common and more powerful. It became more dangerous, at least in the eyes of governments. Rebellious ideas on religion, monarchy, science, and civil rights traveled through post bags. Smuggled pamphlets, coded messages, and foreign correspondences were constant headaches for royal authorities. Thus, the 17th century saw a refinement of the Black Chambers. In Paris, Vienna, and London, entire divisions were devoted to intercepting, reading, and resealing private letters. Encryption became common for sensitive political correspondence. Even lovers developed private codes to avoid prying eyes. Still, people persisted in writing. The post, in its expanding mundanity, was slowly normalizing the right to communicate, a concept that would have profound implications in later centuries. Postal identity and the birth of the modern state. Perhaps the most overlooked legacy of the early modern post is how it shaped identity. To receive a letter, you had to be findable, tied to a city, an inn, a route. This meant people declared addresses, even temporary ones. Towns created registries of inhabitants. Postal routes helped define borders and local jurisdictions. Suddenly, the state had maps, routes, and names. It knew where you lived, where you traveled, even who wrote to you. And you, the individual, began to see yourself as part of a broader system, no longer just a subject of a village or lord, but a node in a network. The infrastructure built for kings had become the nervous system of the early modern state. Toward the stamp and the postal revolution as the 18th century approached, the foundation had been laid for full public access to mail. But challenges remained. Postal corruption and inefficiency plagued large empires. Delivery was still slow and inconsistent in rural areas. Pricing schemes were convoluted and often unjust. The solution would come in the 19th century with the postage stamp, a humble square that allowed anyone, anywhere, to send a letter for a uniform price. But that's a different story. Here, in the flickering candlelight of a village post station in 1695, we see a traveller warming his hands while a rider hands over a bundle of sealed envelopes. Among them might be a message from a lover, a royal decree, a grain shipment receipt, a threat disguised as a permthink is still drying. The horse is still tired, but the message has moved. Across rivers, borders, and unknown hills, someone's voice is now arriving in someone else's hands. That is the quiet power of the post. So the next time you send a message, digital, instant, easy. Remember the centuries when connection traveled by hooves, by ink, and by trust alone. The post roads may be buried now, but their paths remain in every address, every envelope, and every need we still feel to reach someone far away. You probably don't think much about salt. It's on your table, in your food, and often left behind after winter's snow. But in the ancient world, Salt wasn't just a seasoning, it was a commodity of survival. And more than that, it was a currency, a strategic resource, and in some empires, a tool of control. Salt preserved, salt flavored, salt paid wages. Salt even started was dot in this first section. We explore the vital infrastructure of salt in ancient times, from Roman roads built to transport it, to desert caravans braving hostile terrain for blocks of mineral wealth, to the surprising role it played in shaping the daily routine of entire civilizations. This is the story of salt not as seasoning, but as power. What made salt so important? Salt is chemically simple, sodium chloride, but its effects on human life are profound. It's essential for survival. Our bodies require it to function. Muscles, nerves, and hydration all depend on the balance it helps maintain. In pre-industrial times, salt scarcity meant that access to it often defined who could survive, who could trade, and who could rule. Before refrigeration, salt was the only reliable preservative. Fish, meat, and even vegetables were dried, salted, and stored. This made long-distance trade and survival through winter possible. More than that, salt became an economic foundation. Cities that controlled it grew rich, kingdoms taxed it, roads were built for it, and people, farmers, soldiers, nobles saw it as both a necessity and a burden. Salt in the Roman world, few empires understood infrastructure better than Rome. It's no coincidence that one of its earliest roads was called the Via Salaria, the Salt Road. This route connected the salt pans near the mouth of the Tiber River to the interior, allowing Rome to supply its growing population and military with salted goods. The road existed even before the Republic, used by the Sabines and other early Italic tribes. Roman soldiers were sometimes paid in salt rations or in money intended to buy salt, a practice that gave rise to the word salary from salarium. If a soldier wasn't worth his salt, the phrase implied he wasn't worth paying. Rome controlled salt production not just for revenue, but to control loyalty and logistics. A province without salt was a province that could not preserve food, feed an army, or trade effectively. Salt pans, brine wells, and desert slabs. Methods of obtaining salt varied by geography. Sea salt, coastal civilizations like the Phoenicians, and later, the Venetians harvested salt by evaporating seawater in large pans. These salt gardens were often managed by guilds or monopolies. Rock salt, mined from ancient seabeds, especially in Central Europe like the famous mines of Hallstatt, Austria, rock salt extraction became both an engineering and political marvel. Dangerous, lucrative, and jealously guarded. Salt lakes and brine springs. In regions like China, salt was boiled from brine wells. The Chinese, as early as the first millennium BCE, developed advanced drilling techniques using bamboo, piping, and deep shaft methods to access underground brine. Salt slabs in Africa's Sahara. Massive slabs of salt were mined in places like Taudeni, then transported by camel in salt caravans to Timbuktu and beyond. Salt was exchanged for gold, literally weight for weight in some cases. Each method required labor, knowledge, and protection. Salt was heavy, valuable, and vulnerable. So roads were built, guards were employed, and alliances were forged, all to keep the mineral flowing. Salt as a tool of control and resistance. Control over salt often meant control over a population. In Imperial China, the government maintained a strict monopoly on salt production, generating significant revenue. Smuggling was punished severely, but illicit salt trade remained common. It was an early example of the tension between central authority and local need. In France, the gabella tax on salt became one of the most hated Institutions of the ancient Agime. It was so universally despised that it's often listed among the causes of the French Revolution. People were forced to buy fixed amounts of salt at inflated prices, whether they needed it or not. In India, British colonial rule enforced a salt monopoly, preventing locals from producing or selling their own salt. This led, centuries later, to Gandhi's Salt March and non-violent protest that used the mineral as a symbol of unjust rule. In these cases and many more, salt wasn't just economic, it was political. And in the ancient world, those politics were often enforced through infrastructure. The salt trade routes of antiquity moved along some of the oldest trade routes on Earth. Let's take a closer look at a few. The trans-Saharan salt routes. These desert routes connected salt mines in the Sahara to markets in sub-Saharan Africa. The caravans, often numbering in the thousands of camels, were organized with military precision. A typical camel could carry several hundred pounds of salt slabs, wrapped and balanced. The trade fueled the rise of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai empires, and salt was often traded for gold dust. The salt roads of Central Europe. In the Alpine regions, prehistoric salt mines such as those at Hallstatt and Hallen gave rise to some of the earliest known organized mining cultures. These communities left behind tools, bones, and even salt-preserved human remains unusual artifacts that tell us much about early industrial labor. The Chinese salt routes. Ancient China's salt roads were protected by military outposts and managed by bureaucratic layers. As far back as the Han Dynasty, Chinese governments used salt taxes to fund infrastructure and military expansion. Salt made the empire durable. The Mediterranean salt economy. Greek colonies and Roman ports often revolved around salt. Trading hubs like Carthage, Venice, and later Barcelona handled both salt production and redistribution. Venice, in particular, used its control over Adriatic salt pans to fuel its maritime empire and fund its navy. In all these examples, salt trade routes weren't just about logistics, they were about interdependence. They connected villages to cities, inland farmers to seafaring merchants, and tribal leaders to monarchs. Wherever salt moved, civilization followed. Salt and ritual, more than a commodity. Salt wasn't only functional, it was symbolic. In ancient Rome, salt was part of religious ceremonies and used in offerings. In Judaism, salt represents the eternal covenant and is used in ritual meals. In Islam, it has healing and spiritual associations. In Hinduism, salt is considered one of the 5 essential elements. In folklore across Eurasia, salt was used to ward off evil, protect homes, and seal agreements. To share salt was to share trust. So even as it was taxed, traded, and hoarded, salt also bound communities together not just economically, but spiritually. As the ancient world transitioned into the medieval period, salt would continue to shape borders, feed armies, and inspire rebellions. But how did this mineral, so ordinary to us now, begin to lose its imperial weight? Was it replaced, ignored, or simply absorbed into the bloodstream of civilization? And what happened to the towns, the mines, and the roads that salt had once built? By the early Middle Ages, the world had changed, but salt had not. It remained heavy, essential, and logistically complex to harvest, transport, and distribute. As the Roman Empire fragmented and new kingdoms emerged, the management of salt production and trade often defined the reach and stability of political power. While gold and land conveyed obvious signs of wealth and strength, salt was what kept armies fed, fish preserved, and meat safe from rot. In this section, we look at the towns built by salt, the bureaucracies structured around its control, and The unexpected way salt taxation molded early governments, sometimes even more than warfare. Let's return to a Europe just beginning to rebuild after Rome. Among the ruins and new feudal manners, salt quietly carried forward civilization. The towns that salt built, many medieval towns owe their very existence to salt. Whether clustered around salt mines, brine springs, or coastal pans, these towns thrived not because of natural harbors or fertile soil, but because of what lay beneath or beside them. Here are a few examples. Elneberg, Germany, a modest settlement that rose to prominence in the 10th century due to its extensive brine springs. Elneberg's salt fueled the Hanseatic League, making it a key trade hub in northern Europe. The salt was shipped down the Elbe River, exchanged in towns like Hamburg and Elbeck, and traded as far as Russia and England. Salins les Bains and Arc-Sénins, France. These were part of a carefully managed salt region in the Jura Mountains. Salt water was pumped through a wooden pipeline nearly 20 kilometers long to the more forested Arc-Sénins, where ample wood could feed the evaporation fires. This was industrial-scale thinking long before the Industrial Revolution. Norwich, Cheshire, England. Salt from the town's brine springs was crucial for preserving food, especially salted herring, a staple of the English diet. Towns like Norwich had specialized salt houses and workers who passed down brine boiling methods for generations. Salt didn't just enrich these towns. It defined their layout, their architecture, and their relationship with surrounding political powers. Because salt could not be ignored, it was taxed, regulated, and very often fought over. Salt taxes and feudal burdens, unlike many agricultural goods, salt had a built-in predictable demand. People had to consume it. It was non-negotiable. This made it a favorite for medieval rulers and early modern states looking for reliable tax income. In many regions, this led to the rise of salt taxes that were seen not just as economic burdens, but as tools of social control. Take France's notorious gabelle. Introduced in the 13th century, the gabelle quickly became one of the most hated taxes in French history. The country was divided into regions, each with different rules. Some were exempt, the so-called pays à diermesse, while others had mandatory quotas. Citizens in gabelle regions were forced to buy fixed quantities of salt at prices set by the crown even if they didn't need it. The tax created an entire black market of salt smuggling, with faux sauniers, illegal salt sellers, operating elaborate routes through forests and marshes. Punishments for smuggling were severe fines, imprisonment, even execution in some eras. Despite this, smuggling remained rampant, in part because the gabelle was enforced with a ruthlessness disproportionate to the crime. The salt tax came to represent everything unjust about the French monarchy: bureaucratic overreach, unequal burden, and disregard for common need. Salt as currency and wages. While salt itself was rarely minted like silver, it was often treated as currency in remote or resource-scarce areas. In parts of Africa, large blocks of salt shaped into rectangular slabs or discs were traded directly for gold, grain, ivory, or cloth. In the Mali Empire, some regions valued salt as highly as gold, especially in desert-edge zones where the mineral was scarce. In Tibet, salt from Himalayan lakes was used as barter currency. Pack animals carried compressed salt cakes into valleys where grain and butter were exchanged. Because it was heavy and slow to spoil, salt served as a stable measure of value. In medieval Russia, salt was used as part of labor payment. Peasants working in harsh climates would accept salt as part of their seasonal compensation, especially in years when coinage was hard to come by. Salt became more than seasoning. It became a standard of trust, a medium of exchange in worlds. Without coin, the rise of the salt bureaucracy. Salt was so necessary and so vulnerable to theft or inefficiency, many kingdoms created entire bureaucracies dedicated to its management. These were some of the earliest examples of public administrative systems beyond royal courts or military command. In imperial China, the salt administration was one of the most sophisticated institutions in early global history. By the Tang and Song dynasties 7th to 13th centuries, salt was regulated by government monopolies. State-run salt works, official inspectors, and controlled trade routes ensured a steady flow of revenue. Bribes and corruption were not uncommon, but the structure itself showed an advanced understanding of resource logistics, pricing control, and taxation. In Venice, the Council of Ten, a powerful political body, oversaw salt monopolies across the Adriatic. The city relied heavily on salt revenues to fund its navy and merchant fleets, and in the Ottoman Empire, the salt tax department maintained a massive register of salt producers, quotas, and tax assessments across a vast and multi-ethnic territory. Salt, in all these examples, helped professionalize administration. Tracking it required maps, logs, contracts, and enforcers. Its taxation created records that became archives that shaped the historical memory of the state. Resistance and rebellion. Taxation wasn't just unpopular, it was dangerous to enforce. Throughout the 15th and 16th centuries, salt-related uprisings erupted across Europe and Asia. In Florence, the 1530 salt guerra del Sale broke out between the city and Pope Clement VII after a papal tax on salt was levied. It became part of a larger power struggle, but salt was the catalyst. In Brittany, riots broke out in the 17th century as poor farmers and merchants refused to accept the burdens of the gabelle. In India, by the late 18th century, British control of salt production and pricing had created a near monopoly. Villagers who once made salt from seawater were criminalized. This laid the groundwork for Gandhi's famous Salt March, though centuries later. Its roots lay in this bureaucratic enforcement. Again and again, salt reminded rulers of an inconvenient truth: you can tax a luxury, but you cannot tax a necessity without consequence. Salt routes in decline as transportation improved, refrigeration technologies emerged, and new mining methods took hold. The old salt roads began to fade, but their legacy endured. Many medieval salt towns became administrative centers, retaining importance even after salt production declined. The bureaucracies, created to manage salt, evolved into modern ministries of finance, trade, and infrastructure. The social contracts challenged by salt taxes gave rise to civil movements, constitutional thinking, and revolutions. Salt may have become common, but its political history was anything but. So as we conclude this middle section, we're left with a curious transition. Salt, once the mineral that built towns and toppled kings, was slowly becoming ordinary. What happened to the power of salt? Did refrigeration and railroads finally break its empire? And how did something so essential, so coveted, so fought over, become just a condiment? Salt had once built cities, funded armies, and justified rebellion. It had moved in caravans across deserts, passed in barrels aboard ships, and been sold from tightly watched government depots. In the medieval world and even into the early modern period, salt was essential, powerful, and political, but by the mid-19th century, the tide was turning. Salt was no longer the mineral of kings, it was becoming the mineral of the masses, cheap and unregulated. And in that transformation, it quietly lost the central role it had once played in shaping empires. Still, its legacy remained. In this final section of our story, we'll look at how salt's power unraveled, what modern innovations undermine its value, and how echoes of its rules still persist tucked away in language, infrastructure, and memory. Salt's decline, technology, breaks the monopoly for centuries. Salt had been scarce in some places and difficult to move in others. Geography determined access, and power could be exerted simply by controlling supply. But three key developments in the 18th and 19th centuries dramatically altered this balance. 1. Railroads. Before the arrival of rail, salt was a localized resource. Even though mines and brine springs could produce large volumes, transporting heavy sacks of salt overland was expensive, slow, and susceptible to spoilage. With the rise of railways, everything changed. Salt could now be moved quickly, cheaply, and over vast distances. The ability to import salt from more abundant areas undercut the price in formerly high-cost regions. For example, British salt from Cheshire could be shipped throughout the empire with relative ease. Inland regions in France and Italy saw the power of local salt monopolies collapse as cheaper foreign salt poured in. In short, monopoly gave way to market, and with that, the taxation systems built on scarcity began to crumble. 2. Refrigeration. Salts. Most important historic use was preservation, particularly for meats and fish. Without salt, food spoiled quickly, especially in warm climates. But with the invention of artificial refrigeration in the 19th century, this role was slowly replaced. Ice houses gave way to mechanical cold storage. Ships could transport perishable goods with onboard cooling systems. Households began using ice boxes and eventually refrigerators. This change was slow and uneven, but by the early 20th century, much of salt's strategic value had diminished. People still consumed salt, but they no longer relied on it for long term. Food storage. 3. New sources and mining techniques. Improved mining techniques and geological surveys opened new salt deposits around the world. Underground rock salt mining, in particular, increased yields while reducing cost. The Wieliczka salt mine in Poland had already operated since the 13th century, but modernized production expanded its output. In the United States, enormous salt beds in Michigan, New York, and Louisiana made the country self-sufficient in salt and reduced dependence on European imports. Suddenly, salt was everywhere, and when something is everywhere, it's no longer powerful. Bureaucracies dismantled, but slowly the economic transformation of salt happened relatively quickly. The dismantling of the salt bureaucracies took far longer, particularly in countries where salt taxation had become embedded in state financing. Take France, for example. The gabelle, widely hated for centuries, remained in place until 1790, 1 year into the French Revolution. Even after its abolition, temporary forms of salt tax returned under Napoleon, and salt duties lingered throughout the 19th century in various forms. In British India, the salt tax remained until the 1940s, a constant reminder of colonial control. The Salt March led by Mahatma Gandhi in 1930 was not just symbolic, it was a direct assault on the idea that a necessity of life could be monopolized by an empire. Gandhi's march to the Arabian Sea to make salt from seawater was met with thousands of arrests. His civil disobedience inspired global attention and placed salt once again at the center of a political movement. The irony? At the time of the march, the value of the salt itself was almost irrelevant. It was no longer a rare mineral, but as a symbol of unjust power, it still held immense weight. Salt in modern language and infrastructure. The hog salt faded from empire building. It remained deeply woven into culture. Its history lingers in ways you may not always notice. Sold in language, the word salary comes from the Latin salarium, which some historians believe referred to money given to Roman soldiers to purchase salt. To say someone is worth their salt is to say they earn their pay or live up to expectations, a reflection of how vital salt once was. Salting the earth was a practice, both literal and metaphorical, of destroying conquered lands so nothing could grow, though it was more symbolic than commonly applied. Salt in religion and ritual. Salt has long been used in purification rituals, from ancient Judaism to Shinto practices in Japan. In Christianity, salt symbolizes preservation, fidelity, and wisdom. Newborns were once rubbed with salt to purify them. In Hindu weddings, salt is exchanged between families as a sign of friendship and alliance. These practices were shaped not only by salt's flavor, but by its deep association with life itself. Without salt, humans perish. It is an element so basic that it became spiritually meaningful. Salt in infrastructure. Many roads today follow ancient salt routes. In Germany, the Altsalzstree still bears the name. Salt's corrosive properties have even shaped engineering. In colder countries, its use for de-icing roads has led to entire branches of maintenance and environmental control. Even as its strategic value waned, salt shaped the systems that shaped us. Salt today, commodity, chemical, and comfort. Modern humans consume salt in industrial volumes. Today, salt is used for road de-icing, the single largest use in the US, water softening, chemical production, including PVC, plastics, and pharmaceuticals, food preservation and flavor, of course. Yet despite all of this, salt today is generally cheap, unremarkable, and taken for granted. This shift in perception from strategic good to grocery item is perhaps one of history's most dramatic reversals. A final reflection: the invisible mineral salt has one of the strangest historical journeys of any substance. It was once taxed more fiercely than silver. It justified revolts and funded monarchies. It built towns, bureaucracies, and trade empires, and now it sits quietly on your kitchen table, an afterthought. But maybe, just maybe, it's worth remembering the roads it carved, the hands that mined it, and the pages of history it salted into permanence. Salt, once mighty, now mundane, still holds the faint whisper of an empire. Imagine a world without highways or trains, where rivers, canals, and streams were not just geographic features, but the arteries of civilization. For thousands of years, communities and empires rose and fell based on control over waterways, their access, management, and taxation. In this section, we explore how rivers shaped political boundaries, trade routes, cities, and administrative systems. From the Nile's flooding cycles to the Danube's toll posts, river regulation became an early form of governance and an arena of quiet but profound control. We begin with why water mattered, how societies harnessed it, and how the first governments learned to manage liquid logistics. The necessity and the horizon. Water is life. It sustains agriculture, transports goods, and defines territorial limits. But rivers also flood, silt up, or change course, requiring attention, labor, and planning. Early societies, whether in Mesopotamia, Egypt, or the Indus Valley, organized elaborate systems to manage rivers. Seasonal floods became controlled. Irrigation cycles, overflow channels, and levees were built to protect farmland and cities. Bureaucrats measured water levels, diverted flows, and distributed access through water registers. By doing so, they established state authority over something vital and unpredictable. Water control became governance in action. Nile papers, Egypt's Secret notebook in ancient Egypt, the Nile's annual flood determined the prosperity of the entire empire. Too little and crops failed. Too much and cities drowned. To manage this, Egyptian officials maintained detailed flood records often etched on papyrus and inscribed in temple archives, water heights at specific markers, predictions of planting times, tax allotments. Based on expected yield, these records were meticulously passed from one dynasty to the next. A local official's notebook from the Middle Kingdom might instruct, if flood reaches curve of Armagh near Necken, levy 2 mani per arara, else scale to 1. This was not mystical prophecy. It was administrative routine, the bureaucratic backbone that allowed pharaohs to collect grain, fund campaigns, and distribute food in lean years. The Nile was unpredictable, but the ink was consistent. Tigris. Testaments, Babylonian water, Lordson, the Tigris and Euphrates. Mesopotamian states managed irrigation through canals that stretched for tens of kilometers. Water officials, called Kalbamor water lords, were tasked with opening and closing canal gates, inspecting for breaches or silting, registering water usage among farmers. Clay tablets from the Old Babylonian period document appeals, a farmer complaining that Enlilshuru opened the canal late and my field was dry, please assess compensation. These water lords were not priests, they were early civil servants. They held the authority to determine who got water, when and how much, who paid, and who suffered penalties. Rivers taught early civilizations about resource allocation and dispute. Resolution lessons later applied to land, grain, and people. Danube toll posts, the rivers of the Roman frontier in Europe. The Danube served not only as a defensive boundary but also as a commercial waterway crucial to trade. The Romans established toll stations portorier along the Danube, charging dues on timber logs floating downstream, grain from Pannonia, horses, wine, and ship imports. Minor forts by the river doubled as customs houses. Ledger books recorded boat names, cargo types, tonnage, and toll fees. This wasn't just taxation, it was control. It defined the difference between free navigation and state intervention. It told traders when they had entered imperial jurisdiction. By managing river traffic, Rome extended its administrative reach across diverse cultures and economies while relying on something as natural yet bureaucratically governable as a flowing waterway. River towns and water bureaucracy. Many medieval cities owed their growth to rivers. Bruges thrived by linking inland canals to the sea. Venice built its empire on lagoon waterways. Chinese cities like Hangzhou rose along canal networks feeding the Grand Canal. Each needed water regulation, locks to manage elevation changes, toll bridges controlling both river and road traffic, water inspectors ensuring boats met weight and safety regulations. In many cases, early municipal charters included water clauses, rules governing canal maintenance, tolls on floating goods, minimum boat drafts to avoid damage. These administrative systems, though often hidden in city ledgers, animated trade, regulated labour, and supported municipal finance. As we close this section, ask yourself, how many of the things we call infrastructure today began as water registers, flood logs, and canal ledgers? Rivers may flow naturally, but water governance was the ergonomics of early statecraft. In the next section, we'll explore how these water bureaucracies grew complex, intersected with political intrigue, and adapted through centuries of change. In Section 1, we explored how rivers offered early civilizations more than just hydration. They served as backbones for transportation, agriculture, and ultimately governance. But as states grew larger and more complex, their relationships with rivers became less about natural management and more about political control. This section dives into how rivers became tools of political boundary making, bureaucratic expansion, and diplomatic negotiation. Where once they carried fishing boats and irrigated fields, rivers eventually bore toll barges, tax collectors, customs agents, and soldiers. And just as often, they sparked disputes, lawsuits, and even wars. Let us now travel along the banks of Europe's Rhine, the Ganges in South Asia, and China's Grand Canal to witness how water became entwined with power. The Rhine, a river of empire and disputeth Rhine River, has long played a role far beyond its modest length. By the time of the Holy Roman Empire, it had become a corridor of commerce and conflict. The toll was in the 13th and 14th centuries. Hundreds of castles sprang up along the Rhine, not built solely for defense, but for collecting tolls. Feudal lords, bishops, and even imperial knights claimed the right to extract fees from passing vessels. Each toll was meant to reflect a contribution to river upkeep or security, but more often, these were thinly veiled acts of opportunism. One vessel might be stopped 10 or more times in a single journey. Sometimes tolls were even demanded retroactively, citing obscure precedents or old privileges. In response, merchants formed leagues such as the Rheinische Städte, a confederation of towns seeking to resist excessive tolling and standardize trade practices. Yet, despite their efforts, the Rhine remained a patchwork of claims, often enforced at sword point. This situation wasn't just inefficient, it was bureaucratic madness. Tolls had to be logged, disputes settled, privileges registered. Entire legal subsystems emerged to track, dispute, and arbitrate Rhine rights. In essence, the Rhine became a floating courthouse where law, not just water, was in constant motion. China's Grand Canal, administrative artery of an empire, while the Rhine reflected feudal fragmentation. China's Grand Canal exemplified centralized control, stretching over 1,100 miles from Hangzhou to Beijing. The Grand Canal was constructed and expanded over centuries, peaking under the Sui and Yuan dynasties. Its purpose was clear: to supply grain to the capital from the fertile south. To manage this lifeline, Chinese dynasties developed one of the most sophisticated water bureaucracies in history. Grain transport system. The 13th century, up to 400,000 tons of grain were transported annually via the canal. To oversee this, the Yuan and later Ming governments appointed canal commissioners to monitor regional maintenance, transport supervisors responsible for overseeing boat convoys, water control inspectors to check sluices and regulate water flow, security prefects to ensure boats weren't robbed or delayed. Records were painstakingly kept, logs of each boat, its contents, estimated delivery times, crew rosters, and inspection stamps at waypoints. The canal functioned like a moving spreadsheet. Each transaction, toll, and delay had to be justified. Ships were inspected multiple times, and if a grain shipment spoiled en route, the transport official could be held financially liable. What's striking is how modern this sounds. The Grand Canal was not just a ditch filled with water, it was a managed system that required logistical planning, infrastructure repair, personnel deployment, and accountability audits. The Ganges, sacred and strategic in the Indian subcontinent, the Ganges has always held spiritual significance. But politically, it also served as a unifying and contested resource, particularly during the Mughal period. Mughal water administration to emperors like Akbar and Shah Jahan. Vast irrigation networks were constructed, with canal systems branching off from rivers like the Yamuna and Ganges. These required canal builders nabans, often recruited from skilled engineering castes, water tax officers who calculated revenue based on irrigated acreage, maintenance labourers, some paid in grain and others via village taxes. Records from the An I Akbari, the imperial gazetteer, detail everything from canal lengths to staff pay scales. The bureaucracy was comprehensive, aiming to prevent both water disputes and revenue leakage, yet river control wasn't merely internal. As Mughal rule weakened in the 18th century, British officials moved in to map, tax, and exploit these same waterways. Water as a border and battlefield as empires collided, rivers became political boundaries and thus subjects of treaties, cartographic disputes, and war. The Danube and Ottoman Habsburg conflicts for centuries. The Danube marked the border between the Austrian Habsburgs and the Ottoman Empire. Control of fords, bridges, and river islands often changed hands during campaigns. Peace treaties like the Treaty of Karlovitz 1699 specified exact river demarcations, down to the meander. Each agreement necessitated joint surveying teams, map adjustments, legal documents stating from the Willow Grove downstream to the shallow ford. Water diplomacy, in this way, evolved into a genre of international relations. Mississippi and the American interior Racus, the Atlantic, the Mississippi River became a defining geographic feature during U.S. westward expansion. Treaties with France, Spain, and native nations often referenced navigation rights, which were just as valuable as land itself. Control of river ports New Orleans above all meant control of commerce. The Louisiana Purchase in 1803 wasn't just about farmland. It was about securing uninterrupted river access for American goods. Thus, even in the New World, old lessons applied. Whoever controls the river controls the realm. Why rivers made red tape necessary in managing rivers, early states were forced to invent tools of record keeping and institutional design, flood calendars, toll books, water sharing agreements, inspection reports, legal precedents for water disputes. These documents weren't ornamental, they were essential. If one village built a weir too high, it could ruin fields downstream. If one city charged unapproved tolls, trade would divert elsewhere. Managing rivers required paperwork, regulation, and oversight. In other words, bureaucracy. The logic is timeless. Rivers are public, but their use is private. To balance both, civilizations learned to govern with pen and seal, not just sword and oar, and so we are left with a question: did rivers teach humanity how to govern, or did governance learn to flow like a river, persistent, branching, and full of silent force? In the next section, we will trace the slow decline of river bureaucracies as railroads, highways, and dams transformed human movement. But even as the role of the river faded, its legacy in government record keeping, taxation, and diplomacy flowed on. As we explored in Section 2, rivers once served as more than natural landmarks. They were administrative frontiers, dividing empires, fueling disputes, and fostering highly detailed bureaucratic systems. Yet by the 19th century, a profound shift had begun. Steam, steel, and fossil fuels would replace current and wind. Trains, trucks, and telegraphs slowly eroded the primacy of rivers as the main conduits of commerce and control, but this wasn't an overnight replacement. The institutional memory of river control remained embedded in how nations functioned long after barges were replaced with railcars. In this final section, we examine how the legacy of river governance faded from center stage but never entirely vanished. We explore how colonial empires repurposed ancient water systems, how 20th century dam projects echoed ancient engineering ambitions, and how water's bureaucratic fingerprints persist in everything from zoning laws to geopolitical treaties. The rivers kept flowing, but their influence trickled into new bureaucratic shapes. Colonial waters, mapping and managing the Old World anew as European. Empires expanded in the 18th and 19th centuries. Many of their colonial endeavours were focused not just on land but water control. British India, from irrigation canals to revenue blueprints and the Indian subcontinent, the British inherited vast, intricate canal systems originally built or maintained under the Mughals and regional rulers. Rather than discard these systems, they expanded and formalized them through colonial bureaucracy. The Upper Ganges Canal, first constructed in the 1850s, was one of the largest irrigation projects of its time. Detailed cadastral maps, water schedules, and flow ledgers were introduced. Entire irrigation departments emerged, often employing thousands of engineers, clerks, surveyors, and field overseers. The Canal Act of 1873 became a cornerstone of colonial administration. It detailed water rights based on land allotments, fee schedules, penalties for illegal tapping or tampering. The language of control had changed from Persian courtly decrees to British legalese, but the impulse remained. Water equaled order. Even independence movements recognized the power of water control. After 1947, India and Pakistan fought not over land alone, but over the Indus River system, leading to the Indus Waters Treaty of 1960. This was an agreement governing rivers with more complexity than borders themselves. American canals and the illusion of progress in the early United States, river-based commerce dominated. Before the golden age of railroads, projects like the Erie Canal, completed in 1825, transformed New York into an economic powerhouse. The Erie Canal's success was not accidental. It required surveying over 360 miles of varied terrain. Lock schedules had to be coordinated across counties. Toll rates were set by the state and adjusted by cargo class and boat type. Toll collectors worked long, uneventful shifts at canal checkpoints. They recorded boat names, dates and times, cargo values, owner information. In some cases, a canal ledger from 1842 looks nearly identical to a Nile flood tax record from 1342 BCE. Yet by 1870, many canals were in decline. Railroads were faster, cheaper, and more flexible. Boats were abandoned and canal towns dwindled, but the administrative DNA of water management didn't disappear. It flowed into railroad scheduling systems, customs forms, and urban zoning laws. A direct lineage from barge to bureaucracy, dams, and the rise of hydro-nationalism. If rivers once dictated borders and bureaucracies, the 20th century saw them transformed by ambition into massive engineered landscapes. Hoover Dam, the concrete Nile of America, completed in 1936. Hoover Dam was both a marvel of engineering and a symbol of federal water control. It wasn't just about generating electricity. The dam regulated the Colorado River to prevent floods, allocated water among 7 U.S. states via the Colorado River Compact, fed a massive administrative machine. Engineers, clerks, accountants, and federal overseers behind the concrete was a mountain of paper. Hoover Dam was followed by others: Glen Canyon, Grand Coulee, Aswan High Dam. Each came with international water treaties, hydrological surveys, and disputes about usage, displacement, and drought risk. Managing rivers had moved from local scribes to multi-nation treaties and satellite-monitored reservoirs, but the core principle remained: water must be recorded, regulated, and reported. The invisible bureaucracies of modern rivers today, rivers still matter, but the visibility of their governance has shifted. Urban rivers and zoning in cities, rivers often play a subtle role in urban planning, setback requirements, from floodplains, permitting for construction near waterways, environmental impact assessments. The agencies vary: zoning boards, environmental departments, army corps of engineers, but the process is deeply bureaucratic. Developers must submit hydrology reports, drainage models, flood mitigation plans. An office tower in downtown Chicago may require more paperwork about its relation to the Chicago River than its structural integrity. In these ways, ancient patterns of water oversight quietly persist, even in digital form. Satellite rivers. Governance from above as satellites now track river flows, monitor dam usage, and detect illegal irrigation. Governments from Egypt to Ethiopia use satellite data to argue over Nile water rights. Water bureaucracies have become remote, abstract, and transnational, but no less central. The World Bank funds river basin organizations. United Nations bodies track shared water usage. In some cases, disputes over water are preemptively addressed by joint commissions, complete with legal advisors, engineers, and arbitrators. It is, in a way, the bureaucratization of rainfall. When the water fails to arrive in recent decades, rivers have changed course literally and metaphorically. Climate change has shifted flood patterns. Glaciers feeding great rivers are receding. Droughts and water scarcity have rendered some river-based bureaucracies nearly obsolete. The Tigris and Euphrates, once managed through clay tablets, now suffer from overuse, damming, and agricultural mismanagement. In southern Iraq, once thriving marshlands have dried into cracked dust, and ancient water laws seem impotent in the face of ecological collapse. This is not just an environmental issue, it is a bureaucratic crisis. When the old systems designed to measure, record, and allocate no longer apply, states are left without tools, without ledgers, without precedent. Governance becomes guesswork. Control dries up with the riverbanks. Reflections on the flow of power from Sumerian irrigation scribes to European toll castles, from Mughal canal inspectors to American dam commissioners. The management of rivers has always required more than just physical labor. It required systems of people, rules, penalties, allowances, and trust. While today's infrastructure may seem more concrete, the intellectual foundation remains the same: a tax on rainfall, a form for storm runoff, a legal clause about downstream rights. We live, even now, within the watery inheritance of bureaucracies gone by, and so we end this story with a quiet but pressing question: if rivers once taught us how to govern, what will we become when the rivers no longer run? Close your eyes and picture a Roman road, not the romantic vision of chariots under triumphal arches, but the long, straight stretches of gravel and stone running endlessly across plains and forests. These roads were built with such enduring precision that fragments of them still lie beneath modern highways. But while the glory of Roman roads is often praised, the process of building and maintaining them is rarely given center stage. It is, in fact, a marvel of bureaucratic dullness: surveys, mile markers, gravel weights, and stone-cutter contracts. In this story, we explore the overlooked machinery of the Roman road network and how this infrastructure supported and silently shaped an empire. This was not simply engineering. It was administration by layers of gravel and silence. Why roads were not just roads for the Romans. Roads were not only military tools, they were ideological statements. They signaled Roman presence, promised Roman order and permitted Roman taxation. Each road connected forts to cities, ports to colonies, grain fields to imperial warehouses. The via publici, or public roads, were state-owned infrastructure managed by the cursus publicus, the Roman imperial postal and transport system. But beneath the power of movement was a mountain of forms, reports, and directives, all aimed at keeping the roads usable. Survey first, dig later. The agrimensurement road construction began not with spades, but with measuring rods and chalk lines. The agrimensors land surveyors were trained specialists who marked road lines using tools like the groma, a cross-shaped sighting tool, the dioptra, an early theodolite, and detailed scroll maps that denoted elevations, boundaries, and soil types. These surveyors had to negotiate with landowners for passage rights, adjust road routes around natural obstacles or estates, record land values for compensation or taxation. Some surviving Roman texts describe disputes between agrimensors, where one accused another of faulty angles or improper slope grading. Their work, while critical, was as full of politics as it was geometry. Stone by stone, labor and logistics roads were typically built in layers, statumen a foundation of large stones, rudis a compacted layer of gravel and lime, nucleus, fine cement and sand, summum dorsum the top surface, often basalt or paving stones. This wasn't uniform across the empire. Some roads in Gaul, for instance, used clay-based surfaces due to local geology, while desert roads in North Africa prioritized compacted earth over stone. Labor came from various sources: legionnaires who built roads as part of their service, local municipalities who were often forced to contribute work crews or materials, enslaved labor used particularly for quarrying and transporting stone. An imperial edict from the time of Emperor Claudius required local decurions to provide oxen and carts every third week for road duty. Some towns protested, others bribed officials to lessen their quotas. Road building was a national mandate but a local burden. Maintenance is a moral duty. Perhaps the most overlooked element of Roman roads was maintenance. The empire required every mile of public road to be catalogued, inspected, and kept in working condition. The curators viarum, or road overseers, were appointed to manage stretches of road. Often wealthy senators or equestrians tasked with scheduling repairs, hiring local contractors, reporting damages to provincial governors. But this responsibility often became an honorific, with real work passed down to viators, lower-level officers who filed reports on broken bridges, washed-out sections, or overgrowth. These viators used mileage logs, noting date of inspection, location usually by milestone, type of damage, material needed for repair. Such records were sent to central repositories, what we might now call infrastructure departments. Though no complete road archive survives, fragments of stone inscriptions, wax tablets, and financial ledgers from places like Pompeii and Gaul suggest an ongoing administrative chore of endless upkeep. Milestones. Bureaucracy in stone. Roman milestones were more than markers of distance, they were notices of public spending. Each milestone included the name of the emperor who commissioned or repaired the road, the distance from the nearest city or capital. Occasionally, the name of the curator responsible for upkeep. Milestones functioned as both navigation aids and fiscal receipts, informing travelers and taxpayers alike that the empire was tending to its arteries. A typical inscription might read, Impcaes domide vg ger devs ficidex sex impab Roma. Translation: the Emperor Caesar Domitian Augustus Germanicus Divine built this, 20 miles from Rome. Each milestone was placed precisely 1 Roman mile, about 1,480 meters apart. Records of their placement were tracked in road registries, many of which were carved into stone tablets and kept in town halls. Rhoda's Law, the Via Appia Cassione of the most famous Roman roads. The Via Appia began in 312 BCE under the censor, Appius Claudius Caecus, but centuries later, its condition had declined to such a degree that Emperor Hadrian personally ordered a full audit and repair. His inspectors found sections where stones had sunk due to poor drainage, milestones missing or displaced, bridges eroded from seasonal flooding. The audit took months and was followed by a full administrative review, resulting in an edict that forced multiple municipalities along the road's route to contribute funds and materials. This edict survives in partial form on a bronze tablet found in Beneventum. Listing road repair quotas by district.it is perhaps the most bureaucratic form of empire imaginable, allocating gravel as a civic obligation. Boring but binding. Though romanticized today, Roman roads were never just about glory or conquest. They were about connectivity, yes, but also about control. They told the empire where to go, where it had been, and how much it owed for the journey. Behind every stretch of stone was a surveyor's sketch, a clerk's scroll, a local magistrate's complaint, and a dozen carts filled with dust and rock. The result wasn't fast. It wasn't even beautiful, but it was durable, like the empire itself for a while. And yet, we must ask, what happens to a road when its empire crumbles, when the stones still lie in place, but no one walks them with ledges and chalk? In Section 2, we will trace the slow decline of these roads, not in fiery battles or dramatic collapses, but in overgrown weeds, rerouted traffic, and forgotten records. When people imagine the fall of Rome, they often picture flames licking marble arches, barbarians storming city gates, or legions dropping their standards in defeat. But many things didn't fall, they faded. The Roman road system, once the most extensive logistical network the world had known, was not destroyed overnight. It withered through neglect, bureaucratic breakdown, and changes in how people moved, traded, and governed. In this section, we explore the long, gradual retreat of this infrastructure, how stone by stone, ledger by ledger, the empire's grip loosened, not with drama, but with silence. The fragility of maintenance. Saraman roads were only as strong as the effort put into their care. They were built to last, but not to last untouched. Every ditch needed clearing, every stone needed repacking, every bridge needed seasonal inspection. By the 3rd and 4th centuries CE, that system began to strain. Local cities struggled to meet maintenance quotas. Toll revenues, once used to fund repairs, were rerouted to military or emergency spending. Administrative positions like the curator viarum increasingly became empty titles, assigned more for status than service. In the provinces, minor roads began to deteriorate first. Paths leading to outposts, once carefully aligned, were abandoned. Bridges collapsed in spring floods and were left unrepaired. Where once a viator reported damages, no one came. Roads remained, but their meanings began to erode. Signs of neglect in the stone's archaeological evidence tells the tale of abandonment through subtle clues, weeds and shrubs growing between paving. Stones suggest centuries of non-use. Roadbeds filled in with domestic garbage, broken pottery. Roof tiles indicate the road was no longer in service and may have been used as dumping ground. In some places, medieval farm walls were built directly atop Roman roads, repurposing their straightness without concern for their past function. In Roman Britain, for instance, parts of the Fosse Way and Watling Street began to serve not as trade, routes but as property boundaries by the 5th century. The road's stones remained, but the system that imbued them with civic duty had vanished. Paper trails and their disappearance equal important in understanding road decay as the loss of records. Roman infrastructure was not only physical, it was archival. In the High Empire, roads were accompanied by route itineraries like the Itinerarium Antonini, milebook registries kept in provincial towns, stone inscriptions denoting funding, maintenance and completion dates. By the late 4th century, the copying and upkeep of these documents dwindled. Many city offices simply stopped recording updates. We see gaps in continuity where an old curator's name is inscribed on a milestone, but no successor ever appears. The imperial communication system, the cursus publicus, once central to road traffic and official messages, began to deteriorate under pressure. Horses were no longer available at designated posts. Inns and rest stations called mansions fell into disrepair. Messages were delayed, rerouted, or never delivered at all. By the early 5th century, a letter could take months to reach a neighbouring province on a road that once promised a swift courier with fresh horses every 15 miles. Barbarians on the roads, or just off them. A popular image persists, invading Goths or Vandals trampling down roads and severing trade. But evidence suggests the reality was far less cinematic. These groups often used the roads themselves. They were not ignorant of Roman logistics. They followed known trade routes and at times occupied former road stations. In fact, some early post-Roman rulers in Gaul and Hispania attempted to maintain parts of the network, especially those tied to military control or urban centres. But what disappeared was not the stone path, it was the system to support it, the funding, the engineering expertise, the administrative attention. Without these, the roads persisted physically but were dead lines, untravelled and unremembered. From roads to trails to nothing in some regions, Roman roads simply faded into footpaths. In southern Gaul, a Roman via connecting Arles to Nmes remained walkable into the 6th century, but carts could no longer traverse it. In Britain, the stretch between Londinium London and Verulamium St Albans became a muddy track, eventually redirected entirely. As centralised authority diminished, local needs shaped travel. New paths emerged around fields or forests, more flexible than the rigid Roman lines. Roads that once cut through the countryside to connect strategic forts were now avoided in favour of paths between monasteries, towns, or fairs. The once proud via militaris became irrelevant in a world without organised armies. Reused and repurposing in many cases, Roman roads were quarried. The stone slabs used to surface major routes were immensely valuable. Local populations removed them to build churches or fortified farmhouses, line wells and cisterns, construct village bridges or pigsties. Ironically, the endurance of Roman engineering led to its dismantling. The materials outlasted the purposes, and so they were harvested like a forgotten temple stripped from marble. An abbey built in 98th century France records using stone from the old road of the Caesars, a phrase that hints at both reverence and practicality. The medieval shift, roads of a different kind. By the early Middle Ages, Europe's idea of a road had changed. The routes people used were no longer part of a grand network, but local and adaptive. Weather determined which paths remained passable. Seasonal fairs dictated traffic flow. Roads were now contextual, serving microeconomies rather than imperial logistics. Some monasteries and towns assumed responsibility for limited maintenance, but there was no unified system, no central road book, and no imperial inspection. Even The milestones, once symbols of administrative pride, stood crooked and forgotten, if they remained at all, and yet the skeleton remained. The straightness of Roman roads influenced the layout of medieval villages, the orientation of fields, and even some national borders centuries later. You may walk a quiet rural path in modern Italy or France today and unknowingly follow the tread of legionnaires, surveyors, and ox carts from 2,000 years ago. Though the stone may lie buried beneath your feet, the road remains in shape if not in memory. Still, one wonders, if infrastructure defines an empire, what does it mean when that infrastructure becomes invisible, yet still guides the future in subtle lines and habits? In Section 3, we'll explore how Renaissance thinkers, early modern kings, and even Napoleon rediscovered Roman roads not as ruins, but as guides for their own ambitions. By the time the Renaissance began to stir curiosity in Europe's classical past, the Roman roads had long been silent. Their stones, once a symbol of power and movement, lay scattered or buried. Yet the echoes of their precision and durability lingered visible in property lines, city layouts, and even local traditions. In this final section of Story 17, we explore how the Roman roads neglected for centuries were not only rediscovered, but also revived and reinterpreted by monarchs, engineers, and thinkers. From dusty outlines on old maps to military campaigns and national infrastructure projects, the ghost of the Roman road network shaped the path toward modernity. Renaissance curiosity and antiquarian maps. By the 15th century, scholars and humanists were scouring ancient texts, recovering fragments of Roman literature, law, and geography. Among these finds were old Itineraria Roman route maps like the Itinerarium Antonini and the Tabula Peutingeriana, a medieval copy of a Roman road chart stretching from Britain to India. These documents didn't depict roads the way modern maps would. Instead, they were stylized lists of towns, distances, and landmarks. Yet they hinted at a once integrated road system that spanned continents. Curious antiquarians began walking the land, comparing names, stones, and alignments. In Italy, the Via Appia became an object of fascination. In England, figures like John Leland in the 16th century began recording old road traces in notebooks, marking ditches, stony lines, and place names that echoed Latin roots. These weren't government efforts. They were the private obsessions of scholars, and yet they laid the groundwork for national road rediscovery centuries later. Monarchs and military maps. By the 17th and 18th centuries, European monarchs sought to centralize control and move armies more efficiently. To do so, they needed roads, not just new ones, but reliable traces of old ones. In France, Louis XIV's engineers studied remnants of the Roman system to align new routes royales. In England, post roads and coaching routes often followed Roman alignments, including the famous Watling Street. In Austria and Prussia, military engineers documented Roman roads as part of broader cartographic projects to aid troop movement. These roads, with their straightness and proven longevity, offered ready-made blueprints. Often, a Roman roadbed could be regraded, resurfaced, and brought back into use more cheaply than building from scratch. The roads had been forgotten as infrastructure but remembered as geography. Napoleon and the road as Emperino figure revived the symbolism of roads more intentionally than Napoleon Bonaparte. Obsessed with Rome and Alexander the Great, Napoleon saw roads not merely as practical tools but as emblems of centralized power. In his administration, surveyors were dispatched across France and Italy to rediscover Roman roads. Engineers used ancient alignments to lay new imperial routes, connecting France's expanded territories with Paris. Roads were named with classical grandeur route Napoleon Via Imperiali, echoing the old Via Flaminia and Via Claudio Augustus. Napoleon's road program combined military utility, economic policy, and historical symbolism. He wasn't restoring the past, he was wielding it. Roads as legal and landholding tools in rural areas across Europe. Roman roads became central to property law. In France and Germany, boundaries often followed the remains of Roman roads. Legal disputes sometimes hinged on who had right of way on the old Roman causeway. In England, enclosure movements in the 18th and 19th centuries referenced Roman alignments when redrawing parish lines and laying new hedgerows. Even in modern cadastral maps, faint traces of Roman roads appear as legal reference points. Centuries After their functional use ended, Roman roads may have faded in the popular mind, but the land remembered them. The archaeology of absences archaeology emerged as a formal discipline in the 19th century. Roman roads presented an unusual challenge. They were everywhere and nowhere. Unlike buried cities or temples, roads weren't destinations. They were connective tissue, often difficult to isolate from modern infrastructure or farmland, but their rediscovery offered subtle but rich insights. Excavations revealed layered construction, from rubble foundations to surface slabs, evidence of planned engineering, not just random paving. Some roads revealed milestones, still legible, that allowed researchers to date construction phases. In frontier zones like Hadrian's Wall or the Rhine frontier, roads showed how the Romans projected logistics into hostile or thinly settled territory. Roads weren't monuments. They were intentions in stone, legacy in modern infrastructure. By the 20th century, Roman roads had faded again, but this time into something larger, modern transportation networks. In Italy, several national highways trace Roman routes, including the Strada Statale 7 following the Via Appia. In England, are roads like the A5-track Watling Street. In France, Route National 7 follows Roman paths south through Lyon and toward the Mediterranean. These modern roads, heavily paved and trafficked, obscure their ancient origins, but the underlying roots, gradients, and logic are often purely Roman. Even the concept of a national road system, coordinated and centrally funded, owes its spirit to Roman precedent. The scale and ambition of modern highway systems echo the imperial impulse, roads not just as paths, but as tools of unification. The roads that remain today, many Roman roads are still visible, sometimes celebrated, often overlooked. In Italy, parts of the Via Appia are open to pedestrians, with original paving stones bearing the ruts of ancient carts. In Britain, sections of Deer Street are marked with signposts and occasional interpretive plaques. In North Africa and the Balkans, roads survive in deserts and forests, where erosion is slow and building pressure is low. But the real survival is less about stones and more about systems, the idea of regularized distances between stops, the notion of infrastructure as a public duty, the recognition that a road, however humble, can knit together diverse regions, peoples, and economies. These are Roman ideas, quiet, enduring, dusty, but still very much alive. And so we return to the beginning, when the first Roman engineers set out with their survey tools. Their work was more than physical construction. It was a way of seeing space, organizing territory, and controlling time. Their roads may now lie under fields, buried beneath highways, or overgrown in woodland, but their imprint remains, not in marble, but in movement. So the question lingers: if every step we take on a Roman road carries history beneath it, how many forgotten intentions shape the routes we follow each day? Before databases, spreadsheets, or online portals, there were parchment rolls, tally sticks, and scribes working by candlelight. And before nations became nations in the modern sense, their existence was often nothing more than what could be counted, recorded, and taxed. This story is about numbers, not glamorous ones, but dusty, scribbled, cautious figures. It's the tale of how tax records, seemingly boring and routine, formed the quiet foundation of power. Not the kings who charged the taxes, but the clerks who kept track of them. We begin in England, just after the Norman conquest, with a book so feared, so comprehensive, that it became known as the Domesday Book. After the sword comes the quill. William's Great Survey in 1086, 2 decades after invading England, William the Conqueror ordered an unprecedented census of his new kingdom. It was not about glorifying his rule with statues or monuments. Instead, he wanted to know how many hides of land there were, who held them, under what obligations, what resources, mills, ploughs, fisheries could be taxed. The result was the Domesday Book, a 2-volume manuscript covering much of England with remarkable precision. No estate was too small, no tenant too insignificant. The purpose? Revenue. William needed to extract money, service, and loyalty from a newly conquered people. But to do that, he needed to see them not in person, but on parchment. In the Domesday Book, you find no battle scenes or romantic language. Instead, you find phrases like, "In 1100, Enscott holds 1 hide. There is land for 1 plough. It was waste. Now it renders 10 shillings. That's it." But within those dry lines lay a revolution, a kingdom defined by what it could extract, not just what it claimed to own. Tallies and tokens, the wood that measured wealth. Medieval England didn't just rely on books. For hundreds of years, the main tool for recording tax payments wasn't a scroll but a stick, the exchequer. Tally stick was a split piece of hazel wood. One half went to the treasury, the other half to the payer. Notched according to standardized marks, deep gashes for pounds, shallow ones for shillings. It was a physical receipt. Why use wood instead of ink? Because wood couldn't be easily forged. The grain of the stick, once split, was a perfect match between payer and receiver. Some tally sticks remained in circulation for decades, passed down through generations, or even used in debt swaps. They weren't just records, they were currency. This simple system, based on trust and physical matching, underpinned a growing economy and a more formalized tax bureaucracy. By the 13th century, the English exchequer was issuing thousands of tallies a year, each one stored in wooden cabinets, sorted by county, and referenced during audits and legal disputes, all from a stick. The bureaucratic kingdoms monarchs gained more centralized control. They leaned on written records more than on armies. By the 13th century, the English royal administration included the pipe rolls, annual records of royal income and expenditure, the patent rolls, listing official letters and orders, the close rolls, recording sealed letters and internal matters, the liberate rolls, tracking payments to courtiers and suppliers. This explosion of paperwork had a defining effect. Taxes weren't just collected, they were structured, reviewed, and sometimes contested. Monarchs no longer ruled only by decree or by sword, but by what was written and preserved. The act of recording became an act of ruling, and the clerks, once lowly servants, became crucial players in shaping how kingdoms functioned, counting souls and hearths. By the 14th century, taxation in England had shifted to more direct assessments. The poll tax of 1377 to 1381 was one of the first attempts to tax individuals regardless of land ownership. The hearth tax of the 17th century, tax based on the number of hearths, fireplaces, in a home. Because more fireplaces meant more wealth, assessors walked from village to village, inspecting chimneys, interrogating families, and recording entries like Margaret Smythe, widow, one hearth, house leaky, not chargeable. It was mundane work, but it shaped how the government saw its people, not as subjects of war, but as data points. Over time, these lists informed military levies, conscription plans, and food allocations. A nation became visible through its statistics. And government began to mean, above all, administration. Clerks and copyists, the invisible rulers behind every tax, every roll, and every tally, was a clerk. These men, often educated in monasteries or cathedral schools, spent their lives copying entries, managing archives, and calculating arrears. They wore robes, not armor. They wielded quills, not swords. And yet they knew every village, every debtor, and every estate. In time, the king's trust shifted from barons to bureaucrats. A clerk who knew the land books could challenge a noble who had forgotten his obligations. By the 15th century, clerks and royal accountants were rising in status. Many became chancellors, treasurers, or bishops. Others advised kings, helped draft laws, and designed systems that lasted into the early modern period. They didn't change history loudly, but they wrote it. Paper empires, hidden power. As the centuries passed, the idea of what could be counted expanded. Ships, salt production, window panes, as in the English window tax, types of clothing, all were taxed and thus recorded. Each tax brought new forms of bureaucracy, new ledgers, and new conflicts. People disguised windows, hid chimneys, or registered land in relatives' names, and yet the bureaucratic state endured because the power didn't lie in the tax alone, it lay in the habit of accounting, the expectation of oversight, and the quiet authority of the ledger. What remains today, Doomsday, still survives, carefully preserved in the UK National Archives. The pipe rolls are consulted by historians, and tally sticks, once thought primitive, are admired as ingenious tools of administration. The tax bureaucracies of the Middle Ages were not just about money. They were about visibility, about how rulers came to know their realms and how ordinary people became part of something larger than themselves, even if they didn't want to. It's no coincidence that so many modern governments still rely on census data, property assessments, income reports. These are paper trails that began long before computers, when kings ruled by ink and stick, by ledger and seal. So as you file taxes or read a census, you're taking part in a tradition nearly 1,000 years Older tradition built on quiet quills, uneven parchment, and a kingdom of counting. We ended our previous section with the realization that medieval governments became powerful not solely through warfare or divine right, but through systems of record keeping, the quiet accumulation of knowledge through ledgers, tallies, and registers. In this section, we go deeper. As these paper empires expanded, so did the friction of administration. Tax systems grew more elaborate, assessments became more intrusive, and the more the state tried to know, the more resistance it encountered from nobles, peasants, and even its own bureaucrats. Now we look at how those systems began to strain, falter, and evolve under the weight of their own ambition. Too much paper, not enough power. By the 14th and 15th centuries, the English crown was collecting massive amounts of data through systems like the pipe rolls, patent rolls, and numerous local ledgers. But as the volume grew, cracks appeared, clerks could barely keep up. Delays in updating records meant tax collectors worked with outdated information. Some towns had grown, others declined, but the assessments remained frozen. Noble families disputed claims using older or forged documents. Fields were divided and sublet, but still taxed as if held by one lord. A system meant to clarify and regulate began to introduce confusion. There was simply too much information and not enough staff or standardization to make it work efficiently. This was the first taste of a paradox that still haunts bureaucracies. The more you try to record and control, the more your system can break down under its own complexity. Poll tax and the peasants boil over in 1377, 1379, and most dramatically in 1381, the English crown levied a poll tax, a flat tax charged to every individual over the age of 15, regardless of wealth or land. It was simple in concept but devastating in execution. To administer it, officials needed to count everyone. Names, households, professions, assets all written down, sometimes without consent, often with suspicion. The lists created a sense of surveillance in communities that had previously avoided direct attention from London. The tax was deeply unpopular. When collection began in earnest in 1381, violence erupted. The Peasants' Revolt, led by Wat Tyler, targeted not just lords, but the very records themselves. Manor rolls were burned, tax records destroyed. The rebels stormed the Tower of London and executed the Lord Chancellor and the Archbishop of Canterbury. Why such violence? Because the records had become the symbol of oppression. The tally stick, once a simple tool of verification, was now a weapon in the hands of royal tax collectors, and yet, even after the revolt failed, the state returned to its ledgers. Because without them, there was no way to rule. The cost of counting nobility wasn't just the peasants who resisted. Nobles often viewed the growing bureaucracy as an affront to their traditional privileges. In France and the Holy Roman Empire, many aristocrats refused to register property or declare household sizes. They claimed exemption from taxes and resisted surveys. But as central governments tried to standardize revenue collection, these refusals created massive gaps in data. The state knew only what was submitted, and when the elite submitted nothing, they often paid nothing. This led to a growing fiscal imbalance, a resentment among commoners taxed more heavily, while the wealthy maneuvered through loopholes. Governments began to hire auditors and royal investigators to verify records. These individuals, like England's travelling justices in eyre, would travel from shire to shire, cross-checking local accounts against crown records, often uncovering years of embezzlement or underreporting. They rarely made friends. The paperwork of plague. When 1348, the Black Death struck Europe, killing as much as a third of the population. This wasn't just a human catastrophe, it was an administrative one. With so many dead, entire entries in tax rolls became meaningless. Manors were abandoned. Villages collapsed. Clerks found that their ledgers bore the names of thousands who no longer existed. Some towns simply gave up trying to update their lists. Others restructured their taxation to target surviving households more directly, leading to further resentment. In response, the Crown commissioned new surveys and mortality reports, often noting not only who died, but which plots of land went untended, which mills no longer turned, and which markets no longer functioned. A new vocabulary of tax emerged: wasted villanage, abandoned peasant land, defunct tenement, empty homes, non-productive burgage, urban property without taxable output. Even in death, the records persisted. clerks in conflicted administrative expansion came with internal tension. Royal clerks, cathedral scribes, town assessors, and noble stewards often had competing records. Disputes over priority and authority became common. A clerk in Winchester might submit a record to the Exchequer in Westminster, only to find it contradicted by a scribe from Canterbury. Towns complained that central officials ignored local variations in customs or land tenure. To resolve this, kings increasingly turned to Chancery's central offices that could issue standardized documents. The English Chancery and French Chancellery became hubs of record-keeping, translation, and dispute arbitration. By the 15th century, the language of record-keeping had become as specialized as law. Latin terms, abbreviations, and marginalia made documents difficult for the uninitiated to interpret. The scribes had, in a sense, created their own protected world. Bureaucratic burnout by the late medieval period, especially in the 15th and early 16th centuries, the number of tax assessments and property registers had ballooned. But governments began to encounter bureaucratic fatigue. Records piled up in castles, monasteries, and archives with no system of central indexing. Entire rooms in town halls became filled with boxes, scrolls, and redundant entries. Some were never opened again. To deal with this, early modern governments began experimenting with more summarized formats, cadastres in France, detailed land tax records organized by region, Valor Ecclesiasticus in England. A national church property survey under Henry VIII consolidated land rolls in Spain and Italy. The clerks of the 16th century began what we might call meta-accounting. Accounting for the accounts. It was no longer enough to keep records. One had to catalogue the records, summarize them, and build indexes so they could be used. Otherwise, they might as well not exist. The quiet architects of power. It's worth noting, none of these innovations came from kings themselves. They came from the people tasked with the unglamorous labor of government, scribes who invented double columns for clearer reading, clerks who created numeric codes for counties, copyists who developed color-coded inks for easier review. The state, for all its pomp, rested on the shoulders of men in cold stone rooms, hunched over parchments with quills and knives for scraping. Errors. Their names are mostly forgotten. Their handwriting often illegible. But their work made possible the structures we now take for granted: census, tax returns, municipal archives, property registries. Without them, states would have remained chaotic assemblies of power and violence. With them, government became a matter of routine knowledge. In the next section, we will follow this quiet legacy into the early modern world when bureaucracies became tools of empire, data became a form of domination, and the humble tally stick gave way to the ledger books of colonialism, trade companies, and modern taxation. But ask yourself this, before we move on: at what point does knowing too much about your citizens become a burden or a danger? And what happens when the archive becomes more powerful than the people who created it? By the close of the medieval era, taxation and administration had transformed from informal obligations into complex systems that required clerks, audits, tallies, and archives. But bureaucracy was no longer just a tool of kings. It was becoming an institution unto itself, an entity with inertia, logic, and ambition. In this final section, we move from the medieval kingdom to the early modern nation-state and colonial empire, where the humble record book became an engine of expansion and control. Bureaucracy had matured, and now it began to reshape the world. The rise of the state auditor in the 16th century, rulers from the Tudors in England to the Habsburgs in Austria formalized bureaucracies into something resembling modern ministries. The English Exchequer, long a financial office, was now split into departments. The First Fruits and Tenths Office, collecting clerical revenues; the Subsidy Office, overseeing parliamentary taxes; the Auditors of the Impressed, charged with ensuring that expenses matched income. At least in theory, each produced its own ledgers, often cross-referenced in an expanding forest of parchment. Some were written in English, others in Latin, and still others in a confusing legal shorthand known as secretary hand. The process of checking these records created a new profession: the state auditor. His job was not to tax, but to verify the tax, to follow money through multiple hands, across counties and cities, comparing what was owed to what was received. By the reign of Elizabeth I, some state auditors were earning small fortunes. But more importantly, they began to professionalize record-keeping, giving rise to standards in bookkeeping, numeracy, and eventually printed forms, France's cadastre, taxing every grain while England developed lay administries, France under Louis XIV pursued an aggressive policy of centralization through its cadastre, a national property register. The intent was deceptively simple: list every property, field, vineyard, and barn in the country, assess its productive value, and tax it accordingly. But implementing this meant surveying hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, interviewing landowners who were often hostile or evasive, cross-referencing historical titles, oral claims, and incomplete maps. Surveyors traveled from village to village, sketching crude field boundaries in leather-bound notebooks. Clerks in Paris received these sketches and translated them into neat, scaled diagrams, proto-blueprints for modern land registries. Entire departments were created to manage these records, and disputes over a few arpens of vineyard in Burgundy could escalate into lawsuits lasting decades. The cadastre was not just about revenue, it was about control. Once land was on the record, it could be taxed, transferred, seized, or mortgaged. Property, once physical, became paper. Colonial bureaucracies and the paper empire's age of exploration brought new complications to bureaucracy. European powers did not merely conquer land, they invented it. In Spanish America, officials called visitadores were dispatched to conduct land and population surveys. These often included census-style headcounts of indigenous people, listings of gold mines, crop output, and religious conversion rates, registries of tribute, labor, or goods owed to colonial administrators. The resulting documents, relations, padrones, and catastros piled up in colonial chanceries and were shipped back to Madrid, where they were read, copied, summarized, and filed. The British East India Company produced similar archives. In Bengal and Madras, entire cities of clerks emerged to track imports and exports, tax yields by district, names of local leaders and collaborators. These weren't just financial records. They were blueprints of imperial oversight. Knowing how many people lived in a village, how many goats they owned, and how much rice they harvested allowed distant rulers to impose tribute, law, and conscription. In short, bureaucracies allowed empires to exist across distance. You didn't need to visit a colony, you just needed the numbers. Tally sticks to double-entry books. By the 17th century, new technologies of writing transformed bureaucracy yet again. The shift from tally sticks and informal ledgers to double-entry bookkeeping borrowed from Italian merchants revolutionized financial control. In this system, every credit had a matching debit, creating a running balance that could reveal theft, loss, or imbalance. It was quickly adopted not only by banks and merchants, but by governments. Venice's state accounts used it. So did the French treasury. And by the 1700s, Britain's entire colonial tax system was transitioning to the format. This new method required more skilled clerks. It also produced clearer, more permanent records. Numbers no longer lived in the margins, they became central metrics. Government evolved from an art of correspondence to a science of comparison. Bureaucrats and nationhood. As the 18th century unfolded, people increasingly identified themselves not only by village or church, but by what the state knew about them. You might be known, officially, by the land you paid taxes on, the household you accounted in, the industry you worked under, as in early guild records, the debts you owed. To the state, national identity slowly became bureaucratic. A person might not be known to the king, but they were known to the ledger. And with each generation, this knowledge became more formalized. From birth certificates to military registers, from church tithes to urban census, the human experience was increasingly translated into information, the fragility beneath the order despite their ambition. Early bureaucracies remained fragile. Records could burn, fade, or rot. Clerks could misfile or manipulate ledgers. Regional dialects, languages, and handwriting often made documents illegible to outsiders. In fact, many of the best preserved records we have today exist not because they were used, but because they were lost and never touched again. In France, entire tax rolls from the 1600s were found stuffed inside church walls during restorations. In India, colonial maps were discovered bound into roofing insulation. These were snapshots of the world as governments once imagined it, full of names, shapes, borders, and values. Whether or not the systems worked perfectly, they left behind a mirror of human effort and archive of quiet labor. What we inherit are modern bureaucracies, tax offices, land registries, census bureaus, and public records owe their form to the trial and error of centuries. The tally stick, the parchment roll, the chancery, the auditor, and the clerk all shape the infrastructure that now runs passport offices, social security, and public services. What once required 3 scribes in a freezing scriptorium can now be done by a single person with a laptop. But the underlying logic remains unchanged. Know what you own, know who owes what, know where people live, and record it faithfully, permanently. This wasn't always noble or efficient, but it built the architecture of the modern world. Final reflection. The story of medieval tax records may seem dry, but consider this: the state did not begin with kings and armies, it began with paper. Before the modern passport, there was the manorial register. Before satellite maps, the cadaster. Before spreadsheets, the tally stick. In the end, we may find that history was not made in battles, but in backrooms filled with ledgers and ink. So the next time you file a tax return or fill out a government form, consider it a quiet echo of a much older world, one shaped not by power alone, but by the mundane, persistent, deeply human act of recording what matters. Before the printing press, before the telegraph, before railroads, radio, and emails, there were couriers. Tireless riders and foot messengers carried scrolls, writs, and royal orders across vast kingdoms, often at great personal risk. Their cargo was not gold or silk, it was information. In this story, we explore the rise of postal systems not as conveniences, but as instruments of governance. The ability to communicate quickly and reliably was a form of soft power that allowed rulers to extend their reach far beyond the limits of their physical presence. As we begin, imagine a time when the king's word could only move as fast as a horse could ride. The ancient roots, from Persia to Rome. The first formal postal systems didn't come from Europe but from Persia, under the Achaemenid Empire. Around 500 BCE, Darius the Great established what historians believe was the world's first large-scale imperial postal network, the Angarium. Relay stations were built roughly a day's ride apart. Riders would pass messages from one to the next in rapid succession. These royal messages could cross 1,500 miles from Susa to Sardis in under 10 days. Herodotus marveled at the speed and discipline of the Persian couriers, writing, "Neither snow, nor rain, nor heat, nor darkness of night stays these couriers," a phrase that still lives on in postal mottos today. Rome, centuries later, improved upon this model with the cursus publicus. It featured well-maintained roads and way stations, fresh horses at fixed intervals, dedicated carriages for heavier loads, but it wasn't for the public, it was for imperial business only. Senators, generals, and governors used the cursus publicus to receive dispatches, issue commands, and transmit census data back to Rome. Speed, in both empires, was not about convenience, it was a matter of control. The medieval lull and rise of royal messengers as the Roman Empire fell, Europe's roads crumbled and postal systems withered. For a time, long-distance communication was ad hoc reliant on pilgrims, merchants, or traveling monks. In early medieval kingdoms, messengers were handpicked and trusted men, sometimes noble, sometimes clergy, sent with scrolls bearing wax seals. They were often called nunti regis, in Latin royal heralds or messengers. Their travels were perilous, roads were poorly maintained, banditry was a constant threat. To aid them, monarchs issued safe conduct passes, sometimes with stamped lead tokens granting lodging and food at monasteries or manor houses. One such token survives from 12th century France, reading, "Messenger of the Duke, provide bread and oats." This was the fragile skeleton of a communication network, but one that reflected growing state ambition. The birth of organized royal posts. By the 13th century, European monarchs began formalizing their own systems. In England, Henry III established mounted courier routes for royal use. In France, the Capetian kings appointed official messengers called sergeants, cheval horse sergeants. In the Holy Roman Empire, Emperor Maximilian I, around 1490, took things a step further. He employed the Thurn taxes family, a noble German house, to run a private but imperially sanctioned postal system connecting the vast patchwork of Habsburg territories. The Thurn taxes post built way stations every 25–30 kilometers, used standardized rates for letter transport, delivered not only government correspondence but, over time, private mail for a fee. It was, in effect, the first semi-public mail service, and it would grow to dominate Central Europe's postal scene for centuries. Tudor postmasters and secret intelligence maneuverui in England. Under the Tudors, the postal system became a political weapon. In 1516, Henry VIII appointed the first master of the posts, overseeing a rudimentary system of royal mail routes. Each postmaster maintained fresh horses and was expected to ensure messengers moved quickly between stations, but the system also became a tool of state surveillance. Elizabeth I's spymaster, Sir Francis Walsingham, routinely intercepted and read foreign ambassadors' letters and sometimes even those of her own nobles. Postmasters were under strict instructions to report suspicious activity. Some even kept duplicate copies of letters they thought might be treasonous. Thus, the post was both a lifeline and a snare, a way for the government to communicate and to listen in. The relay station, unsung engine of communication. What made these systems work were the relay station's quiet, often forgotten structures: a small stable, a couple of beds, a cache of wax, parchment, oats, and lantern oil. In one such station in 16th century Saxony, a routine inspection record survives. It notes, roof sound, hay sufficient for 2 nights, 1 goose for messenger, inkpot half full. There is something deeply human and boring about these notations. And yet, they were the gears of a great machine. Without them, the king's word could not reach the provinces, orders would not be heard, armies would not march, taxes would not be paid. These stations were, in truth, the pulse of empire. When the mail failed, failures in postal service could have serious consequences. One delayed letter might mean reinforcements arriving too late to win a battle, a noble rebelling before a royal pardon reached him, news of plague spreading slowly, allowing it to travel unopposed. There are countless records in state archives of letters arriving too late or being lost entirely. In one particularly poignant example, a letter from Mary, Queen of Scots, begging for clemency arrived 2 days after she was executed. Whether the delay was accidental or intentional remains debated. The mail then was not always a tool of mercy. Sometimes it was a silent accomplice to fate, a growing sense of connection. Despite its fragility, the post gave people a growing sense that the world was linked, however slowly. A farmer in Yorkshire might send a petition to the Crown. A lawyer in Paris might receive documents from Lyon. A merchant in Venice might write to a client in Bruges, confident, at last, that the message would arrive within weeks, not seasons. This connectedness was subtle but transformative. It laid the groundwork for centralized governance, economic expansion, and eventually, modern citizenship. Closing thought for Section 1. So consider the letter not as words on paper, but as a bridge. A fragile, slow, heavily taxed, often damp bridge, but a bridge nonetheless. And upon it walked messengers, kings, tacksmen, and spies. In Section 2, we will see how postal systems moved from royal privilege to public infrastructure, how they changed daily life, enabled newspapers, and helped fuel revolutions. But for now, ask yourself, what kind of world did people live in when the king's voice traveled no faster than a tired horse on a muddy road? In the last section, we trace the development of postal systems as tools of monarchy and empire-exclusive channels of power used to extend the king's influence, coordinate armies, and intercept enemies. But as the centuries progressed, something shifted. Mail, once the guarded privilege of kings, bishops, and wealthy merchants, began to open up. Slowly and unevenly, the post became public, transforming not only communication but daily life. And in that process, it became more than a service. It became a symbol of trust, connection, and even identity. In this section, we explore how the privatization of letters gave way to nationalized systems, how stamps created social equality on envelopes, and how an entire class of quiet workers, the postmen, became instruments of civic continuity, from privilege to payment, selling the right to communicate. The 17th century, private citizens, especially merchants and minor officials, were sending more letters than ever before. But they still relied on irregular systems, trusted messengers hired at HOC, shipping clerks tasked with double duty, guild-based postal runners, often slow and unreliable. Governments began to see potential not just in the utility of communication, But in its revenue dot in 1635, Charles I of England made a pivotal decision. He opened the Royal Mail to the public. For the first time, anyone could send a letter, so long as they paid a fee. The move served two purposes. It created a steady income stream for the Crown. It allowed surveillance over what was being sent and by whom. Letter rates were steep, calculated by distance and number of sheets. For example, a single sheet letter from London to York cost 6 pence, double that, and the rate doubled. This encouraged economy of words and the habit of cross-writing, where people would write across the page horizontally and then again vertically to fit more on one sheet. Mail became accessible, but not convenient. The role of coffeehouses and letter drops with post now open to the public, new spaces emerged to support it. In London, coffeehouses became unofficial post offices. Regulars would leave letters with the proprietor, pick up incoming mail from a central drawer. Post notices asking after lost letters or absent friends. At T. Lloyd's Coffee House, marine insurers could even have correspondence read aloud or copied to ledgers. A notice might read, received word from Bergen. Ship Willow docked, cargo of cod intact. Await reply. These hubs became informal mail centers, helping to build communities of commerce and conversation even before the state provided true postal buildings. The penny post and the flattening of class in 1680, London merchant William Dockwra launched the London penny post, a radical new system, fixed rate, 1 penny to send a letter anywhere in London. Multiple daily deliveries, prepaid postage marked with a hand stamp. For the first time, people across the city, regardless of wealth, could exchange letters quickly and cheaply. It brought mail into the lives of shopkeepers, clerks, and tradespeople. Dockwra's system was short-lived. The government shut it down within a few years, absorbing it into the General Post Office, but the idea had taken hold. Uniform rates, faster service, and urban accessibility became new benchmarks. Enter the stamp. The 1840 postal reform. True democratization of post came a century and a half later, in 1840, with the introduction of the uniform penny post in Britain, led by Sir Rowland Hill. The reform was simple yet revolutionary. All letters, regardless of distance within the UK, would cost 1 penny. Postage would be prepaid using an adhesive stamp, the penny black. The effects were profound. It encouraged more frequent communication, especially among families separated by urbanization and work migration. It standardized delivery expectations. It drastically reduced fraud and mail refusal. More importantly, it made mail a public good, available to all who could write or find someone to write for them. The poor could now send death notices, job offers, and wedding invitations. Love letters passed from seamstresses to apprentices, from village girls to city cousins. The stamp didn't just pay for postage, it symbolized equal access to the state's infrastructure. Postmen, uniformed civility, and public trust with mass mail came the need for consistent delivery. Enter the uniformed postman, a figure who, by the late 19th century, had become a staple of city and village life. Postmen wore dark coats with brass buttons, carried mail satchels and small horns in rural areas, delivered multiple times a day in cities. They were trained to be punctual, polite, and utterly neutral. A postman brought news of births and deaths with the same steady gait. He was expected to know every home on his route, remember who had moved and who could not read, provide assistance, but not pride. In a time before phones, the postman was a daily connection to the wider world, and because mail often included money orders, legal documents, and pensions, the postman's trustworthiness was paramount. Many communities knew their postman by name and missed him if he changed routes. Postmarks and time. Discipline. An often overlooked aspect of the expanding postal service was its effect on timekeeping. Postmarks indicating time and date of dispatch encouraged a society to think in hours instead of vague spans. People began asking, did it leave in the morning or the afternoon? Was it postmarked before the 4 o'clock dispatch? Timeliness became a habit, especially among businesses who depended on punctual orders, and railways, which revolutionized delivery speed, further standardized national time zones so trains could coordinate with postal deliveries. Thus, the post contributed to the rise of modern temporal awareness, mail fraud, letter openers, and early espionage. Even as mail became public, it remained a tool of surveillance. Postmasters sometimes opened suspicious letters using steam, photocopied contents before resealing, alerted police or crown authorities. During wartime, entire censorship departments were set up to read and assess letters. In both world wars, mail was monitored for morale, for leaks, for treasonous ideas, but even in peacetime, governments retained the power to inspect mail. In most countries, the freedom of communication was not absolute. The state trusted the postman, but the citizen could not always trust the state. The global ripple effect as European empires expanded, they brought their postal systems with them. Colonial administrations in India, West Africa, and Southeast Asia imposed mail routes. Post offices, language rules for envelopes. In time, local populations adapted, sometimes subverting the system to spread anti-colonial pamphlets or illicit newsletters. Mail became a battleground of ideas. And even when used to reinforce empire, it also enabled resistance. The post became both the hand of authority and the whisper of rebellion. Closing reflection for Section 2. By the dawn of the 20th century, mail had become an expectation. It brought pensions, postcards, passports, and apologies. It connected the hinterlands with the capital. It made the world feel both bigger and smaller, but while the system had evolved into a public institution, questions remained. Could mail ever truly be free of political influence? And what would happen to trust should the postman stop knocking? In the final section, we'll explore the rise of mail in modern warfare, espionage, mass propaganda, and its steady decline in the digital age. We have followed the arc of the postal system from its royal roots to its democratization, from private letters to public trust. Now, in this final section, we witness the post at its most emotionally charged during war, revolution, and ideological upheaval, and trace its path through the technological transformations of the modern world. This is the story of how mail became a medium for morale, misinformation, and memory. How it powered nations at war and helped soldiers cling to life through fragments of home. And ultimately, how the slow shift toward digital communication dimmed the glory of the handwritten letter even as the infrastructure of the post remained essential in quiet, unseen ways. Mail as a weapon and a comfort. World War I and we're during the two world wars, the mail was more than a delivery service. It became a psychological lifeline. Field letters and censorship orders on the front lines were encouraged to write home, not merely to comfort families, but to maintain morale. Each outgoing letter passed through censors' officers trained to black out sensitive troop movements, remove politically subversive content, spot signs of defeatism. In Britain, letters often bore the reassuring phrase, "I am well." The letters were brief, repetitive, and carefully sanitized, but they were better than silence. For the families back home, a letter in familiar handwriting, creased, stained, but intact, meant everything. In wartime, mail became a ritual of hope. Prisoner of war post. The Geneva Convention guaranteed that prisoners of war POWs had the right to send and receive mail. Millions of such letters circulated through the Red Cross, often delayed for months, sometimes arriving after the writer had died. A typical POW letter might read, "All is well. I received your parcel with socks. Please send photographs. I think of you often." These letters were restricted to a few lines, censored twice, once by the captors, once by the intermediaries, but they reminded both sender and receiver that identity persisted, even in captivity. Postal propaganda and ideological governments also used mail to spread messages. Leaflets dropped by air in enemy territories, victory mail encouraging civilians to buy war bonds, official bulletins sent by post to counter rumors or unrest. In occupied Europe, the post became a channel for underground resistance as well. Codes hidden in seemingly innocuous letters, folded newsletters carried by sympathetic postmen, stamps reused to mask secret messages. Even the form and look of a letter became suspect. Post-war optimism. The peak of postal infrastructure after World War II. The postal system entered a golden age. National services expanded into rural regions. International postal treaties standardized delivery. Innovations like email, zip codes, and automated sorting machines increased speed. The postal service became a symbol of progress. In the United States, the 1950s saw the peak of letter writing culture. People subscribed to magazines, wrote fan letters to radio hosts, and mailed recipe cards to distant relatives. Mailmen and increasingly, mailwomen delivered 6 days a week. Mail trucks, sorters, and clerks formed an invisible logistics backbone. Behind It all was an assumption. Mail will arrive and it will be trusted. The quiet bureaucracy. Postal workers in the public eye. Unlike many public servants, postal workers often interacted daily with citizens. For decades, they were the only point of government contact for some people, particularly in rural and underserved urban communities. They carried social security checks, tax documents, voting ballots, and they quietly noticed when a mailbox filled and went uncollected, when a child sent a letter marked to Santa or to Dad in heaven. When regular correspondents stopped writing, postmen became unofficial monitors of well-being. Some reported emergencies, others helped seniors fill out forms or find lost parcels. Their reliability was not just mechanical, it was social. The rise of email and the decline of the letter-th introduction of electronic mail in the 198 OS and its mass adoption by the early 200 OS dramatically altered the role of the postal service. Personal letters declined. Greeting cards were replaced by instant messages. Official correspondence moved online. The average household began receiving more junk mail than meaningful content. Postal agencies worldwide faced budget pressures. Some privatised, as in the UK's Royal Mail. Others reduced service days. The role of the postman changed from trusted messenger to parcel courier for e-commerce. Despite this, postal systems adapted, partnering with digital identity services, handling logistics for online purchases, delivering medications, legal documents, and absentee ballots. But the age of the handwritten letter had clearly waned. Epistolary ghosts, the mail that never arrived. As letters became rare, they became precious. Archives around the world began collecting wartime correspondence, lost love letters, and signed messages found in old houses or attics. In Germany, the Museum for Communication exhibits letters written by Jewish children in the 1930s, many never posted, held instead in drawers or sent decades later by survivors. In Japan, temples host annual letter-burning ceremonies where people bring and sent or emotionally weighty letters and ritually burn them. These practices honor the fact that not all mail was meant to be read. Some was symbolic or therapeutic. The act of writing, more than the receipt, mattered. Mail in the digital future enduring real events. Despite predictions of its demise, the postal service endures because it remains rooted in something tactile and verifiable. You can touch a letter, hold it, smell it, store it, rediscover it years later. You can't delete a handwritten note with a click. Postal systems also play a role in elections, mail and ballots, legal identity registered mail, access to remote areas where internet may be poor. Closing parenthesis. In fact, the more digitized society becomes, the more we may value material proof, a delivery, a signature, a stamp. These small things still mean something. Final reflection. From the clay tablets of Mesopotamia to the QR scan parcels of today, the history of mail is the history of human connection stretched across distance. Mail once carried royal commands, religious secrets, war updates, and whispered affections. It enabled colonization and rebellion. It comforted the lonely and certified the law, but perhaps its greatest legacy is something simpler. The belief that our thoughts, once written down and sent away, will reach another human being and matter, even now, in a world flooded with instant messages and social feeds. One might ask, is there anything more quietly powerful than a sealed envelope with your name on it, arriving when you least expect it? As you settle into quiet, consider for a moment the clothes on your back or the linen sheets tucked beneath you. These aren't just objects of comfort or style. For most of human history, cloth was currency, regulation, taxation, and identity. Before gold coins or numbered banknotes, cloth was used to pay debts, fulfill contracts, and express authority. In the great bureaucracies of Mesopotamia, China, the Islamic caliphates, and medieval Europe, cloth wasn't just a commodity, it was a ledger. A bolt of wool could fund a marriage, a linen robe could mark a priest's role, and a scrap of dyed silk could reveal secrets about trade, status, and government. This story traces how cloth quietly governed human lives, not through loud declarations, but through fine threads, simple looms, and endless ledgers filled with tallies of warp and weft. Weaving legitimacy in ancient bureaucracy and ancient Sumer and Akkad, cloth was among the first items to be officially inventoried in temple and palace archives. ENSI governors and high priests managed wool quotas with an obsessive eye. Surviving cuneiform tablets describe wool rations issued to temple workers, linen garments counted as tithes, shipments of textiles sent to distant governors as tribute. One tablet from Uruk lists, in wedge-shaped script, 8 tunics, bleached, for procession, 5 cloaks, red-dyed, for royal use, 12 bundles of wool, low quality, for outer districts. These weren't clothing instructions. They were administrative reports, evidence that cloth was counted, taxed, and issued much. Like coins or grain dot in many Mesopotamian temples, scribes worked in tandem with weavers. One recorded how many threads were spun. The other, where the cloth was sent. A tunic could mean compliance. A failure to deliver it might mean sedition. Egypt's linen economy. In ancient Egypt, linen was law. The desert heat made wool impractical, and flax, a fast-growing plant, was readily available. But linen wasn't just fabric. It was institutionalized. Priests wore only linen, white, clean, symbolically pure. Taxes were paid in linen or in work hours producing it. Tombs were filled with linen wrappings of extraordinary delicacy, sometimes with hieroglyphic inventory stitched into their edges. Egyptian scribes created linen rolls different from papyrus scrolls as records of payments, made in fabric form. A temple ledger from Karnak notes, received 3 bolts from Kemet, 2 coarse, 1 fine. For festival robes of the high priest, there were entire offices devoted to weighing, inspecting, and classifying linen according to thread count and sheen. You could bribe a priest with fine cloth or pay for burial privileges with a bolt of your best work. China's silk registers and the tangled bureaucracy was cloth more bureaucratically significant than in imperial China. Under the Tang and Song dynasties, silk became not only a sign of culture and refinement, it was official currency in many parts of the empire. Mandarins were often paid in silk bolts. Peasant taxes came in grain or homespun cloth. Even diplomatic gifts were denominated in units of silk weight and thread density. China developed entire institutions around silk gauges to measure consistency of weave, color registries where only certain officials could wear imperial yellow or deep violet, silk inspectors who audited households for tax compliance. A Tang-era document describes 2 bolts withheld in Xiangdong Prefecture. Weaving irregular, sent for reprocessing. Supervisor fined 1 liang. This wasn't fashion regulation. It was industrial governance. Silk roads began with thread, not trade. And the emperor's authority, woven in dragon robes and dyed banners, was as much textile as political. Medieval Europe and the Guild of Clothing. Medieval Europe, the rise of cloth guilds gave cities like Bruges, Ghent, and Florence their economic might. But behind the colourful brocades was a bureaucratic lattice. Cloth had to pass inspection boards, who examined every piece for warp faults or dye irregularities. Weavers were licensed, their looms registered, fines were issued for uneven thread. Count unauthorised colours or failure to attach a guild seal. English royal law once decreed, no cloth shall be sold save it measure 2 yards by the yard and be fulled and marked by the alnager. Alnagers were crown-appointed inspectors, who travelled the countryside weighing and measuring cloth. Their ledgers were lengthy, their notes dry, but their work ensured tax compliance and export quality. Failure to meet standard could result in cloth being burned in public, a wasteful but symbolic act that reinforced quality through spectacle. Islamic caliphates and the Bureau of Textilesthi. Abbasid Caliphate 8th-13th centuries established a Diwan-e-Ikat Sanar, the office of the Treasury for managing state-owned textiles. This wasn't simply storage. It involved assigning robes to officials according to status, keeping inventories of cloth gifted to foreign emissaries, managing the Kalas system, ceremonial robes of honor bestowed on loyal governors or scholars. In one surviving court manual, the exact embroidery patterns for robes of each rank are described along with penalties for misappropriating garments. Textiles were politics made wearable, even under later Mamluk and Ottoman regimes. Cloth was regulated with intense specificity, length of the turban, color of the judge's robe, stripe width for foreign merchants in the bazaar, all governed, all recorded, and yet, cloth disappears despite all this record keeping. Most of these textiles are gone. Unlike stone or bronze, cloth is fragile. Moths, mold, fire, and war have erased billions of yards of historic fabric. What remains is mostly the paperwork, dry lists of tunics, cloaks, robes, and shawls once colourful, now silent. In museums, you may see a faded fragment of linen, perhaps With a note, item 304, warehouse C, Saqqara temple linen C, 1340 BCE. Behind that dull description is a weaver, a scribe, a tax record, a labourer, and a world of meaning woven into something meant to be worn, not stored. As we end this section, consider this: what does it mean that the bureaucracies of cloth so intricate, vital, and omnipresent are remembered mostly through ledgers, not fabric? In the next section, we'll look at how revolutions in spinning, dyeing, and factory production transformed these systems forever, and how cloth, once a noble tool of governance, became industrialized, anonymized, and global. If the early story of cloth is about local management, scribes and priests weighing bolts, guilds measuring warp and weft, then the second act is one of expansion, conflict, and recalibration. As the medieval world transitioned into the early modern era, cloth was no longer just a domestic concern. It became international currency, colonial motive, and regulatory nightmare. From the indigo fields of Bengal to the wool mills of Flanders, textile bureaucracies grew not only larger but more complex. They began to overlap with financial systems, military logistics, and even diplomatic protocol. This section explores how governments, merchants, and administrators struggled to control a commodity that was always in motion, spun in one region, dyed in another, worn in a third. India's indigo and cotton, spindles, and sovereigns in early modern India. Long before the British consolidated colonial power, the Mughal Empire already maintained a vast and intricate textile bureaucracy. This included registered weavers and dyers in state service, agents called gumashtas to oversee production quotas and quality, central warehouses, karkhanas in cities like Surat and Dhaka, filled with cloth for imperial use and export. Cotton from Bengal and Gujarat was already being shipped to the Middle East, Southeast Asia, and Africa. When Europeans entered the scene, first the Portuguese, then the Dutch, English, and French, they did so not as conquerors, but as applicants to these existing systems. They had to negotiate access to textile ports, pay duties, and comply with weaving schedules dictated by local officers. Letters from East India Company agents often complained, "We cannot dispatch cloth by season, for the governor hath seized looms for his own delivery." Even the British, famed for imposing systems, had to submit to the Indian textile order, at least for a time. European statutes of apparel, what you can and can't wear. In 16th century England, the monarchy passed a series of laws known as Sumptuary Acts. These were not simply moral edicts. They were economic controls designed to protect domestic weavers from foreign silk imports, restrict the use of dyes, lace, and velvet to noble classes, prevent tailors from selling unauthorized patterns or foreign cuts. One statute from the reign of Queen Elizabeth I declared, "No man under the degree of knight may wear silk upon his hat or hose, nor velvet in gown save for feast days by exception of lords spiritual." Enforcement was uneven, but the law created a cascade of bureaucratic challenges. Inspectors needed to check shop inventories, merchants had to maintain import records, guilds had to reclassify cloth types to conform to changing rules. Tailoring itself became an act of legal interpretation. These statutes weren't just about appearances. They reflected the anxieties of a textile economy vulnerable to international competition and the desire to regulate what was becoming unregulatable. Wool wars and smuggling, the cloth economy of early modern Europe. By the 17th century, wool had become a strategic resource. In England, the so-called wool staple was controlled through customs ports like Calais when held, or Calais-like successors. Entire towns in the Low Countries were built on processing English wool into fine cloth, then exporting it worldwide. The English crown, fearing economic leakage, passed laws that banned raw wool export without license, required merchants to use state-sanctioned brokers, imposed heavy penalties on clandestine shipping. Still, smuggling was rife. Small fishing vessels in Kent or Suffolk would quietly carry bales of wool across the Channel at night. In response, searchers were appointed government agents tasked with inspecting ships and coastal warehouses, maintaining logs of movement, reporting wool shortfalls in official tallies. A 1697 report describes 3 sacks of Kentish wool seized aboard the Mary of Rye, bound for Bruges, concealed beneath baskets of dried herring. Wool wasn't just warm, it was strategically suspicious. The rise of the ledger, bureaucracy meets mechanization. As the Industrial Revolution began in Britain, textile production expanded from family looms to mechanized mills. But along with Spinning jennies and power looms came a vast increase in bureaucratic record-keeping, labour logs, inventory manifests, die lot numbers, wage books. Managers in Manchester or Leeds now tracked output not by bolt or tunic, but by weight, rate, and cost unit. Daily reports became standard, and by the 1830s, factory inspectors had to reconcile worker attendance and child labour compliance, machine output vs. consumption of raw cotton, dye usage and waste reduction quotas. In the case of a single cotton mill, a day's record might include 14,000 yards of muslin produced, 8 children under age 13 on duty, 37 dye vats in use, 12 spools rejected from a weave. Government began to regulate mills not for quality alone, but for health, cleanliness, and labour hours. An entire new textile bureaucracy born from steam and soot, colour codes and colonialism. As European powers colonised parts of Asia and Africa, textile production and consumption became tools of policy. In French West Africa, colonial administrators issued uniform cloth types for different labour groups: indigo-dyed uniforms for porters, light khaki for native soldiers, bright, checked cotton for government-sponsored markets. Each was regulated, length and weave per rank, dye allotment by region, mandatory purchase through colonial offices. In British India, khadi homespun cotton was both promoted and banned at different times depending on political necessity. In the early 20th century, Gandhi's spinning wool became a symbol of resistance, but British bureaucrats saw it as economic subversion. A memo from 1921 notes, "The khadi movement undermines imported goods sales in Madras district. Recommend excise increase on domestic yarn above 500 count." Cloth was no longer just counted. It was ideological. The textile stamp, red tape by thread countone. Particularly curious invention of this period was the textile tax stamp. In Italy, France, and the Austrian Empire, governments began stamping or labelling cloth with official seals, often in wax, ink, or embroidered code. Purpose: confirm duty was paid, certify local origin, verify compliance with wartime embargoes. A 19th century bolt of linen might arrive in a warehouse bearing a wax seal from the customs office, or an ink stamp denoting dye approval, a stitched thread indicating yardage certification. Removing these stamps could result in seizure or arrest. Where a garment without such indicators was not only unfashionable, it was illegal. As we approach the final section of this story, consider this: how did something as personal and tactile as fabric become one of the most thoroughly documented, inspected, and regulated parts of early human history? In the final part, we'll explore how the textile bureaucracies of old gave way to mass market anonymity and how echoes of this control still persist today in our barcodes, factory labels, and made-in tags. In the quiet hum of a contemporary textile mill, where spools of fibber spin into thread beneath fluorescent lights, a familiar pattern continues, not just in the warp and weft of the cloth itself, but in the ledgers, labels, codes, and compliance documents that surround each garment. The bureaucracy of cloth did not vanish with the hand loom or the dye vat ledger. It simply evolved. From the 20th century onward, textile administration adapted to new structures, multinational corporations, global trade regimes, and industrial standards. Yet its purpose remained eerily consistent: to monitor production, protect standards, control distribution, and extract value from something seemingly mundane, the clothes we wear. In this final section, we'll examine how historical textile oversight left its mark on modern supply chains, branding, labor regulation, and consumer consciousness. The result is a world where every shirt you own may carry invisible traces of centuries-old bureaucratic practice. The birth of the labelthy modern clothing label stitched at the collar, hem, or waistband seems like a simple convenience. But in fact, it's the legacy of a long journey of regulation, standardization, and commercial enforcement. In the early 20th century, textile importing nations, especially in Europe and North America, faced concerns over fraudulent materials, e.g., rayon sold as silk, misrepresentation of country of origin, unregulated dyes causing allergic reactions. To counter this, governments implemented new rules. In Britain, the 1938 Merchandise Marks Act required imported goods to declare country of origin. In the United States, the Textile Fiber Products Identification Act of 1960 mandated the disclosure of fabric content, for example, 100% cotton, 80/20 poly wool blend closing parenthesis dot in the European Union. Labels began including language-neutral care symbols to meet multilingual compliance. Soon, every shirt, coat, and sock had to contain at least 3 forms of information: origin, where it was made; content, what it was made from; instructions how to care for it. What once required a royal edict or inspector's seal was now condensed into a square of fabric, sewn into every mass-produced garment. Standardized sizes, the bureaucracy of the body, another element of textile administration, came with the invention of standard clothing sizes, a deeply bureaucratic process intended to simplify production, but often at the expense of human diversity. In the 1940s, the US Department of Agriculture conducted a massive study measuring thousands of American women to create a new size standard for mass apparel. Charts were drawn, averages calculated, and deviations noted. The goal: reduce waste, speed up manufacturing, and improve mail order reliability. But these size codes 8, 10, 12, medium, large obscured enormous variation. Bodies did not always match the statistical average. Posture, body shape, and proportion often defied standardization. Sizing varied between brands, regions, and decades. A bureaucratic fiction emerged that bodies could be numerically managed, like bolts of cloth or barrels of grain. The logic was administrative, not anatomical. To this day, clothing tags continue to confuse and frustrate residues of the administrative. Compromise between individuality and industrial efficiency. Globalization and the reappearance of the inspector. With globalization came the return of a figure once familiar in ancient Egypt or Mughal India, the textile inspector, but now, instead of measuring flood levels or loom counts, the modern inspector visits overseas factories to assess labor conditions and worker safety. Compliance with environmental standards, adherence to trade agreements and ethical codes. Organizations like RAP, Okotex, and Fair Trade International issue certifications based on checklists, audits, and third-party verification. A garment factory in Bangladesh producing t-shirts for a North American brand may be required to pass monthly labor audits, maintain logs of chemical use in dyes, provide fire exit drills and documentation, file paperwork with customs, showing proof of ethical compliance. Where the weaver once had to account for thread weight, the modern manager must now track CO emissions. Wastewater discharge, minimum wage adherence, old bureaucracy met new values, and the seam was rarely smooth. Trade agreements and textile quotas. Cloth became a central feature of trade diplomacy. From the multi-fiber arrangement 197 for 2004 to the U.S. Mexico-Canada agreement, textiles were treated not just as goods, but as political instruments. Governments imposed quotas on the amount of cloth or garments importable from certain countries, enforced tariff schedules tied to origin and material, required certificates of authenticity to prevent transshipping, illegally relabeling origin. This spawned an entire administrative sub-industry. Customs brokers specialized in textile categories, origin auditors verified supply chains, trade lawyers handled disputes over shirt labeling or denim thread counts. A consignment of sweaters might need 10 documents: certificate of origin, fiber content declarations, code classification, quotient category designation, compliance statement or of calculation sheet, country preference claim, factory safety certificatable. Of late, an importer of record paper trail outweighed the fabric. Fashion and the inventory mindset, and the fashion industry, known for its creativity, was drawn into the logic of textile administration. Fast fashion brands like Zara, H&M, and Uniqlo revolutionized supply chains by applying military-grade logistics to fashion. Every garment became a data point, scanned into barcodes at point of sale, tracked in inventory systems to monitor demand, analyzed in spreadsheets to forecast next season's lines. Decisions about color, cut, and quantity were now made not just by designers, but by inventory managers, data analysts, fulfillment coordinators. Fashion once conjured images of Paris ateliers or Milan runways. But behind every collection lay databases, regulatory compliance officers, and logistics teams. Even style, it seemed, required spreadsheets. Threaded legacies, the cloth that administered Back at the heart of this long story lies a quiet irony. From the earliest river valley civilizations to today's global fashion giants, cloth has never simply been a product. It has always demanded systems for measurement, for regulation, for fairness, for profit. Textiles have, in their own way, administered humanity back, forcing us to create systems of oversight, encouraging us to standardize and certify, making us write, record, inspect, and enforce. They have been tools of identity, means of control, and instruments of resistance. The bureaucracy of cloth reminds us that even the softest, most familiar things in our lives may carry with them deep administrative histories that whisper quietly of looms and ledgers, dies and decrees, rulers and registers. Final thought: when you next look at a clothing label, a care tag, or a barcode sticker, consider this: what systems were required to produce this one item, and how many echoes of empires, guilds, inspectors, and scribes still remain in that tiny square of stitched information?